Hello and welcome to the 2024 AWP xChange event. Excited to have all of you here today. I'm Josh Gervin. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of O3 Solutions. So thank you very much for coming, and we're very excited for sharing a number of stories of some of our clients, how they're using the solution today, as well as to get some feedback from y'all on ways that we can improve and extend what we're doing. From an agenda perspective today, it's going to start out with myself welcoming, and then Tori's going to run through some housekeeping items, and then we'll talk about the purpose and level set for what we're trying to achieve today. Then excited to have a keynote address from Amy Marks, who will be speaking today about digital transformation. Then we have a case study that will be shared from Turner Industries on how the technology is being used. One of our partners, Autodesk, will talk about how we've come together and how we leverage some of their technology and we extend their technology out into the field. And then we'll have a lunch here, which will be brought in. Y'all will have a chance to catch up on some of your emails. We understand we're taking you away from working days, so you guys will have to need to jump in and catch up with some things. After that, Shell's going to talk about the application of O3 and AWP on a global scale. So what does it take to make the technology and AWP as a methodology work across a varied set of portfolios of projects? So you can imagine from an owner's perspective, you have large greenfield projects, you have small cap brownfield projects, you have different contractual strategies, and so there's ways that you have to adjust your approach to AWP as a result. Then Worley's going to share some stories about the criticality of the integrated data. So what it means to have the data correct and in the right place for you to be able to leverage that data, having a digital foundation of data upon which you can build a successful project. Inside AWP, another partner and sponsor of this event, along with Autodesk, will share some practical results of AWP. So you'll actually get to see some of the great results that they've captured over thousands of readings across hundreds of projects. So very excited for you guys to see that and see a little bit about how AWP is a proven methodology. And then at the end, we're going to share some of our roadmap of where we're going as a company, what we think is important, where we're going in the near term. And then we're going to ask y'all to participate and give us some feedback on some of the things that we're focused on and give some ideas on other areas that we should be seeking. So this is not just a push event. A big component of this is we're going to engage you, and we want to get some feedback from y'all on the direction that we're going and make sure that it is, in fact, in line with what the industry, which is represented here, needs and wants. We'll wrap it up with some conclusions and next steps. Again, you'll get a little chance to do some emails and catch up, and then we're going to head over to the Astros game for everyone who's able to attend. We do have a suite over there, so to thank you for your time today. We'll have a little bit of fun at the end of the day. So any questions about the agenda today before we get going? Yes, I think we can share that. We may have to cut out some of the videos. We're having some, I think we're at multiple gigs at this point. So, but yes, I think we can share those presentations. Yes, great. Any other questions? All right, I'm going to turn it over to Tori for some housekeeping items.
All right. Thank you, Josh. Okay, so just a few things to keep in mind. Restrooms outside, down the hall. Just a little video or a little image for you pointing to that. And then emergency exits, just exit here, green signs. Keep that in mind. Hopefully a pipe won't burst again and we won't have to exit. And then Wi-Fi, there's little cards on your table, but just so you know, it's JW Marriott Conference, Conf, and then password is HOUDJ, and it is case sensitive. And then we're going to do a little practice Slido in a minute, just to warm you up, make sure it's working. We've had some connectivity issues, but we're going to just make sure that works. We're going to use that for Q&A today. So you can submit throughout the presentations, and then there'll be time at an interval between presentations to answer those. So quick disclaimer, today, this is a safe space. We're going to say things. We have presenters that are going to speak. not necessarily on the behalf of their company, but they are going to give some content that is relevant to some things that they've done on projects. So we will share this, but just we ask politely to not take videos or share it without permission. So yeah, real quick, we're going to do a little Slido warm up. So if you'll scan this QR code with your phone, I'm going to see if I can do this. That is not working. Okay. So, okay, I'll give everybody a minute to just warm up here.
And we'll use this throughout. So this will allow us to ask questions during the presentation. So if you have a question that comes up, go ahead and enter that in, and then we'll be able to curate those and provide them to the presenters at the end during the Q&A sessions.
Omar, so it looks like almost everybody's getting their answers in. Yeah, it's just not showing. There. Okay. Can we go full screen with that? There we go. All right, so there we go. So you can see there, just a little test. This is how we'll do Q&A today, but this was more of just an active poll. Show you a little diversity in the room. We've got owners and EPCs. So, okay, now how do I get that back? Let's go back to the PowerPoint. Yeah, here we go. Okay. All right. Okay, there it is. All right, quick safety moment before we begin. As we get hot and humid, I think it's always humid in Houston, but for some of us that are not based here, it's always a good reminder to stay hydrated as the heat kicks in. Obviously, drink a lot of fluids, primarily water. Keep in mind, pay attention to what your body is reacting to. If you're, feeling faint or feel like you're overheating, you definitely need to get to a cool space. Avoid energy drinks and alcohol. Those tend to dehydrate you faster than anything but water. And, it's always safety first, especially on a job site. So now, quick intro of our speakers. Today we've got Amy Marks. Josh already mentioned most of these, but Amy is going to be our keynote, and then we've got Jay from Shell, Davide from Worley, Jeremy from Turner, Jeff from Insight, and Cody from Autodesk. So thank y'all for joining us. And then here's our team. You've got Josh, Andrew, Colin, me, Susan, and Abdelghani. We're scattered throughout the room. If you need anything today, please feel free to ask one of us, and we will help you. And then here you go, Josh.
I think everyone here is has some familiarity with O3, but I want to share just a little bit about how we think about the industry. So O3 is a software solution that's focused specifically on the project management space, AWP and advanced work packaging, workplace planning, agile methodologies. But we were built from the ground up focused on this. So we're not a solution that was in this space and then saw that AWP was something that was hot and said, hey, we want to stick a sticker on our software and say that we do AWP. We were born from the beginning focused on solving that problem. And that's important to us because I'm not getting the movement there. So that's important to us because there are a number of solutions in the space that are project management tools that then say, hey, we want to support AWP. We've taken kind of the other approach to that, which is we started in solving the problems around advanced work packaging and work-phase planning, and then now we've expanded out into digital project management. And we think that's important because at the core of our solution, the technology is built around this idea of being able to package and scope work and then apply and execute that work in an agile fashion. So we're not a solution that said, hey, we've got a standard approach to project management and then we want to try to insert AWP or a better process into that. We started from the ground up building around the better process, and now we've expanded that functionality out into being a digital project management solution. Our client base is roughly half owners and EPCs with a growing component of contractors. Don't need to go into detail on these, but the idea here being that we are focused both on the owners and the EPC side of this, and there are unique challenges to each of those. From a high level, we've got over 500 projects. We've done this globally all over the place with lots of contractors and owners. So we have lots of experience deploying this in lots of different places and adjusting AWP and making the technology flexible enough to support that. The other key piece to this is that it is a complete solution across the entire project lifecycle. So the other thing that we saw when we entered into this space, and for those of you who have been on this journey with us for the last 8 or 9 years, we started in identifying what were the missing pieces. So those of you who are familiar know that there were a set of technologies that came out in the early 2000s that were around work-phase planning. And the first thing that we identified was that there really was no constraint management functionality. So there was this ability to identify packages. You could go in and click on a model and you could build a scope of work. And then after that, it sort of stopped. And then you'd come back and say the work was done. And we said, hey, there's a lot of stuff that happens in between there that's really important. And so where we started was laser focused on, hey, we're going to solve the constraint management problem. And then we said, well, hey, there's this other problem, which is that the work packages themselves need to be managed through a flow. And so we said, hey, this is a work management solution. And so we built out the ability to have custom status workflows and all the associated activities that go with that, constraints and approvals and all the functions that you need to be able to move a package through a flow. And so when you think about O3 and our approach and design philosophy, we're really focused on the idea that we need to drive users to action. It's not just about scoping a package, it's about getting that work done. And the way that we scope and plan that work allows us to get that work done better, more efficiently, and safer. But at the end of the day, if you're not driving people to action and actually executing that work, then you're really not moving the needle. So a key piece to our philosophy is that, hey, you really need to be able to push people and drive the action through those stages. And so when you look at our functionality all the way across the life cycle, we have packages that line up with the different phases, but everywhere through there, they leverage our engines around constraint management, approval management, workflow management, the critical pieces that we're always trying to drive people to action. And that's where we differentiated ourselves from the earlier providers who launched their products in the early 2000s. And then we moved into the non-graphical packaging, and then we added all the graphical packaging. And now we've replaced some of those older solutions on jobs because now we have all of that functionality, not just the graphical scoping component, but actually the managing of that through. And then as we'll talk about a little bit later, we've expanded that beyond just advanced work packaging into really digital project management. So that highlights a little bit of the strategy that I'm going to share with you guys. So when we think about O3 and our strategy and what we're focused on, the key piece here that I want people to walk away with is that we've moved beyond just being a work-phase planning or advanced work packaging tool into a digital project management solution. And when we say that, what we mean by that is that we have projects that are using our solution without any real use of advanced work packaging or work-phase planning as a methodology. And the reason why that's important is because we understand that there are projects, particularly as companies are transitioning into leveraging AWP, there are projects that are not using full AWP or using a small portion of that. And particularly when you talk about portfolios of projects, it's much better if you can have a solution that you use across all those projects and you develop what we call a digital foundation across those projects, and then you can layer on additional process change and process optimization over time. So if you think about what it takes to introduce both technology and process change, those are two big change management challenges. But if you first implement a digital foundation, you can then optimize on top of that and introduce new process change. And so by focusing on being a tool that can be used across projects, regardless of the level of AWP maturity on those projects, that allows us to get that digitalization of the existing process in place. And then as the maturity increases, you can increase the level of AWP or workplace planning maturity on those projects. The other thing that I want to drive home, and it's that O3 is a mission critical solution. So where we started was a point solution and being an add-on to existing tools and solving the problem of constraint management that largely had been forgotten by the earlier providers. Where we are today is a global enterprise mission critical solution. And that's a big part of how we think about our approach. So when you move from being a nice to have to a mission critical solution, there's a lot of things you have to do on the back end, right, around the infrastructure that supports the tool, around the way that you approach your hosting environments and your technology infrastructure. So there's a lot of things that we've had to do to allow us to be a mission critical solution, and we'll talk more about that as we go through today. But those are some of the key things that enter into our design philosophy and our thinking and our approach. And then the other piece that I want to share with you is that the O3 team is rapidly expanding. And so we're excited to announce, for those of you that are not aware, but O3 recently partnered with a private equity organization called M33 Growth, based out of Boston. And with that financial partner, we've been able to rapidly expand our operations, and we're very excited to have them on board. They are focused on the industrial construction technology space. They have a number of investments that they have in that area, so they're a great partner and understand our space well. But this is great for us because those of you who have been on this journey with us know that we've built this thing from the ground up through a process of really reinvesting as we've reinvesting our resources back into the solution and into our team, but now we're able to really lever that up to the next level. So very exciting for us, and I think you'll see that. There are a number of new faces in the room with us today, and you're going to continue to see that because we are in a state of rapid expansion. So I want to talk a little bit about the purpose for today and why we are here. So what will make today a success? Today will be a success if everyone in this room understands how their peers are leveraging O3 today and the value that folks are getting at it. And we're hoping that other people today will hear others speak and they'll understand how to take that back and take advantage of that within their own organizations. The other piece is that we want folks here to understand the short and long-term vision for where O3 is going. We're a very transparent organization. We like to share with folks about how we're thinking, how our strategy, where we're going from a product roadmap perspective, because with that transparency, then we can get feedback and we can learn how to improve. So some of the key things that we're looking for today is to understand from y'all how we can get better at what we're doing. So we're looking for feedback on our roadmap, we're looking for feedback on our strategy, we're looking for feedback on our approach, we're looking for feedback throughout how we execute. So this is a critical component. When we think about our strategy, we like to say that it'd be nice to say that we're the smartest guys and we come up with the best ideas. But in reality, I think our success lies in the fact that we're good listeners. So we have great ideas about where we think the product can go and where we think we can make the industry better. But really what we do well is we sit down with our clients and our prospects and we understand their problems and then we adapt our solution to support those. So a big part of that is meetings like this where we get feedback from y'all, and there'll be a session at the end. We're going to ask you to give us some additional feedback on our roadmap and ideas on where we need to go. So those of you who are champing at the bit to talk about AI, you'll get an opportunity to do that later today. We want to hear your feedback in that and many other areas. So today will be a success if you all walk out of here understanding how other people are using the technology, you understand where we think the industry needs to go, and then you give us feedback on that, and so we can improve and get better. And come on in. I'm getting a little feedback on this one here. Yeah, you guys hearing that? Yeah, I hear it. Yeah, there's a little bit of feedback on this here. So what are we asking from y'all today? Active engagement. So we really want y'all to be engaged in this process. Everyone should have had access to Slido. So as we're going, if you have ideas or questions or comments, please do capture those so that we can get that feedback into our presenters and have an active process of Q&A. We've built in Q&A throughout. So please do that. Also, when we do our workshop session, we're going to have everyone get up. You'll see there's some sticky pads and markers on your table. Everyone's going to get up, and we're going to use those to capture those concepts on the wall. So again, active engagement. We're going to want folks. This is not just a one-way push. This is meant to be a push-pull, so please do actively participate in that. And as you do, it's honest and candid feedback, right? The good, the bad, the ugly. We want all of that type of feedback because that's how we get better. So please do provide honest feedback. We'll ask people to give honest feedback on our sessions today. We want to improve this conference altogether. We've been doing this for a number of years now. We do plus deltas on these as well. So if there are even comments on, hey, the coffee wasn't good, we want to have that feedback as well. We want to make sure we improve everything that we do. On that note, there is coffee and water and tea in the back of the room all day. Okay, and then we want your help in moving the industry forward. So the intent of this, obviously there's a component of this where we're hoping that this helps move O3 and helps improve our standing in the space, but those of you who know us well know that we are dedicated to improving this space. It's not just about O3, it's about moving the industry forward. So even in our workshop session, we will capture concepts that maybe are not things that O3 can help solve, but we'll share that information back. We'll share that back with the industry. It may be helping other software companies to help us in expanding the industry. It may be something that Autodesk walks away with and says, hey, we need to help. That's an area where we can help. So it's not just about O3. This really is meant to help us move the industry forward. So please do participate and give us that feedback. So with that, I'm going to introduce, and I have to use my notes here because Amy gave us, she has quite the extensive bio, and I want to get it correct here. So with Amy Marks is our keynote speaker. She's the Executive Vice President of Global Strategy for Symmetry. They're a global provider of digital BIM, product design, and lifecycle solutions. And so you'll see that one of the key reasons why we wanted Amy to speak here today was that while she has exposure and experience with AWP, she also has exposure outside of that in the construction space. So she's going to talk a little bit about, here's some things that we're seeing outside of the AWP world that are working, and that's to help us drive and think about how can we apply those things into our space as well. She has more than 20 years as a leader and change agent in the AECO and manufacturing industry. She's known as the queen of prefab for those that follow her on social media. She's a pioneer amongst her colleagues and highly regarded, sought-after industry speaker and thought leader. She participates in hundreds of industry events and has a large social media footprint with thousands of followers and over 9 million views for her Queen of Prefab YouTube series. She has a focus on strategic business outcomes, including digital transformation, industrialized construction, and sustainability. Amy channels her passion for change to inspire customers toward a vision of what's possible not only today, but in the future, and motivates internal teams to keep pushing the envelope for transformative results. She's a graduate of UF, Roll Tide, and alumni of Harvard Business School. Amy is a mom to her daughter, Mackenzie, she's an avid sports fan, having played competitive rugby for almost 15 years. I also played competitive rugby, so that's another reason why we have her here. Andrew Foy also played competitive rugby, which is why we hired him. So, it's part of our culture. So, but I'm pleased to welcome Amy Marks to the stage as today's keynote speaker for the AWP xChange. Please help me in welcoming Amy.
Man, that was a lot about me, to be honest. I think my EA must have sent over too much stuff. Clicker, here we go. So we did a safety minute. I always like to start with the diversity minute. So I think it's fantastic. We met at several conferences. To be honest, there weren't a lot of women speakers at some of the shows that I've been to in the AWP world. And so I appreciate you allowing me to come and stand out. I've always stood out in most rooms. Let some of you know what it's like to stand out. But also my minute is about diversity. We were sharing earlier about neural diversity, and so I'm on the spectrum in lots of ways. I love patterns. I love business models. I went to Harvard Business School while I was pregnant. By the way, I'm the only crazy woman that went back to school to do that program while I was pregnant, 3 months pregnant when I started. So I think it's great for us to think differently. And I'm going to challenge you today to realize that there's a big commercial construction world out there where people are doing different things, and not everything's going to apply to you that I'm going to talk about today. But what if it could? What if you could take one thing from this talk today and apply it to your business? That's what I'm going to challenge you with. Most of you know each other in the room. I usually say meet 5 great people. You should also do that. But today, let's talk about maybe taking one thing away, one concrete step of action you can take from this presentation today. A little bit about me. The Queen of Prefab is not a self-given name, by the way. I feel the need to say that after a lot of people. Like, I used to be a CEO of my own company, and I owned several manufacturing companies and construction companies, conventional construction companies, and also prefabricated companies. But I didn't ever do houses, so don't ever ask me about colors or toilets, unless it's like 1,000 bathroom pods. I don't actually really care what color your carpet is. I did a lot of semiconductor work and data center work. I've actually used to be one of the biggest prefabricated data center providers to the sub-optic industry, as well as like the telecom business. We did 10,000 telecom buildings and things like that. So don't judge a book by its cover. I say a lot of times on an airplane, sometimes they think I'm a hairdresser when I'm going where I'm going, and then they think construction expert, that's so weird. And I say, yeah, we don't all look like that. I spent 6 years in Singapore back and forth as their construction, prefabrication, DFMA expert with the BCA, the government there. So I don't know, when I got that name, by the way, I went to Asia to speak at a conference, and I used to sign my name A. Marks, and the guy right before he introduced me said, like, where's your boss? And I was like, what do you mean? And he was like, where's the man we hired to talk at the conference, the CEO? And I looked behind me and I said, like, I'm the CEO, the man you hired to speak at the conference. And then he walked out on stage and he introduced me as the Queen of Prefab, and it was kind of funny. And I think I said something like, Prefab Barbie is taken, apparently, so I'll be the Queen of Prefab. And then my friends all laughed, and they just started hashtagging it. So I like to say, like, I've been around the world doing lots of crazy jobs. I've shipped on the Antonov, I was saying yesterday, with a plane that opens up. I've dropped data centers out of, like, you know where. I've done 6 embassies for the US government that we built in the United States and shipped overseas. So like, if I can do that, I feel like you could apply one of these things to AWP today. So don't ask me about houses, as I said before. But I think we all know this, right? So we've had a lot of change over the last few years. More change than we ever expected. Yes, mostly due to COVID. But also I think it's not just about COVID, it's the way we decided to start interacting with technology, right? It's all about our own behavior. I like to tell a story. I had a friend who owned a giant mechanical contracting firm. For 3 years, he had a task force on how they were going to do digital signatures in his company and how we're going to move to a more digital world. They didn't do it until COVID, and 3 days later, they're doing digital signatures. And I was like, listen, nobody invented new technology in the last 3 days since COVID. You just decided you were going to interact differently with this technology, and so you moved forward and past that. So think about what we look towards for ourselves. What resistance do we create for ourselves? So speaking of resistance, in every talk, I show this slide. This is Dan Miller's formula for change. And a woman actually came up with this, and then they gave credit to 2 other men. And she had to fight back to get credit for this. By the way, I'm not a feminist. I say I'm a capitalist all the time, but I do love this story. So, and she fought back to get credit for it, and this is her formula. And so change is formulaic. You have to be dissatisfied with the way things are, number one. And that means you're either unhappy or you're aspirational to reach something that you can't actually achieve. So it doesn't have to be like you're miserable, but you want something that you can't have, right? Or you're in some place that you don't want to be in. So after that, you have to have a vision for what is possible. I'm going to show you some of those things today. I think O3 is showing you some other things today. You have to have a vision, right? And then after that, this is where most companies fall down. They don't have a first concrete step of action. They go to these conferences. They're overwhelmed by vision. They don't know where to start. They don't buy anything. They don't do anything. And they just get stuck, right? But all of that has to be greater than the resistance you are going to encounter in order to have change. Resistance normally doesn't come externally from external sources. It's usually internal within yourself, within your own organization. So I ask you, if you're hitting resistance in some of the change initiatives that you have, first look inward, then look within your own company, and then you can start talking about how you can't change because the owner never said you had to start tracking carbon or whatever that is. So keep this in mind, because I like to live my life by this as well. How many of you are unhappy with the state of AWP at the moment, or your world, or your company? One in the back, very honest. A couple people. Anybody unhappy in the sense they'd like to be so much more than what they are right now, or they'd like AWP to be so much more widely accepted? All right. I think one of the benefits of having me as a keynote is that, like, what do you think prefabrication industrialized construction was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago when I started? I probably heard the word no more times than I can count. Why would you want to do things faster, Amy Marks? Because like then I can't charge as much in my general conditions, and I don't want to do as many jobs. I just want to charge for all my people out there. I literally heard that from a C-suite of the largest construction companies. It is different, right? You have to start thinking like we are trying to move industries in a particular direction. And I was saying to Josh earlier, the prefabrication conference that I chair for the last 8 years started 8 years ago with 23 people at it. And we're now over 1,300 people in that movement that come together every year for learning. And like we need to do the same with AWP, and we need to join forces and have cross-pollination with the innovators and the people that know what it's like to hear no, or, you know, like convincing people to use AWP. Trust me, I've been in a lot of rooms where I try to convince people to do industrialized construction. I've come up with some good ways of like, you know, persuading people over time for better and newer ideas. This is why I'm actually unhappy, right? So we are at critical problems. 5 years ago, when I would go to those CEOs and say like, hey, we should think about industrialized construction, they'd be like, don't take my jobs away. My guys, don't take their jobs. And I was like, I think we have a real big problem coming. And like, basically, we all see what it is now. We don't have skilled labor. We should have thought about this 10 years ago. But now all of a sudden we're in a critical issue where we have everybody retiring. I'm 53. I have a little while to retire, not so much. But most of the women and men that work with tools, I mean, let's say the 3% of women that work with tools and the 97% of men that work with tools are older and they are retiring, right? We have a problem. Our architects are retiring. We have a lot of domain expertise. I always point to my brain when I say domain expertise that was yet to be codified in technology. Think about those people in your office that you cannot live without. You better start thinking about how to get some of that domain expertise into some of this technology so that we can start learning from it. And look, I always use Yeti as actually my example, so thanks for this cup, Josh. If you think about construction, when you start a project, 41% of a construction project is actually called transactional waste. Meetings on meetings on meetings, iterations on iterations on iterations, drawing things that will never be built, bidding to people that will never win projects. That transaction waste is 41%. After that, from the money that you have left over, 30 to 40% of what you have in your pocket ends up in materials that end up in the landfills. If you had Yeti went on the news tomorrow, I always say, like, if I went to watch the news and they were like, hey, that Yeti cup that you love so much, 30 to 40% of the materials for that Yeti cup actually end up in the landfill, I can guarantee you I wouldn't have Yeti cups making babies in my cabinet every day. I would probably stop drinking from Yeti cups, although we actually think it's completely acceptable that we collectively are responsible for 30 to 40% of what's in our landfills right now. That is shocking. Shocking to me. We're basically in the blood diamond business at this point. We're in construction slavery almost at this point with what we are doing to this planet. And I'm serious. Like, think about where these materials are coming from. I know we've talked about some of the big companies have actually figured out where they're getting materials from and making sure there's not construction slavery for real. But we are also responsible for 40% of the carbon emissions on this planet. Who, raise your hand again now, is dissatisfied in the space that we work in right now? Anyone else dissatisfied? Okay, well, you don't have to be like, and again, you don't have to be in the green movement to think like, it's just trash, right? We're throwing a lot of stuff in the trash. I don't want to walk through trash that I made for my kid who's 15. And everybody talks about, we got to do more with less. We got to do more with less. And like, this is the most shocking thing to me, which I think is stopping us from moving forward. We are a $14 trillion ecosystem that has yet to be touched by e-commerce. Your Amazon, Alibaba, Ariba, and we have not actually, there's a whole world of people in these platforms that they don't touch, right? So I like to say, like, I could literally I could order a pizza right now if I had my Apple Watch on. I could order a pizza with more technology and have it delivered to this room than most of you use when you're getting a $500,000 piece of equipment that's showing up to your job site. Think about that. I have GPS tracking, I have background checks, I have where it's 2 minutes before my house, I have touchless contact. I could literally order a pizza when most of you are like, hold on, let me call somebody to call somebody else to call somebody else to see if that thing is actually gonna show up today while people are waiting for it. That's shocking, right? Like, how many people are in this room under 30? Anybody? That's why O3 is awesome. I mean, and I want you to look around, like, we are somewhat similar if you look around this room, right? Like, we've got to get younger people, people with diverse perspectives, people with different backgrounds, different orientations, different upbringings. We've got to get them into this room to start thinking about, why is that acceptable that I can't do that on my job site? Yes, we've got a lot of things that happen with remote work, and we've leveraged a lot more in technology, as I said before about my friend. But again, we have a really big problem. It's not that so many people are coming and we need people to come in. That's one thing. It's, what do those people know that are leaving that we have not gathered that information? So that's why it's really, really super critical that we start thinking about this right now on what's going on. Because I'm like, are we really doing more with less? I don't know. Like, I think we think like some small incremental changes we've had over the last few years has made us like exponentially better, but we're still the least digitized, group in society, type of industry in society. I see that every day. We're the least productive. We're the least digitized. I mean, those things are obviously connected in some way. If you think about it, I'm tired of losing. I have been a competitive athlete my whole life. As Josh said, my daughter is in the national championships for high school rugby this weekend. We're a very competitive family. Why are we in a losing business? Why are we okay being in a losing industry? And it's so needed. We need to have more resources. We need more data centers. We need more hospitals. We need more power. And we're really not succeeding. So the way we're building right now is not scalable. There's only one J, right? There's only one of you. When you leave, it's whatever came in your brain and all these wonderful things and how you convince people to do AWP and all the benefits go with you, unless we can leave some of that legacy behind in the people we inspire, in the technology that we codified, and it's not sustainable. So I put this together because we were talking about, like, where have we come from? And I think it was interesting to hear where O3 has been and where you're going. And this should look familiar to pretty much everybody out there, like, we're not in this for like hundreds of years. We're only in this for decades at this point. Like, we're really kind of new to the technology scene. If you think about construction, how many of you pass construction sites all the time and you're like, that has not changed in the last 100 years, the way they're building that building every single day, right? My daughter passes her school every morning and she tells me, Mommy, that building's not gonna be done in front of my school until 2027. And she's like, they should have just done a prefab. And I was like, probably, but we have to watch it being stick built every single day while I go past her school and watch the fact that that will not be there when my daughter graduates high school. So, but we've been on a progression, right? I like to think when BIM came, which is three-dimensional modeling, and that's the word that Autodesk uses for that area. They call it building information modeling. In AWP, we call it 3D modeling. That came about actually in the late 90s, early 2000s. And the theory about it was connected BIM. It wasn't just supposed to be a three-dimensional model that you just took stuff off paper. It was supposed to do something. And how many of you are contractors in here? Raise your hand. How many BIM models have you ever received that you cannot build from? Pretty much every one of them, right? That was not the intent of why we were going to three-dimensional models. We were going to three-dimensional models originally so that you could connect the data, so that there would be metadata associated with that thing, so it would be drawn correctly, but you can't make a duck a dog, right? So they decided to pick a software that actually didn't have rules and constraints like we were used to when we were using SolidWorks or other things like that. They used a design software that you could, I like to say, stretch things beyond their manufacturability and make them taller or wider. Things that you can't do that some architect is like, what do you mean you can't build it like that? And you're like, you've obviously never been on a job site before, right? I remember in my business, we started I was a big proponent of Victaulic in the beginning, and people told me I was crazy. They can't do Victaulic. Data centers can't have Victaulic. Now every data center has Victaulic and ProPress and Nibco fittings and things like that. And I'll never forget, in my business, I walked out to the shop and a guy handed me a tool. It was like this big. And he was like, do you know what this is, Amy? And I said, I don't. And he said, I need to open this tool all the way up and I need to clamp it down. And you put that connection all the way in the corner of that thing that I cannot, this does not fit. And I was like, I got it. So that's actually, not only do we want to understand the building in 3 dimension with metadata, we want to understand the means and methods we're going to build it in, right? Because just because it's modeled there, my guy couldn't fit the tool there or his body, and it was impossible for him to make the connection. The lucky part for me is I just walked out to my shop and he could show me that, as opposed to like the millions of RFIs now you have to write in order to be able to fit the tool in that place. But we do have some cool influences going on, like influencing going on around this world. I used to call the tech-driven side of the West Coast like the DPR effect. For those of you who know DPR, I think they were like super innovative back in the day. So like if DPR did it, everybody did it on the West Coast, right? And it sort of slowly got to the East Coast. But they were really into lean. My friend Will Litchdig wrote the integrated form of agreement there. So I am trained in lean manufacturing. I'm not really a big fan of lean construction, to be honest. I think they lost a little about the manufacturing side of that and got a little bit too people focused. But the lean influences from lean construction come from there, and the green buildings and all of that, which is positive. I think, obviously down in this space, if you're from Texas, the energy sector has driven a lot of our innovation over here and business growth, and that's where AWP, I think, really generates the majority of the projects from. In Florida, obviously, we have hurricanes, so climate adaptability. By the way, that's a word you're going to hear phrasing a lot, like adaptability, climate adaptability. Like we have erosion of our oceans, like coming into our building spaces. We've got different weather patterns you're going to start hearing that more than even carbon coming up. Like the life cycle of water will be a big thing that we're learning from all these places. In the East Coast, academic influence. We have big pharma. I live in New Jersey. Everyone is pharma there. Exxon is leaving, unfortunately, for my town. And we have a lot of urban construction, right? So density, we learned how to do things that are densely populated. And up right below the car manufacturers, we learned a lot about manufacturing. And there's mega projects out there right now. We talked about when you do your LIRA, like you're competing with the $10 billion job right now that's in Indiana, $3 billion of which has already started. And there's not enough labor even to do the first phase of that healthcare project, let alone the $10 billion thing that they actually need to build. So and food service out there and processing plants. Now, we're competing and we're trying to figure out how do you do all this with the mega projects that are going on all the time. Oh, here we go. I think I'm in the right place, good. So this is kind of a boring slide, but it's a little bit boring, the results. We've done some stuff, yeah, we have some efficiencies, we're better at communicating. How can we not be better than, my dad used to have a fax machine. We're obviously better at communicating. It didn't take that much to get better at communicating. For those of you, my dad was in commercial construction with my mom. They started a business, but yeah, he used to fax everything. We've gotten better at that, obviously. Cost reduction, I don't think so much. I think that's an area we focus on, but I don't think we've done so well at it. I think because things have become more complex, it's sort of a hard thing to get cheaper when things have gotten more complex and our legal system has made it more difficult and there's layers on layers on layers of complexity and our building codes are different in every town that you go to and they're using different codes. It's been hard. Quality control, I think we've gotten better at some quality control. For those of you who don't realize this, the majority of MEP contractors that are in the top 200 MEP contractors are mostly fabricating everything that they are putting out on job sites these days. So I like to say, unfortunately, industrialized construction gets a bad rap because they think about it as sexy boxes stacking on sexy boxes. But actually, I think of a lot of the best quality coming out of those shops are things that are above the ceiling, behind the walls, underground, things that nobody ever sees when you look into these millions of buildings being built. So we have gotten a little bit better at quality. I'll say risk management. We have to keep up with risk management or else we all go out of business. And I think we have gotten better at safety, although yesterday, funny enough, we were talking about somebody's video and they were saying they filmed all this stuff and they could only use 2 minutes of it because the guy wasn't wearing gloves or he didn't have glasses on. I'm that's why we don't have social media in construction because nobody will let anybody film anything because God forbid somebody looks like they're standing under the load, even if they're not standing under the load. We don't actually let people put things on TV. So I think though that safety has gotten better. And there's spotty pockets of greatness, right? That's what I would call it, spotty pockets of greatness, where I could point to a job that, yes, there was a job down for ExxonMobil where they did 10% better on productivity than planned. Is every job better, 10% productivity? No, but that was a pretty good example that you could get there, right? I think using lean, they are reporting better schedules and more collaboration and increased safety. I think we see that a lot. Although in the lean world, there were some studies at one point saying most jobs in general are over budget and over scheduled. So the ones that are using sort of the best are actually achieving, I like to say, cost certainty. Very few of them are getting savings, but some do. And yeah, sure, automation and prefabrication can give you productivity benefits, Mostly because if you have repetitive in nature type things, and I don't mean the boxes, I mean like a million assemblies of like complex MEP that you're putting through, 40 or 50 or 100 of them, but we're doing them inside, and we are seeing some quality control, boosting productivity, but only a little bit, right? Like mostly we get it from the concurrency that happens with prefab and industrialized construction, meaning you can build things simultaneously that you don't have to wait in a linear format to build. So like I could build rooftop units. Where's my guys from nVent? I saw you're here. Love my friends at nVent, that's you. Sorry. Like you can build things concurrent. You can buy things even these days. You don't have to build them anymore. You can buy and concurrently install assemblies. Yes, where we put them together is where the rubber meets the road, but we're seeing some spotty pockets of greatness. And I'm like, maybe because I'm just never satisfied. That's why I'm an agent for change. Is this all we have? Is this it? Is this all we're gonna get? Like spotty pockets of greatness, I'm over it. Like I feel like we should do better than that. And here's why I think we don't do better. If you look at pharma and oil and gas right now, let's talk about pharma. How many of you have heard about what's going on with the weight loss drugs and the pharmaceutical business right now? Anybody? Ozempic, everyone can take a shot, you can lose weight. They cannot make that drug fast enough, and people will pay anything to actually get their doses for that. So they're focused on, they have a very high return on investment. Why? They're focused on new drug releases and go-to-market activities. Let's think about oil and gas. Also high return on investment. They are focusing, in fact, they're doing tons of AI now on like resource location and extraction, and they're thinking about like, how do I get more resources out of the ground or wherever it's coming from, and how do I do cost efficiencies? Why? Because they make money at that. What are we all trying to do? We are trying to not lose. I mean, really, right? Like we are in a business where no one's like, hey, I want to 10x my revenue this year, for the most part, unless you're in software, then you should 10x your revenue. But like, we are not in a business where we're looking for wins. Would you agree with that? I think we're just looking not to lose. Most of my friends are like, I just am tired of when they decide to retire from being like contractors, they're like, I'm tired of being a gambler. I don't want to be a gambler anymore. It's like, I know if I win the job, I'm like, am I happy or really upset that I won the job? I don't know. They don't want to live their life anymore trying not to lose. And I think that's part of the mindset we have to start thinking about, right? Like we talked about it yesterday, Jeremy, right? Like every time you talk to your bosses, you're like, I can make sure that we stay on schedule. I can make sure we don't lose money at this. It's like, we're just trying not to lose. If one of the things you take away from this is a winning attitude and thinking you should break outside of your business and be like, how do I 10x revenue for my company? Like pretend that you are responsible for making revenue for your company. I often would say that when I was at larger companies prior to where I am now, and I found myself, no offense to my friends that are in a room, I would sit in a room and be like, pretend you have to make money in this group right now. Let's just pretend this was your business. And you, like getting a better house or a swimming pool was dependent upon us figuring out how to 10x this. I think that's part of our problem, right? We are just trying not to lose. Do you feel that some days? Like, I'm just looking at the faces of people in the room. Do you feel like you're just trying not to lose? I see my friends at Autodesk in the back saying yes. Some people saying yes in the back. We're just trying not to lose, right? Who wants to be in a business where you try not to lose? So I wrote this maybe like a year ago, 2 years ago. I don't actually love the words digital transformation. I think it's like very overused. And especially if you can't give it like an actual example, no offense to naming this, I think everybody calls it whatever they want to call it. But like for me, I'm a very tangible, tactical, practical agent for change thought leader. Because why? I mean, I worked with guys that right next to the guys with the tools my whole life, and I've been in factories, and so I've been dirty, and I know what that's like. So I think things are very practical. So I think, what does digital transformation mean to me, right? First, I want to have access to my information. I just need to have it structured and organized so that people can actually start like looking at the data, prioritizing what data is important to look at. Like everybody starts with like, we want to do this stuff with AI and we want to have it do this. And I'm like, where does your data live? What data do you want to apply AI to? Is it clean data? We're actually talking to customers right now where I'm like, maybe you should think about using AI to clean up the data that you're thinking about applying AI to. And that's really the position we're in right now, to be honest, because most of the data is bad. And it's just so much of it that they don't even know how to look at it. So I first think like, do I even know what information I am looking at, that I am trying to get information organized, right? What capabilities do I want one day, and what information am I trying to understand? After that, you are happy at this point. We're trying not to lose. Most people are like, I just want some insights. They're like, while I'm building a building or while I'm building something or some assembly, I just want to know where I'm at the current state. Or right after I'm done, I'm like, how did I do? And I feel like those are called insights, right? You're trying to like correlate some data to like understand something that happened or is happening. How many of you feel like you're living in the world of insights right now? Anybody? How many of you feel like you're still in information? You don't actually know where your data is. You're trying to understand data. Any of you, be honest. Like anybody in there, I see you guys shaking your head back in the back. Like knowing where your data is, right? You don't have a common data environment potentially yet. You don't actually know how you're passing this information, right? How many of you feel like you've gotten into intelligence? How many of you feel like the data that you have actually allows you to predict certain things, right? In the back, I've got my guys that you're gonna present later. Obviously, if I'm using some of the software, I can certainly predict some things with O3. If you're all customers, you should all raise your hand, Josh said. But we wanna be proactive, right? And I guess outside of the stuff I'm looking at with O3, I wanna be able to like predict something, know something is going to happen. Like, look, my friend Deborah works at IPA, right? Like they are helping gather a bunch of data. She's not here today. But they're looking at this data and they're trying to tell you, like, based on this data, your job's gonna be on time, or it's gonna be late, or you have these issues, right? We're all trying to hopefully move up to some sort of intelligence where we can think about simulating some things, not just predicting with our gut feel, but could we actually simulate some of these outcomes or emulate some of these outcomes using technology to see how this is going to actually occur. See how that three-dimensional model is going to move or go through the building or be, all of you, when you're blocking things out in AWP, you're really trying to simulate what this construction project is gonna look like, where the work packages are, how it's gonna get done, right? But do we actually really wanna simulate? I wanna simulate multiple scenarios. I wanna understand, like if you've seen James Chu talk, I wanna know what it's like when something doesn't show up, how does the algorithm tell me I have to redo this schedule so that I can still get done on time, knowing that that piece of equipment isn't showing up, right? But I think ultimately, I'd like, and there are people that are already at that in our industry and other industries. I want to be in a cognitive place. What does that mean? Is like, we had a long conversation about AI last night, and we work heavily in AI in our space, and I'm like, I don't need AI to make decisions for me. I need AI to actually allow me to do something better with my time so that I can make a decision and not, I have better things to do than gathering up all this data, looking at all this data. I want it to advise me, right? Now, could it make the decision? It can. There are buildings I walk in right now, some of the best in the world, where you have sensors on your body in your room and they're like, Amy's temperature is X today. She's holding her coffee. She's obviously walking at a speed that is faster than normal. We better turn the air conditioning up in her room. That's true. That exists. People they're looking at your body functions to understand like what should the adjustment be in the space that you're in. That is possible. It happens in certain buildings, not a million of them. Maybe you're afraid of those things happening, but I personally want my air conditioning to be lowered if I'm like, amped up that day. But we want the systems to actually think for themselves, and they should be able to adjust, like I just said. And we want to have continuous improvement. It should advise me on how I can be getting better all the time. Now, ultimately, I could make that decision, right? But I don't have to gather the speed at which I'm walking, what I'm holding, the temperature. I just go, hey, Amy's doing this. It says I should lower her air conditioning. Like, yes, lower Amy's air conditioning. And again, I'm using like a super simple example so that we get it. But I think I'd like to get to cognitive, where many of my systems are like, hey, that guy's got to install now. If he doesn't install now and you don't get him on the job site, this is not getting done. How many of you would love to have that kind of advice? Me too, right? On a daily basis, right? I want them to like, how your kids, like, I go, are you failing this class? And she goes, no, they just didn't post the grades. I want AI to actually, tell me like what the predicted grade is when my kid came home so that I don't have to ask her that question 48 times, right? Are you failing? In order to get to that place, and a lot of people are gonna talk about this today, you need a common data environment. And then and only then, if you have a common data environment and you have your data organized, can you start applying logic to that, where you can start looking at AI and understanding how that can work for you in a meaningful way. Today, there are plenty of products that Autodesk owns where there's some AI component in that that's doing some function. I don't mean that. I mean where AI actually touches me in my world, in my day-to-day. And in order to get there, I always say common data environment. You need to be this tall to ride the ride. If you do not have your data organized and you do not have a common data environment, you are not getting on the roller coaster. Just curious, how many of you guys know what I mean when I say common data environment in this room? And it's okay. Ooh, a few, not everybody, good. We'll talk a little bit more about it as we go. I just want to make you feel bad for a minute. These are the ones that didn't make it, some of them. But like, you should look at that. By the way, how many of you are CEOs or C-suite or VPs in your group? If you are not, what's your name and the nice suit? Stuart. If part of your job every day is not thinking how your company is going to be wiped off the face of the earth, you are not doing your job, in my opinion. Well, there you go, right? So like, I feel like that is our responsibility as owners of companies and C-suite. Like, you better be thinking about how you're going to be disrupted. I know that's a weird word, but Clayton Christensen, love the man, was my professor actually. You better be thinking about how you're going to be disruptive every single day, because it's happening faster than it's ever happened before. And most of these companies, all of them dealt with the technology disruption and didn't adjust. So back to formula for change. This is not so visionary, the next couple things, but I'm just going to show you what is actually going on out there. So like, maybe it's visionary for you because you're doing some of this, maybe you're not doing all of it, and we're going to go kind of fast. So I'm going to look through some of these things, and we're going to talk about like, think about what you're doing in some of these spaces, and I'm going to show you what's actually going on. So I told you I chair that conference. We decided to do a research project last year. We had 225 people in the room, 224 actually, in the room, mostly of C-level and above, managers, directors, C-level and above. Instead of them taking a research project where like people don't actually know what you mean when you say some question, we got up and we did a live class for 5 to 8 minutes about common data environment, about decarbonization. And so we taught them something, and then we asked them some questions on their phone. So I can tell you that these answers are the answers that they meant to say. Unlike most of the research that I read every single day, I actually wanted like some real stuff. So how many of you have experience with industrialized construction, modularization? You call it DFMA? All of you, good. So I like to think of it as the application of manufacturing techniques to what we're putting together in the built environment. These are proven manufacturing techniques. How many of you are just-in-time Toyota fans? Anyone? Me? I love that, so I'm making an homage. Industrialized construction is not just building construction under a roof, just not making assemblies, hand-bending things as we talked about yesterday and like moving it off-site. That is not enough, right? We live in a world of IoT sensors and machine learning and AI. We can apply things like that because we are in a controlled environment more so than others, but it's all about big data and analytics. It's about reuse of these components. It's about, I always say, how many of you, anyone in here, architects or engineers? What's your name in the back? I think you should be judged on everything you never have to draw again. So I think we should be assembling architecture if you're counting on assembling pieces and parts in the building. So we have to start thinking about building information modeling, three-dimensional modeling, and manufacturing informed design. Understanding, I would never, by the way, you're an architect, I would never try to make my own generator. You don't mess with the alternator in the generator, right? And it comes in like, 200, 250, 300s from Kohler as an example. You're not like, hey, I love it, but today I'm gonna make a 217.5 generator, right? But we do it every single day. We are making all these bespoke things that don't need to be bespoke. Why? Because you get paid, no offense, to draw them in a bespoke way, and we should stop doing that. We should start judging you on how many things you don't have to draw, and then we should pay you for that. I think predictive manufacturing tools are super important when we're thinking about, again, my friend's James Chu that loves to come here. And design for manufacturing and assembly is a dumb name in our space. And you're like, wait, you're the DFMA expert. And I was like, yeah, because in manufacturing, it meant the people that make stuff actually make the decisions. In our world, it's the people that have the data that should actually be drawing things and understanding. It's the makers that we're not always getting to the front of this process. And again, not just if you have to go to the front of the process with your mouth and your feet, you didn't do it well enough. We got to start getting the technology from the makers up to the front. And we see a lot of component parts in prefabrication, but we have to start making them as products, right? Like there are a million things, by the way, in this room you'll say, but you can never make that a product, and you can never make that a product. And I'm like, great, then don't make that a product. Make everything else a product. So right now we're starting with like so many known things as products in a lot of these spaces, and let's say it's 5%. I don't know what it is in like industrial, maybe it's 20%, I'm not sure. But like you're at this place, and if 100% fully productized is like you don't have to draw anything and you're just assembling everything, we're not going from 5% to 100 tomorrow. You have to slowly go from like 5 to 10% known to all the rest of the unknown. And the data around those, the metadata associated with those three-dimensional models is important so that we can start doing things like robotics and automation and additive manufacturing. That's super important. And so this is from the regular, I'm gonna call it the commercial guys. if you think about it, 63% of the respondents are doing half of all their projects with IC, and there's a lot of people that are very advanced. Now, again, it's not lost on me that this is at a prefabrication conference with 1,300 people, but they are the normal construction guys at all the normal companies that you go to, and many people go there to learn. So I think it's a pretty big number. If you think people aren't doing this every day, and you're like, oh, maybe one day, we're way past that. And so I work with a group called ICG. Does anybody know ICG? It's kind of a new group. They will actually come in, they work mostly for owners, and they'll actually say like, oh, we will do a benchmark study on your supply chain in those areas to help people understand in the technology and their process whether or not you should pick them to do this prefabricated work, right? And they're good friends of mine if you want to reach them. And they are doing these benchmark. They've done a lot of different surveys, and they go out there for a couple weeks. But we are not quite where we want to be as an industry. That's just factual. We're still growing. We're still, again, 10 years ago, people were still saying no. But I thought I'd show you some pictures of some friends of mine around the world doing cool stuff and like mission critical. They're doing cryptocurrency units with, immersion cooling. Like there's a lot of cool stuff going on. If you have prefab pictures, you should send them to me in the middle of the night because I love to look at them. And that is the only pictures I look at in the middle of the night, to be honest. And it's a funny thing that my boyfriend will roll over and be like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm looking at this like riser. It's super cool. But yeah, so these are friends of mine that are doing great stuff like around the world. And again, this is common. I was in Japan last year. I just thought this was a cool thing to add. Maybe, whoops. Let's see if it starts. No, hold on. People are coming up with some cool ways of like lifting things in place, putting things in place. You don't have to be the strongest man in the world or woman in the world. We have exoskeletons. We have cool lifting things. And I just think, have any of you been to factories in Japan? I know you've been in Singapore. You could lick the floor in the place in Japan. Like I would cook, eat, and sleep on the floor that was there. And they were taking all their waste and actually burning it or creating other materials out of it. And so they are doing some really cool things. And this is not that exciting, to be honest, this like little video, but I do have other videos coming up. So they're coming up with really cool ways to lift things and move things. And we will watch that in 1 second. How many of you have visited international sites? International job sites, international fabricators? Any of you been to the fabricate? Different world, right? And some of them are great, and some of them you better put seven experienced people sitting in there every day. But I've had really good experience in some of the places I've been that have been super clean. We'll just take 1 sec. Here we go. Not that exciting compared to the buildup, to be honest. But people are coming up with very innovative ways of reuse of material, of reuse of like installation materials, especially in Japan and places like that where they don't have a lot of people and they don't have a lot of like places and it's tight spaces. And so I just think some of these are pretty cool, short, super little video, but we have more coming up. Because ultimately, it's not just about making assemblies. Like we're doing this so we can actually make a world a more sustainable place. If you think about the manufacturability up front, I'm not cutting things on site. I'm not putting all that 30 to 40% in the trash. If I know, look, what Kohler or FG Wilson makes in trash is like nothing compared to what we make in construction projects. So like the more things I can make like a product, and by the way, if it's not like a generator, that's always my litmus test. If you think it's a product and I can't spec it and work around it like a generator, you didn't make a product, right? Like that's what I say when I make assemblies with guys. And we're doing it so we can actually hit better sustainability goals, right? So we asked people like, what's stopping you from making that a reality? And they said, well, there's no digitally connected marketplace. Why would I make products if there's nowhere to sell them? And that's true, right? Like, why would you do it? And I think we're creeping up on that very quickly right now. And even at Autodesk, the incubation that I started there was called Manufacturing Informed Design. It's now called Informed Design. But in Building Connected, there is a whole list of assemblies that you can actually say that you make on there now, and you can go to that marketplace. And although it's just opting in at the moment, I imagine a world where you can actually, again, have a public place where your pieces and parts live. I think the other part that's interesting about this, the technology to understand the right products based on the variations I've made over years. In order to do that, I have to get somebody who's really smart, who's built everything, to sit down next to my designer and be like, don't put the valve there, it's gotta go here. Don't do a pump horizontally, it's gotta go vertically. Like those rules and constraints have to come out of people's heads, right? And if I could actually use AI to look through drawings and things that actually has data. So I could say like, actually, you said this, but of the last 800 skids that you built, really, it was vertical, like on this side. We don't have that right now. People were like, that would be easier for me, so I didn't have to ask my guys that are so valuable and they're out there every day. I can't have them stop their day job to tell me everything they've built over the last 50 years. And then yes, we need an easier way to capture it. Only 4% said we don't really care. So let's talk a little bit about getting off paper. Most of you have gotten off paper. I think the trick is we've got to think about how do we connect this with the digital thread. I love Autodesk. I've worked there for many years. You actually cannot connect design to fabrication to construction without some apps. And that's okay. Remember, Autodesk, you used my phone example yesterday. I love that it's stuck. Like I have Apple Maps, Google Maps, and Waze on this. A platform allows competitive people to be on there, and you pick the right tools for you personally. I will go to the game tonight and I will probably use 10 apps without myself even knowing it, or to a restaurant, and they will be different apps than Josh will use going there, and it will be seamless. So there is not one ring to rule them all. And there are platforms on platforms that we want to integrate, which some of our partnership with them, we have our own proprietary tech that connects a lot of these things, and they have other partners, because ultimately we need to start seeing some better benefits, right? But a lot of these are going to be based on digital. Right? When I say digital, though, people have to be there too. I mean, you can't buy tools and think things get better without people, but a lot of people know that it's going to depend on that. So where's your organization with common data environment? And I think this is pretty interesting. These are the generic construction guys that are out there. I say generic compared to industrial. 50% are already investing in CDE, and 28% are exploring their CDE right now and how their solution is going to work, and 26% said it's new to me. And then we said, why? And people said, well, it's simplifying our efforts, it reduces risk. But after learning about CDE, if one of you is new to CDE today, they said, I'm going to convince my owners that we better start organizing our data right now. So I think that's important to note. But I think these are the top MEP firms that are out there at MEP Innovation. And when we ask them, like, great, what's the metadata and the file format data schema so that we can all start thinking about things together, I'm shocked that 198 people in the room said, I have no idea what my file format is, like where I'm keeping my component parts in my list of That's shocking to me. By the way, that is the MEP Innovation Conference. It wasn't like the XYZ. That's like saying at the prefab conference, most people don't know what prefab is. So I'm pretty shocked that even our best guys are not thinking about data schema and data file formats. And basically, at the same time, they're like, guess what's going to be the most important thing to my space besides fabrication? It's artificial intelligence and LLMs. Half of you don't even know what the file format is. And we're like, AI is going to change the world. So I think that's just interesting to note. Automation and robotics, I think we all know what that is. I think we don't think about it in terms of like, this is a video. Here we go, what we're drawing. So like, this is a product that we happen to own. There are other products like it called Naviate MEP. It makes, I like to say, the three-dimensional modeling software work the way it intended to work, but doesn't work unless you have this sort of plug-in, if you will. This integration really is what it is. So you have to look at 50, how many of you are in the MEP side? Anybody? In order for you to do a slope pipe, you have to look at like 5 different sheets and angles, and I have to like do a bunch of calculations. In this software, I just go, I want to connect that pipe to that pipe in a slope pipe. And all these little micro automations actually make it happen without you having to change views, do anything. And it wants to look in a library to take whatever it wants, it can do that. So again, it's not about moving to Revit or Hexagon or Bentley or any of those things. They don't work the way you wanted them to work specific to MEP. You have to find the Spotify, the WhatsApp that makes this phone worth having. And so if you're not thinking about that, you have to, because there's lots of great things that you can do to make this software work the way you want to. This I'm going to show you, I think is super interesting. This is a Crippa machine. Are you an electrical by any chance? Perfect. Do you know what a Crippa machine is? Awesome. So like these are guys, that's my hand, you can tell from the nails, that they are printing data matrix on the actual conduit, right? Like this is a tiny shop in Michigan, by the way, smart guys. Any one of your fabricators could be doing this, where they're actually printing on the assembly instructions and the location of that in the building. So imagine I could be printing right on the materials, and that machine bends conduit far faster, immediate CAD CAM. So I go right from Revit, in this case, with my Naviate plugin, into something called Allied BIM, and I can actually do exactly what without any help. So let's listen to this guy talk about it for a minute. Well, I will tell you what he's saying. So okay, basically they're going direct from CAD CAM, into their little shop, and he's got it right on the screen at their machines, and he can print directly on anything. They use the laser printer on anything. They're scanning everything. It looks like their shop's not even open when you go inside. Why? Because he just doesn't need that many people compared to like what he used to have to have. How many, by the way, my friend at Meta said, I said, if I could wave my magic wand, what could I grant you? And she said, 200 electricians. And I was like, I can't do that, but you could start doing some of this. You don't need 200 electricians if you're doing that. And not only are they doing that, they're actually doing tests right now for VR control. So the guy who actually knows how to use that machine is sitting in the office and he's using a headset and he's actually operating that machine from the office, while a younger person in their career is out there who maybe doesn't quite know how to work that machine yet, is watching him operate the machine from the office using the VR headset. These things actually exist. So, and then we asked at the same time, how many of you have done automation in your fabrication shop? And I'm like, only 31% said all in. If I had those kinds of tools, I would definitely do it. And then some people say only for my digital workflows, like I have that thing, and some of them are just like, yeah, but just for the physical things I make. Digital waste exponentially leads to physical waste. Just remember that phrase, both in the physicality of the piece part and in the workflow. Digital waste exponentially leads to physical waste, and you have to cut back on that all the time. Why? Because we are failing at sustainability. And again, I'm a capitalist, remember that phrase. Why are we tracking embodied carbon in construction right now? These guys are saying because the customer requires or the owner requires it. Well, no duh. Obviously we do things when we're asked to. And we should implore all these owners to start, they write the checks, and that's why, look, in the data center space, as an example, I don't know about the industrial space, they have a manifesto. All the biggest data center guys are like, we're not gonna keep doing this with carbon. We are going to sign this document and say we're gonna try to figure out ways to reduce carbon, because we have about 12% of the carbon that's being built while we build the building emissions and 28% while it's operating. We are responsible for that. We could make better decisions. And so some of the stuff that I work on a daily basis is called PACE, where we are helping people understand the predictive assembly carbon index for piece parts that they use all the time. It's one of the reasons why, how many of you know what one-click LCA is? Not too many. It's the largest database of embodied carbon documentation for products. And so while you're in that building information modeling tool, I can actually do my own optimization of carbon with these assemblies. I don't need a sustainability expert to look at my drawings iteratively and keep going back. I can do it right from the space inside of the three-dimensional modeling to understand that. And I think, look, people's attitudes around sustainability are changing. How many of you believe that in your space? Raise your hand if you truly believe it's hit your space. I love that, Jay. Now everyone raise your hand. Jay, raise his hand. You're the owner. If the owner said it's important, right? But I think what's interesting about it is that people are actually tracking carbon and all things because they're winning jobs from it. Why? Because Jay's like, it's important to me. And so they are doing it so they can actually, at one point, you do realize in other countries the ESG reporting is far more stringent than it is here. And for those of you who've built in other places, that is coming. Is already here in a lot of ways. Look, even it's gonna come to banking probably before government. Like, you'll start getting cheaper money, as you are in Canada right now, based on the ESG requirements. So it'll hit the money before it hits the government probably. So start watching the banks and what they're requiring for loans. And I put this in actually because we talked about robot dogs last time, but Jay told me they have cool backpacks instead of dogs, but I thought this was kind of cool that why would we have robot dogs? And I think it's like, a lot of people have the vision, and like, I had a customer that was like, hey, this is a true story. He's like, I had a robot dog for a month that my software company gave me for a month. And I was like, oh my God, that's the coolest thing ever. What did you learn about the robot dog for a month? And he was like, we took a lot of Instagram pictures. And I was like, you had a robot dog for a month and you didn't figure out like where it wants to sleep and how do you charge it and how do you interact with it and do you have to play with the robot dog? Is it happy all the, like, what do you know about the interactions, the interfaces of the robot dog that you didn't know a month ago? And the answer was like, I took some photos. And I was like, I want to understand like can that robot dog fit in some of the industrial spaces? What is the value of the camera on there? Could I interchange the camera? Could I look at different things? Like, and it's telling me what's actually work is put in place versus what's not put in place. It's telling me about discrepancies and errors, and all you did was take an Instagram picture. Seemed like a loss of like that interaction. I would have probably used it differently my time, but I'm kind of that person. And so now I'm going to end with the big question of AI, and then we're going to get to some questions because I'm on time still. I think the problem with AI is that everybody is using that phrase as if it's like Bitcoin. It's the only like equivalent I could make. And actually, I didn't come up with that. I was with a giant manufacturer of big manufacturing facilities. And the guy in charge of all those things said, I feel like every time Sony gets up on stage, it's like they're talking about Bitcoin. And I'm like, I don't really know what this is. And it's not going away. And it's not tangible. And I was like, I don't actually agree. Again, I'm kind of practical. I need practical reasons where I can smell, touch, taste, and describe AI in something that somebody wants, right? So I was like, look, let me tell you what we're doing in our space, because it's easier for me to talk about what we're doing. And again, I don't sell software or services. You should know that about me. I just don't do it, and I mostly talk about other people's companies. But I feel like if you're not on the digital transformation journey at this point, don't even say the words AI out of your mouth for a minute. You got to get on that first. But I think it's not a journey anymore, it's a race. If you don't know it's a race, you're not in it. What we're finding out from our big owners is that we used to start doing AI around task-related things like, I don't want to do this anymore, could the AI do this? And now what we're doing for most of our customers is more like advisement, and becoming an AI advisor, where yes, I can still make the decision, but like I said before, better things to do with my time. So these are actually real requests that we have worked on from big owners. And we work for guys like the Port Authority in New York. I think I'm allowed to say that, maybe. But we work for big owners of big spaces that are very important in lots of places. And these are the things they're asking us for. Do you guys run into these things with owners already? Right? So photo recognition, if you're not, how many of you have been scanning some of your big spaces, whether you're a sub or an owner or a contractor? 3D scanning, super important. If you don't do 3D scanning, and I work with some great partners out there doing 3D scanning in the very, very complicated spaces, is once you have the scan, I want to start understanding the metadata associated with the scan of those pieces and parts and all these other great things, but you need to have that digital representation. And so this happens to be our product called Ask Alex, but I want to show, because I think it's very descriptive about what you can do. And these are simple. These are if you think about what AI will be, this is the nursery school of what AI is today, in my opinion, although most people think it's super cool, I think it's let's just talk about going off and doing something. And so we do these things right now for customers. And so if you think about customized chatbots, by the way, if you use ChatGPT, it's fun, but you will be somewhat confidently inaccurate. Agreed? Right. So I will be less confidently inaccurate if I could take the knowledge bases from my own company, where I've done thousands of contracts and thousands of scopes, right? And I can look through things and I can create my own chatbot, is this the right legal term to put in this contract? What are the exclusions that are the 3 most common exclusions? I can ask that and it will answer me. To me, that's pretty practical. I don't want to look through thousands of contracts. I like AI, and then I'd like to pick of the 3 most common phrases that are used. I can pick one of them, right? So you can have chatbots. In this case, they were hey, I have a fire pump station at JFK open to the public. It has no backups. I need criticality ratings for that in line with our criticality protocols rationale, and it'll actually give me the answer and build the documentation for me. That seems practical. I want that. I don't need engineers running around, my new guys collecting all this paperwork and putting it together. I'd rather have somebody else do that and then have the really smart guy with the domain expertise check it, and my AI should see what I checked in it, and it should learn from what my more experienced guy actually just told me is not right, right? And then we have stuff like the library. So again, I want to understand how does our org actually create criticality ratings? And then it will tell me based on what I've just queried the system for, this is how we define criticality ratings. These are the scales and these are the weights. And that's actually how our organization defines criticality based on the library of information that you currently have within your organization. And you can also look at external sources. So here's a case study. I'm hey, we're identifying assets in our facility. Is a fire door an asset, and why, right? And so I can actually ask and say it is an asset, it's not an asset, here's why, it meets these ratings. That's super important. And then I might say hey, I need a different report for roofing comparisons. Instead of somebody going and searching the internet and figuring this stuff out, I can actually go in Pennsylvania, the criticality and condition protocols are actually X, and here you go, now you go make the decision. These are real things. I'm super into the asset metadata. By the way, how many of you use Maximo in your world? So we are a reseller of Maximo, and we do a lot of services around Maximo. I love the fact that we're using AI for this in this way. Ready? You have obviously equipment that you own that you're servicing within your Maximo, and you have parameters around that equipment, right? They will do a health check on all that component parts. And it'll say actually you have something called pump comma skid and something called pump skid and something called pump colon skid. And this one has 7 parameters and this one has 9 and this one has 12. And it will do a smart suggestion from AI and say, you should combine those into something called pump skid, and you really need these 15 parameters. You're missing 3. Should we combine? And I will say yes. So it cleans up my data for the dirty data people that we were in the back. And I can do that, and it'll also actually understand, searching the models, it'll do model interrogation and tell me where that is in some of my buildings. So I can be like, in fact, that is a pump skid, and you should look at it. And I think that's important. And then like next gen, again, like people, I used to sit on the Digital Twin Consortium globally. And I thought like, man, these people can't describe what a digital twin actually is. Like, and they still can't, in my opinion. But the way I look at a digital twin is it's got to do something for you. It's got to be like represented digitally. It doesn't always have to be 3D, by the way. There's plenty of 2D digital information I can get on energy usage from sensors and things like that. But I want things to actually, I want to ask questions like, can you show me a work order in progress? And they go, great, here it is. Which one's more important so I can work on it first? I can still decide, but it's going to tell me, based on the criticality ratings, what I should go and do. I can still decide, right? I think that's important. So I think that's some vision of what is possible. And I hope you got some first concrete steps of action, because this was the most exciting and scariest part about that survey we did. And it's the last slide. We said, like, where's your business going to be in 5 years? And they said, man, it'll exist. It'll become more important in the design make process, which means early integration into AWP. Getting those people in the room that want to understand how you're creating these packages and what's in them and what construction's in them, right? 34% said my business will be unrecognizable in the next 5 years. Unrecognizable. And I was like, holy crap. You better understand, like, your owners were saying that, your contractor, like, do we even know the businesses and the models we are in? Ask yourself this. How many things in my business, my CEO, Stuart, over there, right? My C-suite VPs, how many things do you make money on that are actually making money on something that's waste? Like, if it's not based on some sort of actual value, but you're in there because that's the answer to every question in business is money, by the way. If you're getting paid for things that are wasteful, you might be in trouble in this world of AI. You might be in big trouble. So if your business model is based on waste, rethink it, right? Because I think very few, at least 1% was super smart and they said we might not exist. And I was like, hey, that makes sense. This is where you can reach me and all these places. And we have about 6 minutes for questions, right?
Yeah.
You didn't think I'd get through all that, but here we go. I do have, that's what, great to be neurally diverse. I have a good verbal pace, but I'm happy to answer questions if anyone, or challenges, by the way. I'm totally fine with somebody being like, that is so BS, I don't agree, it's never gonna happen. Like, I take questions and challenges. And I love to change my mind, by the way. Anybody? Yes, in the back.
So, Amy, just talking about the process of change, you've obviously shown us what's possible out there, but we all struggle with how do we actually get other people on board with the idea that we need to change? So I think maybe that goes back to the vision portion of what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think, when I think about my own journey with industrialized construction, you're gonna need champions. Like, I love meeting Jay, to be honest, and getting to know you yesterday. Like, you are a real champion for AWP. You definitely need some champions, by the way. Even in diversity, we need sponsors, right? Like, anything that changes, you need a champion. And then you've also got to start educating the people that make the decision that not everything is known, right? Like, there was an article at one point that was about, like, I forgot the name of it, but it was basically like where risk goes to, like, you have to understand, like, if you're doing something new, you don't have a lot of proof points around it. So you have to gather some ancillary complementary data to it. And you've got to first educate people that you don't have all the answers, but you're going to give them enough information around that it looks like that should be the answer, and that you should start doing some test cases, right? The problem in our space is we don't have a lot of room for test cases, right? So you have to find, I would say the thing about it is educate the people why you're asking, explain to them that you recognize that it's not a simple answer, explain to them why you believe you can move in this direction and get others to buy into that you also believe that this will be the answer. And then find something that is less risky than, like, saying on a $2 billion project, we're gonna completely do X, right? Like, I think it's those types of things. Champions, explaining that the process is not a known thing, but you've done your homework to figure out, like, the complementary ancillary information that seems like that's the answer. And then picking something that you can possibly fail at, and that's okay. And explaining, we might fail, right? Yeah.
Quick follow-up question, we're just going to back up a little bit.
Yeah.
So how do we make people feel uncomfortable with the way we do business today?
So it's super good. I think once you start working for a company, they don't listen to you anymore. I think you actually have to have people from the outside come and do talks like this. And my world is mostly around C-level conversations where I make people feel really uncomfortable, right? And then the guy like you in the room is like, oh my God, thank you so much for saying that. And I was like, no problem. And like, for some reason, they will listen to me, and you could have said it so much better, but you work there. So I always find like an outside influence is super, super important, and then you should pregame with that outside influence before they walk in the room and say something that you don't want them to say, and you should understand why. But I would say you need outsiders to come and talk. That's the best thing I could say. I'll come anytime you ask, but I also know the other guys that'll come. I mean, no, but that's the thing, like we were talking about Jamie yesterday. I'm like, I know those guys that'll come. If it's not me, and I'm not the right person for every C-level conversation, but you gotta get somebody else, in my opinion. Yes, anyone else?
You build champions, but they still don't listen to the champions. So what's the point?
Wait, say that again?
They build champions, but they still don't listen to the champions. So you still have to bring someone from outside.
It's like, they need to hear it from Jay, and then they need to be like, man, Jay said that, and like, Jay's smart, and she's smart. I think we should do this, right? Like, here's when you know you have a champion. I'm sure this is you. When you look for a champion in your organization, and this is what you should ask yourself. If there was a fire in this building, and Jay said, Amy, come with me, and we are running towards the flames, or there is a door with some light I can kind of see, and I still choose to go with Jay through the flames, you pick the right champion. If you won't go through the flames, that's not your champion. That is who you better pick as a champion. And then sometimes they don't listen to the champion because they don't have the respect for the champion. They will also not follow that guy into the flames or woman into the flames. You better find the person that they will walk into the fire for, if he says. That's a true champion, in my opinion. That's the best. That's a champion that will convince them based on a different champion that they're like, I know she's the expert, or well, he's the expert. I don't know about that. You better be like, if Jay says it, it's true. Anybody else? I think I will be here all day. If you feel uncomfortable, and some people do feel uncomfortable speaking in public, I can have a quiet conversation with you as well. Feel free to call me, talk to me face-to-face, whatever you want. But I really appreciate your time, and I hope that you thought of one first concrete step of action that you could take today. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jeremy Brunson. He has over 15 years of industrial construction experience, ranging from pipe fitter to project controls. And since 2019, he's been working with Shell on a portfolio of projects to help implement advanced work packaging in the early phases of engineering. He's currently with Turner Industries as a project manager. Please help me in welcoming Jeremy.
How y'all doing this morning? Yeah, so I want to thank O3 for putting me behind Amy, because she's awesome and I'm not.
Not true.
Secondly, just to get to address the elephant in the room, my top button is buttoned and I'm not choking. So we're gonna be all right. So, but yeah, like Josh said, my name is Jeremy Brunson. I'm a project manager for Turner Industries. 15 plus years in the industry. I literally started as a laborer, worked up, became an NCR certified pipe fitter, all while going to college at night, graduated in construction management, moved into project controls, and eventually project management. So talking today, like Josh mentioned, I'm working with Shell amongst other clients as well on a portfolio of projects along the U.S. Gulf Coast. So the portfolio started with 10 plus projects is where we're at and developing our AWP process. I'm going to share with y'all kind of how we approached it, what we've learned as we've gone through it, compared to I'm going to compare a couple other projects that I'm working as well, just to kind of show you what good is and then what bad is and what bad really looks like. And then also during this journey, so it's been about 2.5 years we've been working on this portfolio. And we're ending define phase, and right towards the end of define phase, the business came in and said, hey, look, we're going to change up the contract approach or the contract strategy. So right in the middle of the define phase, bam, we're taking a pause. We're redirecting the entire project. And so we're taking a different strategy. So I'll share a pivot and how O3 has been with us since the beginning. and how we were able to capitalize on all the work we've done within O3 to help this transition. So a little bit about Turner. So not going to spend a lot of time because I'm not selling Turner. If you haven't heard about us, we are an industrial contractor. We supply a lot of different services within the industry, ranging from maintenance, construction, equipment, rigging. We like to vet ourselves or promote ourselves as a one-stop shop for all your construction needs. So pretty much any service you can think of within the industry, we do provide. We're not experts at it all, but we provide it. I will highlight we're awesome at construction. So that's where I work. Yeah, so like I said, the portfolio is a 10-year portfolio of large mega projects over the U.S. Gulf Coast. The reason, one of our key drivers and what we were trying to establish is we didn't want to build an AWP process for each one of the projects, right? So with the portfolio in mind, we wanted to build a process that you can apply to each project, right? As at least a baseline or a foundation. Obviously, knowing that each project is going to have its own intricacies and it's going to be kind of changed a little bit, we still wanted to build our foundation, right? So we came up with our AWP process and procedure that applied to every project, and we used O3 to help deliver that as well. So, you know, our intent was every project, our basis for the AWP procedure would use O3 as its tool for each project, but also to roll up to the owner level so that they can view dashboards and see that real-time information from each project. So spend a little time on here because if you're familiar with AWP, this right here is very important. And understanding this timeline is very important because we all talk about AWP, and so I'm a contractor. A lot of EPs talk about AWP and they think they know AWP, and in reality, they don't know AWP. So AWP is far more than just IWPs, CWPs, and CWAs, right? But I feel like in my experience, as long as an owner builds or provides CWAs, provides CWPs, and then the contractor builds IWPs, hey, that project just checked the box for AWP. This is an AWP project, and that's so far from the case, right? So where do we start the process, and where's the results for the process? So you don't see any value until you get into execute, right? So the whole philosophy of AWP is starting with the end in mind, right? So we're starting early, but we're thinking about construction, yeah? So it starts in select, right? So in my experience, what I've seen in the past few years in working with other owners and clients is, yeah, the engineering and client, start the AWP process in select phase. And they build CWAs. What's a CWA? It's a construction work area. So why you as the engineer and you as the owner, are you building a construction work area for the construction contractor? Doesn't really make sense when you think of it that way, right? So it's very important to not only just start your process, but bring in the right people in that select phase, in that early on select phase. So before I get to the next slide, I'm gonna share real life what happened on this specific project when we brought in the contractor. So again, I was working as a consultant, but then we ended up bringing in SME contractors for each of our major disciplines. So we had a civil contractor, mechanical contractor, and E&I contractor. And man, this guy from ISC, I mean, he's awesome. I'm actually working with him on a couple other projects as well, and this guy is just, he's great. So we brought in the contractors probably mid-define is when we brought in the contractors. And I'll share later, but Shell was the construction manager on this project. They were kind of managing the construction themselves. So anyway, so we bring in the contractors in define phase, and literally within, man, it's probably a month, 2 months, this guy's looking over the model and he's looking at the substation, and the way it was modeled, there's a pipe rack and then there's the substation right next to the pipe rack. All the cable tray and wire come out of the pipe rack and go into the substation. No pipe in the pipe rack. It's literally a cable tray, cable, pipe rack. So he's looking at it and he's like, this doesn't make sense. Why do we need a pipe rack next to a substation? Long story short, he does an analysis, saves the project $2.5 million just by moving that substation over. Hasn't even been there a month. Project's been going on for almost 2 years at this point. Cost $10,000 to change it. $10,000. Saved $2.5 million. However, the learning thing there is, had he been here in Select, it may have cost $5,000, may have cost $2,500, because the majority of it hadn't been drawn or engineered yet. You know, so I say that to say, it's yes, we're trying to, or a lot of what you'll hear is, yeah, we're starting the AWP process in Select phase. But just because you're starting it doesn't mean you're doing it right, and you're not really, you know, doing the AWP process, or you're not really doing yourselves any favors, right? So that leads into this. So like I said, we started the process here, but we didn't bring the contractors in till here. You notice, the sooner we bring the contractors in, cheap and easy fixes. Influence is high. The longer you wait, the less influence you get, the more expensive you get. Like I said, here was right around when the decision was made, $10,000, $2.5 million savings. That dude fought. So think about what I just said. He presented $2.5 million. Hey, if we make this change, you're saving $2.5 million. Yes, it's going to be a pain in the butt, pain in the butt to go back and remodel and change all this, right? It is. And he had to fight tooth and nail to get them to agree that they wanted to change it to save $2.5 million. Tell me that on this side, right? If I'm in execute phase, how long is it going to take me as a contractor to convince you, hey, look, if I do it this way, it's going to save you $2.5 million? How long am I going to have to wait for that response? Bam, do it. Why isn't it done yet? Why are you asking me? But nope, over here, we're in engineering, we're in define, got to fight tooth and nail to save you $2.5 million, right? So, again, the importance of bringing in contractors early. Go ahead, Jeff.
Who got the 2.5 million?
The company. Yeah. So, yeah, it's owner cost that saved the 2.5. So it was a TIC. And another, I'm glad you brought that up though. So another, just to back up one. So another thing that Shell did, and I'm not sure if I haven't really had any experience with other clients and owners that do a lot more value engineering than Shell does. So is anybody familiar with value engineering? Like pausing, hey, let's see where we can get value out. Yeah, Shell does a great job of it. Great job of it. Other clients, not so much. Other clients, I feel like, you know, hey, look, constructability, we're just checking a box. Yeah, we brought you in. Don't really ruffle too many feathers, right? Let's just get on with this, right? But so that was all part of the value engineering, and there's a lot of other good ideas. But when you think about AWP and the approach, the earlier you bring the contractors in, the better. Another note I want to make too is I want to think how to say this respectfully. Just because your company has a construction SME doesn't mean he's doing you any favors. Doesn't mean he's really challenging you and your company, right? He works for your company. He's going to be doing the best interest for that company. I would suggest, hey, if you're doing constructability and you're bringing in contractors, bring in the contractor you think's going to actually do the work, right? Let them start planning their work before there's even work to plan, right? Let them develop their construction process, their execution process. We had an execution plan for each one of these phases, and we had the contractors put those together. Obviously, there's no guarantees in our business, but you know you can still expect, or you know the who you think is going to do the work to be brought in that early. If not, outsource it. Bring somebody in like Amy was saying, right? It's like It's easier to influence a company from somebody who's on the outside. Did I say that right? Did I say that makes sense? Yeah, okay. Lastly, if you can't, obviously a construction expert is better than nothing, even if he's, within the company. All right, so what have we done thus far? So a couple key things I want to note on here. I'm not going to read them all, but our 30, 60, 90, 120-day requirements, that's our constraint management process. Excuse me. So key note on that, working with other clients, like I was saying earlier, once we develop CWAs or CWPs, it's like, okay, hey, look, our AWP process, it's done, right? But no, that's just one part of the process. The biggest thing about AWP is when you come to execute is efficient work and constraint-free work, right? So talking with a client recently, they're explaining to us, hey, look, this is all the work we've done with AWP. This is where we're at. We're giving you CWPs. And you know what? We've actually done you one better. We're giving you IWPs. And it's like, you're crazy. I don't want your IWPs, right? But then I started asking them, I'm like, okay, so IWPs, that's great, that's cool. What about constraint management? What are our constraints? How are we managing constraints? They're like, what do you mean? We want constraint-free work. And it's like, how are you going to get constraint-free work? We're like, well, I'm like, oh, when's the material going to be on site? Well, it's going to be there before we execute the IWP. All right, is it going to be the day of, the day before, 15, 20? We haven't really thought about that. I'm like, so we don't really have an AWP process. We have IWPs, right? Like CWPs, that's all we have. So it's very important, man, to develop that constraint management process. So one thing we did here, we made requirements of, and while it's on my mind too, before I forget about it, one thing that often gets overlooked with packages and building packages is weld map and flange map drawings, right? We're thinking, oh, hey, look, the drawings come right out of engineering. They can go straight into the package. Well, look, the guys in the field, and I know from experience, the guys in the field, they don't use just the engineered drawings. The drawings have to be flange mapped and they have to be weld mapped. So why would you put anything other than that in the package? That is part of your constraint management. That is a constraint. If you don't have those drawings, you can't do that package, right? Another example that often gets overlooked, construction equipment. Hey, look, we pay a hell of a lot of attention on our big cranes, right, and our heavy lifts. But what we don't pay a lot of attention to is our 100-ton cranes, our construction cranes, our everyday cranes. Why? Because they're there. But you know what? If you don't include them in your constraint management and you don't tag them to your IWPs, guess what happens? You're in a Monday morning meeting. You got two IWPs working in the same area. Foreman on Monday says, yep, we're going to start this IWP on Wednesday, and we're going to use that 100-ton today now. And then the structural guy over here is like, yeah, bro, we're using that, and you can't use it. And it's like, okay, yeah, so we're not starting that IWP, and we didn't miss that constraint. And there was no constraint, right? So say all that to say it is important with constraints. So here, we actually had a constraint where all material had to be on site 30 days, right? And then and that's mostly fabricated material, right? So another thing you got to think about is your min-max. So we did soft allocations up until 21 days. 21 days you'd get hard allocated, and then blah, 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 blah. I know y'all aren't interested in the details, but I'd say that to say constraints are one of the biggest items in your AWP process. It's not just packages. So one thing we did on this one that I thought was really cool, so everything we did, all of our CWPs and everything are in O3 and housed in O3. So what we did was we created something called CWP scope sheets. And what a CWP scope sheet is, let me reiterate or let me back up and say this. Our CWP process and everything that we develop from CWAs and CWPs is fluid. It's always changing and it's always being developed. So, we had different at the end of each phase, we had deliverables at the end of each phase, knowing though that, hey, look, in the next phase, this is probably gonna change a little bit. But for example, so CWP check sheets, so each CWP, we had a a description in there. So the contractors had to go in there, review each CWP, and write a brief execution plan for that CWP. What that tells us is hey, look, they've reviewed the scope. They kind of see what's all involved, and they put together how they're gonna execute that work. Along with that was a checklist, right? So starting in select phase, obviously it's early on, but they can already start looking like, hey, look, I'm gonna need cranes, or I'm gonna need specialized equipment, or I'm gonna need specialized training, or I'm gonna need specialized tools, right? I'm gonna need scaffolding, or I'm gonna use a man lift. So stuff like that. And I'm gonna tell you later why that was key. And we didn't know this at the time, obviously. This was just something we started doing, but I'll explain later why that was so important. And then our path of construction, we developed our path of construction, and we'll take a look at that earlier. Path of construction, again, is something fluid, especially with a module project, and especially if you're getting a lot of equipment from overseas, right, fabricated overseas, and put into modules. Your path of construction can switch up a little bit, but again, it's fluid, right? So when you're first looking at it, it's the best way to execute it, right? Then you start bringing in all your equipment deliveries or your module deliveries, and then you start managing your path of construction from there. A couple of things we're working on, not to read them all, but some of the important ones, in my opinion. So 4D status visualization, that's constant, that's obvious, that's why we're using O3, right? So we're doing graphical work packaging, that's why we're using O3. But system identification, we're in mid-define right now, and we're already identifying systems. End in mind. We're already coming up with our test work packages and our commissioning workflow process within O3. So now we're gonna utilize O3 from the very beginning when we've created our CWAs, and now we're gonna follow it all the way through from CWPs, IWPs, test work packages, to commissioning work packages and completions management, all utilizing O3 and graphical work packaging is what we'll say. And then Colin will show that later. But I think it's important to note we're not waiting to do this. System identification, in my experience, typically happens about 6 months after the execution of the project starts. That's when we start identifying systems. That's when we start highlighting P&IDs. And then we start yelling at Jeremy because we don't have test packages built yet, and we've already got certain pipe installed and ready to be tested. Well, why don't you have the test work packages, or why don't you have test packages done? Well, you didn't give me the systems. That's not an excuse. You can see the systems. They're on the ISOs anyway. So we're working on our completions management, and then we'll show you path of construction. Another reason why it's important for somebody with construction experience, or to be polite, because I know there's a lot of engineers in here, why you don't want the engineering firm coming up with your construction work areas. So when I got this drawing, there were 5 CWAs on this plot plan. 5. This was 1, this was 2, 3, 4, pipe rack was 5. 5 CWAs. So we said pause. We can't work that way. And then we developed, we broke it out into workable areas, true CWAs. Engineers don't like a lot of CWAs. Why? Because it's a lot of coding, right? A lot of attributing you got to do to components in the model. A lot more work on the front end. But again, if we're following a true AWP process, it's the end in mind, right? Is it the next slide, or?
You should be able to click on it.
If you hit next, I think it starts the video.
There we go. So our path of construction, we built it in O3. So we took the drawing, we put it in O3, and then we highlighted it in O3, and then now we're able to see our path of construction and how how it looks in real time and how the construction's gonna happen. And so the other cool thing about this, and I don't know if you're ready, Andrew want me to challenge him?
Can you flip over to my computer?
So we'll do a real-time change and see what it looks like.
So I think the obvious question is, what revision of your path
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, you know, so obviously, like I said, and I had a meeting just last week, right? So this path of construction is actually outdated as of a week ago. And really that relates to once you start tying in your schedule activities and you start seeing where your, I'm gonna have a brain fart now, but where your critical path is, right? You're gonna notice things that on there that doesn't make sense to be on the critical path, right? Like, so for instance, one of our major rules was, hey, look, we're not doing any above ground work till all the paving's poured. Yeah, that sounds awesome. I would love that. Until you go to assurance review and they're like, why is paving on the critical path? And you're like, yeah, that's stupid. So anyway, we backed up and punted. So let's just say, hey, look, there's a delay here in 18, or this pipe rack's getting delayed. So now 18 and 20, we need to install before 16. Let's just say 18, 19 before 16. So yeah, now you can see in real time, like as these decisions and information comes about, we can actually make real time changes in here and see the differences and see the impacts.
Do you find that a lot of your teams are visual people?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I can influence you a lot better if I can show you this rather than explain it to you, right? Like, hey, look, how much would we follow if I said, hey, like, okay, we're going to install 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But wait, you can't install 10 until you install 11 because of access. Yeah, okay, Jeremy, what's that look like? I don't know. 11 goes before 10. What do you mean? You know, but being able to show it right here, man. And there's another tool that we used on one of the other projects. 8 times as much work, and I know because I'm the one that did it, and it was terrible. This is literally once you highlight those boxes, you move a row at the bottom to yeah. What do you call that, Colin? Yeah, I know it's the Gantt chart. What would you call the slide? But so yeah, so. 03 really helped us in driving our path of construction and really being able to share that with our upper management, right? The guys close to the on the construction team who were close to the work, yeah, you know, we kind of knew it, but being able to take this. And another thing this does is it gets your team into 03 sooner and quicker, and it gets them working in the tool. And that's important. And I'll share why later as well. So thank you, Colin. Yeah, so why do we use 03? So we already had a relationship, Shell had a relationship with 03. They were using it on other projects. A lot of the integrations were already made, so it was kind of an easy choice for us, right? It was kind of a tool we were familiar with, and so we just rolled into it. All right, so here's the pivot. So like I was saying, in define phase, and so quick note, yesterday I told them it was going to take me 20 minutes to do my presentation, and they changed it to 45 real quick. But yeah, so like I was saying, mid-define phase, the company came back, or the business came back and said, hey, look, we don't really like the risk involved in an EP plus C style approach, so we're going to change it to full EPC. So we're going full EPC now. So whereas the owner was acting as the CM of the project, now again everything is done by the EPC. Less risk for the owner, but also less input, right? Especially from the construction side of things. So like I said, so some of the risks like loss of momentum in the AWP deliverables, right? So we're rolling and we know kind of where we're at, right? So another aspect is we still got to break out our CWPs a little bit more. And now we've lost that momentum, but now we got to kind of like share that and explain that to the EPC. Like, catching little things like that is important because it's going to drive your schedule later. But little tidbits that's just one example of how the momentum gets lost. And then, reduce focus on AWP methods as well. But how can you mitigate some of this risk? Make sure that you've documented your AWP process and all of your requirements and agreements whenever you send out the ITTs for the EPCs, right? So hopefully you've documented it, and it's very important to document the process as well and the requirements. As you're going to hear today, you're going to hear requirements, and then you're going to hear about requirements, and then you're going to hear about requirements, and you're going to hear more about requirements. All right, so with the pivot, we haven't got a commitment from the EPCs that they're going to agree to use O3. So what does that mean for us in the project? Well, we don't really know yet, but it's a good thing that we've kept everything in O3 because part of this pivot is now every team associated with this, what we're calling a feed verification process with the potential EPCs, so basically them reviewing the scope, the execution plan, and all that. Everything is in O3. So we're like, okay, how are we going to manage RFIs with the EPCs? How are we going to get them the information? The light bulb clicked. Obviously, with influence, we said, why wouldn't we just use O3 to track RFIs, to track actions, to track inquiries from the EPCs? Well, yeah, that makes sense because then once we give them access, now they can go and see the CWPs. They can go and see the execution plans if there's specific questions, right? The model's in O3. They can go in and look at the model. The model's in O3 by CWA. If they have specific questions about a CWA, they can go in there and look. O3 has turned into, even though it's still in question about whether we're going to use it during execute, it's the one-stop shop for that entire portfolio, that entire project. Everything that is needed for that project is in O3. They don't have to go anywhere else. And we're still managing the whole ITT process with 3 different EPCs through O3, and they all can't see what each other's doing either, right? So O3's been able to limit their access and their ability to see what they shouldn't see. Additionally, part of the pivot as well is, hey, look, there's a lot of site work and temporary facilities that we want to do before the EPC comes on. So now we've taken this big mega project and we've just reduced it to like 25 million or something like that, I think it was. But all this work we've done with our AWP process, we want to apply it and test it out. So we're still using O3 for the pre-EPC stuff, which is, it's mostly demo and site work. But what we've been able to do is we've been able to still utilize our AWP process, and we're just scaling it down. We're making it scalable. We're not asking them to build anything they haven't done or do anything they haven't done already. So, yeah, I'm getting some feedback up here too. I must be doing that good. But yeah, and then it allows for centralized reporting, right? So now, even if the EPC doesn't use O3 for the main works project, the owner or Shell has decided, hey, look, they're still going to utilize O3 for their reporting and their database, right? So they're going to be able to look at dashboards. So everything, and I'll get to that in just a second. But what I wanted to say was, because now we have the pre-EPC, we have all the ITT stuff going on with picking out a EPC, and now we have pre-EPC, it's all in one place. So at any point later in the project, 3 years from now, if there's a question about maybe a building we took out or some piping that we removed, it's all here. You don't have to go anywhere else. So this was our current process, right? So standard process, everything fed into O3, O3 reported out. Being flexible and agile, the only change here is now everything is going to be reported into the EPC. The EPC reports through O3, and then O3 is still utilized for our dashboard reporting at the owner level. So advantages of being flexible, obviously, All of our data standards were used. Our approach was still used. Contractor was already in the tool, using the tool, so there was no more training or anything like that. And then, so it allows for a true portfolio view, right? So, we set it up from the beginning, and we're allowed to just follow it through, even with all the different pivots, is what we're calling them, or contract changes. So dashboards, like I was saying, originally we were creating portfolio level dashboards, project specific dashboards. Now, depending on what the decision is, we'll still be able to use our portfolio level dashboards. That information will just be pushed through EPC into O3, but we'll still have that visualization. So key takeaways. Like I said, start AWP planning early with the right people. Don't just check a box. Don't box yourself in and allow flexibility in your approach, i.e., the development of CWPs, CWAs. And then next step, ensure smooth transition to EPC during FEED. Hey, look, that's going to be happening over a 9-month process. But we feel like we have all the information there. The EPCs are now working in the tool, so we feel like we've set ourselves up for a smooth transition. And then another thing I didn't really hit on, but we'll hit on throughout the day, is digital integrations between EPC contractors and O3, right? We're going to hear a lot about digital integrations. The earlier you identify the tools you're going to use and start working those integrations, the better. And this is, in all fairness, this was something that we were struggling with. We were still trying to decide what tools we were going to use, from like material management, completion software, and stuff like that. So material management, that's a big one for me, right? That is a big driver on a project, and probably the source of most delays on a project. And so it's like, how are we struggling to pick a material management software? Like, let's make a decision and go with it. You live or die with it, So, all right, any questions, Q&A?
What level of attributes do you apply to a 3D model, whichever tool is used? Bring over kind of build that layout.
Yeah, good question. So our one source of truth was the CWP. So part of our requirements was all of the documents had to be associated with the CWP. Master document register, every single document that was issued on the register was associated with the CWP. The model attributes, every component within the model was associated with the CWP. Some of the challenges we were facing and we were working through with the non-graphical stuff, right? So the stuff that's not modeled. We were still working through that. There's another company out there, especially like with E&I stuff, that they do their own modeling, and then they incorporate it in there. So we're working through that, but our requirement was every component within the model had to be attributed with a CWA, a CWP, and a system. Yep. And then, with the master document register and all that, once you bring it in, as you're graphically adding packages, now it starts with the CWP, and then the way our IWP number worked was it was our CWP number just with a -001. So every time we created a new IWP, it stayed consistent. The tool automatically added that number.
So change has to occur in the 3D model in order to bring it back to code.
Great question, or great statement. Yes. So another deliverable that was put forth early on in the project, typically your model is not a deliverable from engineering, right? It's just a reference, right? And obviously it helps with your drawings. The model was a deliverable from engineering at the end of the project. What that means is throughout the project, that model is being updated with RFI information, red lines, or whatnot. We prioritized what could wait to be put back in the model till the end, versus what really needed to happen right away. So that was part of our requirements as well. But yeah, the way we had it set up is the model was updated weekly and imported into O3. That's how we had it at the time. I imagine we were talking about once we went to execute, that'd probably turn into a daily or every other day, just to make sure that our guys are looking at the most updated model.
That's that's a best practice, but we often work with other clients where they're not able to make those changes back into the 3D model. So there is that flexibility to go and make changes based off the data from construction or bringing data from fabrication that stays out of sync with the 3D model. And use parsing rules to make sure that you're always using the best data there.
Yeah, so the tools that came out in early 2000s, the virtual construction model would actually take the data and you do these long end-to-end runs and rewrite the data into the model, and then the model was the source of truth. Our approach to that is that the model and the geographic or graphical components of that are one aspect of the data that we pull in. But inside the tool itself, the construction component inside of O3, that's pulling data from lots of systems. And many different models may be one of those areas that are getting data. But it doesn't have to be rewritten and made perfect in the model in order for O3 to consume that. We can be consuming that data from a number of different sources. So we're pulling information in from line lists and from drawings and from different areas to supplement the data in the model. Now, if the model is attributed correctly and well attributed at the beginning, then there's less things that you have to kind of bring together to make that work. But O3 doesn't need the model to be perfect. We can pull data, and we do a real-time processing of data across multiple data sets in order to build our version of the construction component. It doesn't have to be rewritten back into the model.
Yeah, so on I think associated with that was one thing that we were going to do is part of our fabrication, so steel fabrication and pipe fabrication, and we're going to bring those files, those model files. I'm not even sure what you call them. PCF. The PCF files. Bring those into O3 to where the model had the updated piece marks, if any changes or anything like that, and then the steel had the piece marks as well. That was something though that we were bringing into O3, but we weren't pushing back into the original model file right away. That was something that we were gonna kind of towards the end of the project push back into the model before we turned it over to the asset. So the whole goal with making the model a deliverable was when we did turn over the unit to the asset had an exact modeled version of what was actually put together. Juan, did you have a question?
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy, so I'm curious if you have a threshold on the size of project that you use in that portfolio, because from the top line it seems like a regular size oil and gas project, but in other companies' portfolios are composed of very varying size, and I particularly have a challenge of where's the threshold. If the project for this portfolio is just to go and change a home, do we do a path of construction and all the whole 9 yards, or do you have a threshold where it's like, okay, below this point, we're not taking the full approach?
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on answering that until Jeff presents this afternoon, because Jeff is gonna address most of what you just asked.
Okay.
And I know one already knows the answer to.
So I'm not going to make a fool of myself by trying to answer it. I'm going to just go to Jeff.
Do you have a threshold in Turner for that? Or?
We don't. So a lot of what drives Turner is the client and the owner of that project. So what I did not cover, which is a good question, is the bad. I told y'all I was going to cover the bad. So I am working with a client right now. Huge project. I mean, $100 billion project. We are just a part of that project, 6,000 people on site. We have 160 on site. So think about what I just said, 6,000 people on site. For their progress, they're doing manual progress and updating, so no digital progressing and updating. I'm sure on their side somewhere they're doing digital, but from every contractor they have on site, they're doing manual progress and updates. So they've issued us 26 IWPs, 10 of which they've released us to work as of 2 weeks ago. Of those 10, we're working 3, and we're looking for material for 7. And we're still waiting on a crane. So that's the bad, right? And it's like, man, here you are, you're investing $100 billion in this project. You're calling it an AWP project. and you have no digitalization tools on there, and you have no GPS tracking, and you don't have any forecasting of IWP releases, and you know what you really don't have? Constraints. There's in no way, shape, or form should IWPs even be handed out if you're not 100% positive that the material's on site. Yep. How will you transition process from IWP to systems? I love this question. All right, so we do, so with O3, and I don't want to butcher this, but with O3, once you create an IWP, it's kind of I would say the main file or way you're associating IWPs to systems is through the drawings, right? So you create a drawing is associated with a CWP, you create the IWP, that drawing gets associated with the IWP. When you create the test package, that drawing also gets associated to a test package. It already has the association with the IWP. By fault, it already has the association with the system. And so
it's all the way down to the construction component. So there's construction components that Josh was talking about. That construction component has a CWP and a system. And then when we allocate a certain group of construction components to an IWP, it's known then that these things live in an IWP. But the scope of an IWP and the scope of a test package or a system package usually completely different. So that's why we have to take it down to that very, very lowest level. So this component can live in an IWP, in a test pack, in a turnover pack. And then that way, you can do a very, very simple pivot of the view. And I love it when I say things like this, because on the screen, Colin is going to be starting to show you what I'm talking about. And you can pivot the view to show that you can be executing the work as efficiently as possible using bulk construction, but still have a view
yes.
on the turnover. Am I going to be complete to hand over my instrument air system in 6 weeks' time as per the agreed TCCC code?
And look, and there is in no way, shape, or form are you ever going to, or let me rephrase how I'm going to say this. At some point, in order to get your completions and your commissioning systems completed and your test work packages done, you're going to have to break up IWPs. It's going to have to happen. Like, we get challenged all the time with, why can't you just group IWPs together and then that turn into a test package? Because it's probably not very efficient to install it that way, which is why it's not in an IWP. We're talking about two different ways of working there, right? Yes, you can bring it together for visibility, but the execution of it is different. That's why we're doing IWPs, like Andrew said, bulk efficient construction.
This is Cody Austin.
Everybody's gonna pile break on their own, right?
Yeah, well, after this, we do have lunch, so if you can make it another 30 minutes, we will have a lunch.
I won't be
break.
offended if you step out. No worries.
So this is Cody Austin. That picture is from when he was in the Federal Witness Protection Program. But Cody has over 18 years of industry experience, ranging from quality controls and software sales and support. He's been with Autodesk for over 11 years and is focused on building long-term strategic relationships with Autodesk customers in the construction space. So please help me in welcoming Cody to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yep. Thanks, Josh. Thank you, O3. Yeah, so as Josh mentioned, I'm with Autodesk. I'm a native of Houston. My parents worked in the industry, being from Houston as well. Companies like Lyondell, Equistar, and Zachary. That's actually where I got my start, working with Zachary at the young age of 19. I was going to community college at the time, and my dad, working for Zachary, needed somebody who knew technology to join a project in Chocolate Bayou. It was Innovine Chocolate Bayou at the time. But I remember showing up at site, and the only technology they had was Excel. And they needed me to manage their weld log, at that site. I think maybe the radio and the H2S monitor were the only other digital things on that project. But, projects have come a long way. But I do have, experience in the industry and got into technology with reality capture and working for Aviva, and now here with Autodesk, almost 12 years. But hopefully you know who Autodesk is. We are primarily known as AutoCAD. People stare at me with a blank face sometimes when I say, I work for Autodesk, but if I bring up things like AutoCAD or Navisworks in this industry, their faces light up and they tell me, how long they've been using our products. But, we're working across industries in AEC, in manufacturing, and in media and entertainment, and that really makes us a unique software company in that we're working across so many industries and we're seeing convergence of these industries. Like Amy was pointing out early on, the convergence of construction and manufacturing to drive efficiencies in our project, reduce waste, and make the world a better place. I'm with Autodesk, and while we started with AutoCAD back in 1982, that's really where we established our more about platforms as companies have transitioned to the cloud. Apple certainly is a platform. Amazon is a platform, but Autodesk is also a platform, and we've been investing a lot of money in becoming a platform company and becoming a data company. You may have heard of things like Autodesk Forge, now Autodesk Platform Services. This is really what enables the partnership between O3 and Autodesk, but also Autodesk and many other technology providers out there. A platform, as Amy mentioned, enables competition, enables flexibility, enables coexistence, but it's providing foundational capabilities to our customers. And so, this is a platform as a service. It's something that Autodesk is building our software as a service on top of. We have many solutions that are being built on top of this platform, but we also have technology partners like O3, and customers, EPCs like Saipem, Technip, PCL, for example, using these platforms to extend their own internal solutions or integrate our platforms with other solutions, whether it's Aconex or ProjectWise, and I'll show you a few more. But we're also moving towards more of a data-centric company. You've heard a lot about data. I hope you're also moving towards more of a data-centric way of working. We have lots of data-centric tools. AutoCAD is a data-centric tool, but you have to use it in a data-centric way, and I think a lot of us are not utilizing the tools that we have today to their fullest capabilities. And also, we've been challenged with things like interoperability and these file-based ways of working. Autodesk is moving away from files and moving more towards granular data, allowing for the exchange of data, not only between our own Autodesk solutions, but third-party solutions as well. And so we're investing in what we call an AEC data model, an architectural, engineering, and construction data model. But we're managing all that data within our platform. So raise of hands, who is familiar with the graphical work packaging capabilities of O3? Okay, good. Who is currently using the graphical work packaging capabilities of O3? Okay, good. So when you are publishing data into maybe BIM 360 docs or Autodesk docs, that data is being published to our platform here. And that data is accessible by you or by anybody you grant access to that data through our APIs, through third-party applications, or our developer ecosystem, as an example. But all that data that you're able to manage is in this data layer. So as I mentioned, Autodesk Docs is the solution that enables, that's built on top of our platform. It's a software as a service. It enables this graphical work packaging capability in O3 Solutions platform. So it is a cloud-based solution with a single subscription. You get instant access to our cloud-based solution through the web, desktop, or mobile devices. And you have unlimited storage of data on this platform. We don't charge you how many gigabytes, or some of my customers are managing half a petabyte of data on this platform, this one company. But we don't charge you, the amount of gigabytes that you're storing on our platform. So a lot of companies are now using our platform, Autodesk Docs, as that common data environment. Data is your competitive advantage. It's not the math when it comes to AI. All these AI techniques and large language models, They're using math that has been around for decades, and people have access to these mathematical models, right? It's the data that's going to give you the competitive advantage in leveraging things like AI. And so if you're not looking at common data environments and getting your data consolidated, hopefully standardized, yes, there's lots of challenges in standardizing our data across different clients and project types and requirements, but you do need to be investing in a common data environment and in data governance, and accountability around data if you want that competitive advantage when it comes to AI. We'll talk more about Autodesk Docs in a second. But Autodesk Docs is a part of our Autodesk Construction Cloud. Later on, you may see some logos or some brands called Autodesk BIM 360. Those things have since been rebranded, but it's just really the same technology. But BIM 360 Docs and Autodesk Docs serve as that foundational layer to manage your project information. And built on top of that are additional capabilities throughout the project lifecycle, whether it's in early stage design and design collaboration where you're doing clash detection, maybe you're doing some pre-construction and you receive some data, you need to do 2D and 3D takeoffs, or you need to digitize your construction and project management processes. We have capabilities across that life cycle. But we're not everything to everybody. There's lots of gaps in our solutions, and we're not going to be everything to everybody. It's a part of our strategy to promote an open ecosystem. Every project, even within one company, is using different parts of that Swiss Army knife. And our platform enables that flexibility and adaptability, and it enables that openness so that you can integrate these different data sources, data publishers, if you will, into a common data environment. And so as I mentioned, we have lots and lots of partners at Autodesk that are developing or integrating on top of our platform. And so obviously we're here to talk about the O3 partnership today. And I guess my introduction, or even Autodesk's introduction to AWP, started back in 2017 in terms of understanding what is AWP and what technology does Autodesk have that can support this best practice. And so while we do have technology that can support the AWP methodology, we didn't start like O3 from the ground up developing a solution around that best practice. And so that's really the value that O3 is providing, and that's the value that Autodesk is getting from this partnership, is that they're complementing our capabilities with that AWP specific best practice, driving that best practice, measuring that best practice. It was a really easy integration because they're already using modern SaaS solutions, leveraging standard web cloud technologies, allowing for easy integration. And yeah, just a great organizational and cultural fit. And so you can see here some of those graphical work packaging capabilities within O3 solutions that our platform is enabling. And so here I'm going to talk about two high-value use cases. If you're using the graphical work packaging capabilities of O3, you're using our technology to get that model data into their platform. But there's a lot more value that you can get from our platform and from Autodesk Docs that you may not be experiencing today. And it's two of those around common data environment, but also digitizing the field and connecting the field. So as I mentioned, Autodesk Docs is that common data environment. You can really manage any file type like you normally would in a file explorer. A lot of companies, pre-COVID, were managing data all over the place. Local hard drives, network drives, Dropbox, SharePoint, data was all over the place. And with COVID, it really rapidly pushed people to the cloud and really drove the need for a single source of truth and collaboration. So many customers, many EPCs are now using Autodesk Docs at the earliest stages of their projects, right at project award, or even they're managing bid information and pursuit information prior to project award. But it enables really easy access to this data. You can manage the permissions here, so you can make sure that people have the right access to the right data, whether they're internal or they're external. We also manage native data. What makes Autodesk Docs different than something like SharePoint or Teams or Dropbox or Box is that we understand engineering and construction information. And so you can see here we're looking at native and AutoCAD DWG in this case. We don't need AutoCAD to view this native data. And we're able to look and investigate or look at the metadata behind things like AutoCAD blocks within the platform. We also enable collaboration with Microsoft documents. So Excel still runs our projects in some cases. You can collaborate in real time on this documentation. You can also collaborate it using things like markups and hyperlinks, pinning issues and other things in the context of your engineering and construction information. Here we're looking at, this is coming from a steel fabricator. This is a Tekla model. So we're able to see the assembly marks, the part marks, or piece marks, and other information associated with that Tekla model without the need for Tekla, without the need for Navisworks. All I need is a login and a hyperlink to this 3D model, and you can provide anybody access to this data. So we're really promoting the democratization of data. Getting it, unlocking that data, surfacing that data, making it available to more project stakeholders to drive better decision making. Because of the unlimited storage space that Autodesk provides you, a lot of customers are now using our platform to manage and archive their point cloud data. Amy showed a few different ways in which point cloud data is captured. Many customers are now using point cloud data during construction to compare what as designed versus as built to do things like automated construction progressing. Here's another example here. And so, before cloud platforms like Autodesk Docs, people would have to ship hard drives around to everybody who needed access to this point cloud data. Now we can take people to the data instead of taking or pushing the data to the people. So enabling, again, more democratized access to project information. And Autodesk started our roots as a more engineering and design focus. Now you hear about design and make. Autodesk is a design and make company. We're establishing this category, and we want to be the design and make platform for the future. And so on the design side, we're certainly integrating this platform with the desktop applications that you're typically producing your engineering deliverables in, things like Autodesk, Aviva, Bentley, Hexagon. It doesn't matter. Our platform is agnostic, and it can manage that data no matter where it's coming from. Okay, so it's really important. That enables really that flexibility, allowing you to use this platform across projects, across industries, across the globe. And we're managing every single version of the data you put in the cloud. So an EPC may be publishing a daily or weekly 3D model update to our platform, or O3 is pulling that information and making it available on their platform. We're managing every single version of that Navisworks file, or Smart Plant VUE, or the PCF data that you're using for your pipe spooling. And you can visually compare, and get a report on kind of what's changed between version 2 and version 65, and make a previous version the current version if needed. But you have that historical you have that history of data at your fingertips, and so you're not going around searching for data. Kind of moving on to the second use case. Let's check time here. Is around digitizing the field. So who is, maybe raise of hands, maybe digitizing the work phase planning process, the work packaging process, but when your package is ready to be executed in the field, you're hitting the print button and delivering paper to the field? I imagine there's a lot of y'all. So there's certainly an opportunity to digitize the field. There's a lot of inefficiencies and headaches that come with delivering paper to the field. Managing change happens, and trying to maybe slip in that revised drawing into that foreman's, work package out in the field can be quite the challenge, right? Trying to go hunt down that foreman, find the package that you delivered them, and take out the older vision and put the new one in. and you're hoping that the foreman didn't make 10 copies of that same drawing and gave it to everybody, right? So, managing change and reducing rework, managing change is difficult, but there's obviously opportunities to reduce rework, make sure people are building from the latest information, and there's a lot of inefficiency of just finding information. Here, this is Chris McDowra. He works for O3 now, but at the time, he was a great partner in working with myself when he was at KBR, and we're on a project site in Corpus Christi. It's a Chemours project. They're doing some eco-friendly refrigerant, but it's a very vertical project. And we're at the very top of this structure, and we're just kind of thinking to ourselves, if we had a question, or if we had a question, we didn't have the information at our fingertips to answer the question, we would have to, walk down the stairs, go to the construction trailer, which, could be, half a mile away, ask somebody for the information, hope they have the information, probably get distracted, probably take, some refuge of the air-conditioned trailer for a little bit longer. So there's just so much, non-productive time that goes in finding information. And so by delivering information to the field digitally at the fingertips, people are able to make better decisions more quickly. There's so much opportunity to increase productivity just by putting these types of tools, this is a tool, right, in the hands of people in the field. And so everything that you're publishing to Autodesk Docs is available on mobile devices. So we support Android and iOS devices. iOS is the more popular platform in the construction industry, but we do support both of those platforms. And we support online and offline mode. Okay, so a lot of people are working offline in the field today, even if they're near a highly populated area. I mean, we're near Corpus Christi on this project, and we could barely even get a cell phone signal on the project, right? So, offline is key when working out in the field, and so we do support that. But you can see Chris has access to that rich 3D model. We were talking to foremen and general foremen about their experience, and just having access to that 3D model, that same 3D model that you're using to graphically build your work packages in O3. And the foreman and general foreman loved having access to 3D model in the field because they were able to visualize perhaps other activities that were going to be taking place in their work face. And so we were talking with the electrical foremen. They say, in the past we would come out and install the snap track or the cable tray out in the field, come back the next day, it's laying on the ground, and piping had come in and installed their piping where the pipe spools go. And so it obviously creates some rework and some frustrations on the project. And so just by having access to the 3D model allowed them to better plan their work, better communicate the plan to their construction crews. And by keeping field supervision in the field, supervising, it's going to create a more safe work environment and a more productive work environment for those out there performing work. So we have access to 3D models, you have access to drawings, documents, photos. There's so much that you can do with just this platform, but also with Autodesk Docs if you're leveraging it for the O3 integration. So again, Autodesk Docs is just a piece of our overall Autodesk Construction Cloud offering. Most of you have access to Autodesk Docs already, whether it's through the AEC collections, so it's like a bundle of technology like AutoCAD and Navisworks. You also get Autodesk Docs. Many of you have enterprise business agreements with Autodesk, and so you probably have access to Autodesk Docs through that enterprise business agreement. So in terms of a takeaway, go talk to your digital leadership and ask them, hey, do we have access to Autodesk Docs? Saw a great presentation. I want to use it on my project. But here are some QR codes. You can find out more about Autodesk Docs. You can literally buy it with a credit card, a couple $100, and you instantly have access to that common data environment where you can start publishing your data. You can find out more information about the integration between Autodesk Docs and O3 using this QR code, and then Autodesk Platform Services using this QR code right there. So here are some of the key takeaways. Here, so project data is what makes a digital transformation valuable. I think that's pretty true. It's all about the data. AI isn't going to make our data better, or maybe our legacy data better. It can certainly assist, the future data input and making sure that we're putting better quality data in our systems. But data really is the key when it comes to digital transformation or harnessing the power of AI and developing that competitive advantage. Having a common data environment certainly helps. These are providing more visibility than we've ever had in terms of project execution. Okay, I know Jay talks a lot about eyes on, hands off from an owner and client perspective, but also from an EPC project management perspective. The common data environment really enables that visibility into how things are progressing or where things aren't progressing, and really helps you develop those leading indicators. I think that's what you were speaking to, Amy, right? We're so used to playing defense and trying not to lose, and we're looking in the rearview mirror and we're looking at lagging indicators. By moving to a common data environment, both in engineering, through procurement and construction, even into commissioning, operations, and maintenance, you have unprecedented visibility and the ability to develop those leading indicators to really provide insight into how your project is progressing. And then there's so much opportunity to connect the field, to digitize the field. It's never been easier. Many people are already coming to your project sites with personal devices, but you may have a corporate policy and issuing other devices. But there is so much opportunity to increase productivity just by making sure people are building from the latest plans. Or also maybe even able to provide feedback from the field to the construction team back in the trailer or back at the home office. Having these types of platforms out in the field really allows for that connectivity to happen across all stakeholders. So I think that was it for me in terms of maybe questions. Yeah. Yeah, happy to take any questions. I can show you a demo as well in the break of the app as well. Yes, sir.
How does the tool manage the reference files with referenced 3D models when you have multiple resources coming into one single file?
Yeah.
Does it dump everything in the same location and it grab one and it brings everything with it?
Yeah, so we can, what's called model coordination is how you would kind of aggregate many different models into maybe an overall model. And there's best practices in terms of how those models are developed. Yeah, you all want to use a common coordinate environment or coordinate space so that when you bring these models together, they land in the right area. But if they don't, you have the ability to move them around, to transform them or to rotate them so that they are in the correct spot.
That's something we have to support as well. So when you have multiple models, then we support the ability to adjust that they're not on the same coordinate space. So when you're combining models or you have model groups within O3, that's a challenge that we run into. Ideally, everyone's using that same coordinate space, but we also just realize you have to be practical.
I would use GIS as much as you can because then when you take your photogrammetry or your drones or whatever and you try to overlay them, they won't line up.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can't just create your own, you can, but
Yeah.
it's better to use GIS so it all works together.
Yeah, there needs to be more of a focus on data as a deliverable and where that data should be authored and who's responsible for it and how it's managed. And so certainly, Amy talked about BIM. You may have heard of a BIM execution plan, but it's essentially how are these 3D models and other BIM deliverables going to be developed? And that coordinate space would be something that you would want to specify in a BIM execution plan, so that your steel fabricators who may be working in Tekla aren't working in 000. Maybe they're working in or they're delivering that model to you in the right coordinate space. And so things like you've asked about model attributes and those types of things. We need to focus more on data as a deliverable. Not so much you need to use this technology. I don't care what technology you use. I expect this data, handed over to me. Okay, so that's kind of the approach we need to have. I think Phil had a question first.
Just on the offline functionality, so is ACC, does that have the offline capability? And I guess at the same time for the O3 team, are there features within O3 that can work offline if the ACC has that capability?
Certainly our mobile app, if you look on the Apple App Store or the Google Play Store, if you look for Autodesk Construction Cloud, or if you look for ACC, that's our mobile app. And yes, it supports online and offline mode. Yep. And so essentially what you'll do is you'll need to be connected at first to log in. You'll go to your project, and then you can synchronize that project data down to your device, and that allows you to work offline, disconnect, go to airplane mode, go out to the field, do some work, access your drawings and models, even collaborate on it, and then come back to a connected environment, synchronize that data on your device, and it'll pull the latest information down and publish your changes to the cloud so that everything's in sync. And so that's all available through the ACC app. And I think there was a question about O3 as well.
Yeah, so we do support offline for some functionality. What we found, we actually went down the path of building a native app for iPad, purpose-built for IWP viewing and execution, constraint capture, progressing, those things. And what we found is there's, everyone says that they want these things, but there's really not a lot of uptake on those. So we've been focused mostly on responsive design so our web application works well on other form factors. Responsive design requires an online connection to make that work, but that's been where we've been focused because we found that we just get better uptake on that. So we spent a lot of time and a lot of resources building native apps that honestly did not have a lot of uptake. So everyone says they want it, but and then we don't. We see a lot of use of it, to be honest. So
I'm seeing a lot more adoption of mobile devices outside this industry, and a lot of people always point to the explosion, the need for explosion-proof devices, and that may be true in some cases, but I still think there's a lot of uptake of mobile devices and outside the industry, but there's certainly opportunity to adopt them in our industry. Yep, I think he was first.
Do you have the ability to mark up documents offline, like with your fingertip?
Yes.
I didn't see that in your demo.
We do. So within Autodesk Docs, there are some markup capabilities, clouds and lines and arcs and circles, and yes, you can.
Is that stored on the native file or stored as a layer?
It's stored as a layer so that as the underlying information changes, you don't lose those markups.
Okay, great.
Right? Yep.
So I'm aware that the on ACC you actually run on Amazon Web Services, but O3 runs on Azure. Is there any interface problems from the integration between O3? One runs on Azure and the other one runs on Amazon Web?
Nope. No, so there's no problems at all. We're using RESTful APIs, which are web industry standard technologies, which allow for integrations between these different data sources. I mean, they can maybe talk to about that integration experience on how long it took or were there challenges or.
A little bit of what I'm going to talk about later, but I mean the initial connection and integration was done in a matter of hours. I mean that's one of the reasons we selected Autodesk as a partner. There's been a lot of work that's happened since then, but the connection between those two is really straightforward. They have a great SDK and the API is mature and there's a lot of documentation. One of the reasons we evaluated all of the potential partners, and one of the reasons we selected them. We have not had any issues across those platforms, and one of the things that we're working on as part of our, as we've become a mission critical tool for people, we've been working on more and more containerization of our solution, and so we're approaching the point where we'll be cloud agnostic. We're not today. We still are on require the Microsoft Azure, but we are containerizing to the point where we'll be able to deploy even multi-cloud. So that's coming.
Any other questions?
Do you guys see any performance issues, or are you guys synchronized when you have various regions of the world working on the same project, or opening models of that nature? Or do you replicate the data between different data centers?
We have not had an issue with that, so with any of those latency issues. So our primary hosting is in the Southwest Texas region, but we have the ability to host in other areas and in other countries. So some clients have country-specific data requirements that we have to meet. another reason why we're moving towards being multi-cloud, because that just gives us more access to data centers around the world. But we have not had latency issues. If we do see a latency issue at some point, we can move the data center closer to the project or to the people, stakeholders using it. But we really haven't had that. It's the technology is so mature now, we haven't seen that as an issue.
And since most of the actions that you're performing in O3 are run within your browser, the latency is not, you're not streaming from a viewer that's located in a different site. Your browser is acting as the viewer, so you're able to, the latency of 100 milliseconds isn't something that you see in your interactions as you move around the model. It's just something that's, it comes into play for that initial load time, so it really doesn't play a major role there.
Yeah, from the Autodesk perspective, your account is in one of our hubs, and you can have multiple accounts. So we have data centers in the US, in the EU, and we just opened up one in Australia. And so when you create your hub or your account, you designate which data center you want it in. Then any projects that are created on that account are within that data center. We don't replicate the data to other data centers. We found it's not really needed. Your internet connectivity, your bandwidth, the latency is really the main driver of your experience. You can often use mobile hotspot if you need to and still have access to this data and 3D models. And Autodesk is continuously making improvements to our platform as a service. So we are the #1 consumer of that platform, outside of the ecosystem of partners that are also consuming those services. And we're constantly making investments and updates to things like the 3D model viewer, because projects are becoming more and more complex. People are expecting to see more and more data, especially young people who are coming from the gaming world, right? Who are exploring all these alternate universes. It's like, why can't I see a 3D model that's right here? And so we're certainly making lots of improvements around the web and the mobile viewer to enable that ease of use, right? Because a lot of people who are accessing this information may not be technical, right? And they may not know how to use Navisworks, or maybe not know how to use a mouse. And so they need that really ease of use and interactivity with this project data.
I have one more question for you. Usually for mega projects, the BCM model used to be very large, right? And the size is about, 1 giga or 2 gigas, right? So have you experienced anything of the model conditioning before get the model into O3 for reduce the size, bring the same attributes, but just to reduce size and kind of help O3 with the navigation and response when the users are on the other side?
Sure. Yeah, as I said, the models are getting more and more large, but there's certainly there are limitations with everything, but there are best practices, right, in terms of how you manage that data. One best practice would be to try to break up the models as much as possible and deliver the native data. Don't deliver a Navisworks model, to the construction contractor. Give them the native data so that they can work with it in a more granular sense to curate it for what makes sense. So maybe I've seen people break up the model data to a CWP. So every CWP has its own individual model, and that really enables many different things downstream of that. So there are limitations, but there are best practices in terms of how you attribute your 3D model, but also how you break up that 3D model. And oftentimes, the attributes can help assist in that curation, right? The more data we have, the better, automation, integration, curation, things that we can do that come really easy. It's really difficult, when there's not a lot of data there to work with, and you're just kind of, taking a knife and just chopping it up as best as you can. Yeah.
Another consideration that we've seen is things like level of data and precision in the 3D model. If you're working with workplace planning, you don't need to read the brand off of every nut and bolt. You can look to cut out some of that data and focus on just the geometry that's predominantly.
We use geometry reduction in Navisworks. We don't care if the flange is completely rounded. Just need the flange, and it's able to cut enough the size of the model.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Jeremy. Or sorry, Cody. Sorry. Thank you, Cody. All right. Apologize for jumping in on lunch, but we've got an action-packed agenda, so please feel free to keep eating as we get going. But we are going to go ahead and get started. Our next presenter is Jay Moser from Shell. He provides global expertise support internally and represents Shell in external industry standard organizations as the PTE for construction and fabrication management in capital projects. This includes appointment and development of a network of SMEs to adequately cover all relevant construction and fabrication management subjects. He also leads and maintains the global construction community of practice and is highly involved in CII and AWP conference. With that, please help me in welcoming Jay to the stage.
Hey. Well, I haven't even had time to turn around. Josh didn't even give us a bio break this morning, so I didn't get to meet half of the people that I know in the room, but half of you I don't. But it's good to be here. Good to talk about AWP. Good to talk about O3 and how the industry can progress. So keep eating. I'm going to drink some coffee. I'm in the midst of my talking. Okay? We'll talk through this session. I've added 4 slides. You know, they never can trust me. Thought that I was done yesterday, but based on the stuff this morning, I thought, well, they need to see that one. So I've added a few. Still got an hour, right, the total? So we'll have plenty of time. We will go through a couple case studies of different type of projects. We heard some questions this morning about the smaller portfolio jobs. I think I don't remember who asked that, but we'll go through some of those. Okay, there's the disclaimer. Please read that carefully. Okay. Yes. You know, don't go buy stock. Don't do anything with respect to Shell because of anything that I say, please. I know nothing. Whatever's been published on the market and on the web, it's fine. Go with that. Okay. All right. I threw this slide in here because Jeremy was talking through it and how important he had his little select phase. And this is a slide that is actually in research study RT 390. So everybody's familiar with 272, right? Everybody's familiar with 319, right? That was 2015. We just finished RT 390 last year and presented it at the conference. And RT 390 kind of assembles all of these various nomenclatures that we use, select, define, execute versus the stages, CII, versus the FEL system that IPA uses, right? You have pre-feeds and feeds. So we tried to line all this stuff up where it made some sense for anybody. Didn't matter what company you are or what business you're in, just to put a reference point. Most everybody has a stage-gated process for approval. Let's face it, you're not going to get more money for the next step if you can't justify the return on investment of your project, right? So this just overlays some of the AWP elements, and to Jeremy's point, this early, and I'm going to call this front end work here, this first stage gate, this is really work the owner has to own. We have to do some things in our world to prepare the engineer, which is this dot right here. That's where the engineer comes on, okay? And if we wait for you as an EPC to come on, then you're not going to be set for success. We talked about data. How many times have we heard the word data today already? I bet it's over 100, don't you? At least 100 times. Well, what's that mean? I mean, first of all, I'm not a data scientist. I don't have no clue how to write code. I'm an ignorant when it comes to that stuff. But I do know that you have to talk to each other when you have tools. You have to have the ability to talk. The only way to do that is through the data, right? So this front end work all to me is about getting that work breakdown structure for your project, how are you going to build it, and then aligning the data coding to that work breakdown structure. If we can do that for you, at least have that prepared where you know what to call everything. And fortunately, CII took this on in 2019 as an industry because the owners banded together and said, look, if we don't do something, we're going to have Worley doing it one way and Fluor doing it another and Bechtel doing it another, and we all are going to get charged out the wazoo, because when we shellize anything, or we exxonize anything, or we chevronize anything, that just means we pay triple what it's supposed to cost. We don't develop tools. We don't develop, no, we're not good at that. I mean, we can, but it doesn't make sense. We want the industry to do that, right? So what is data? This is kind of the summary, and Ted, I'm glad Ted's here. You can even talk to this. If you got any questions, ask Ted, because I know nothing about it. But the work group that worked so hard over the last 4 years, really, to put into place, has merged the AWP model, AWP requirements, we call those, with the CFOS requirements that we have for operating. We, some of our data scientists, along with others who are really smart about this stuff, have done a sanity check and merged these things together. So there are requirements that are satisfied and overlap with CFOS, and CFOS is aware of that as well. So from my perspective, I'm meeting with IOGP on Thursday. I'm pushing to get this now into a standards body, IPA or API or some other standards body to adopt it, because when it becomes a standard, it's no longer a requirement. A requirement doesn't mean you have to do it. A standard means you have to do it. So if we can get this done, I think this is going to attribute to the journey of technology, which we have been talking about today, right? So speaking of the transformation of technology, and going back to even what Amy said, if you look at these little AI, these are symbols. I know they don't mean much to you, but if it's black, we're using some AI element within that technology, okay? But the bottom line is, when you say, I'm going to build something, well, construction has to have just about everything in their hands in order to know what they're going to build, right? Whether that's the typical engineering data and the typical stuff you'd do, that's pretty standard. Everybody does it. Everybody, we know we need it. But there's a whole kinds of other things that we need to do with that information, right? We need to fabricate, then we need to build, and then we need to start it up. And in order to do that, I think we can use AWP as a catalyst, if you will, to actually digitize, or to become transformative in digitalization, right? Doesn't mean it's going to solve anything. Doesn't mean it's going to be the only thing to do. But I think if you say, what do I need AWP to do, and what tool do I need to utilize in order to support it, the process? Okay. O3 happens to be a big part of that. That's kind of your work packaging systems. But we use 4D, we use track and trace, we use owner's portal, we call it iHawk in our world. We got telematics from equipment, we got construction safety. You know, all these inputs and things that are going on the project can be pulled in and integrated. Now, whether they're integrated through your work packaging software or if it's some other technology, it really doesn't matter. It's all about having access to that data. It's in a certain order where you can read it and see if you have a constraint. As Jeremy said, I think the key is define your constraints. If you can do that in every element of the job, you'll know where you're at. Okay? So I just thought I would flip that up. It wasn't planned to be used. So now we'll go to the project. So what have we learned? Well, these projects are all over the place. They're not easy, okay? It doesn't matter how big or small your project is. They all have their problems, don't they? So applying technology, you know, it comes with a little bit of pushback sometimes, right? We always say we need people, process, and technology in order to make these new innovations work. To be innovative, you need those three things. If the people aren't in it, you don't have a champion, as Amy was talking about, you're not going to do it. So it's been a slow journey. I mean, we've been doing this since, 2017? And, you know, there's still a lot of people who are naysayers, even in our own company, even with the data that we have. So we'll share some examples here. This is an offshore study. Topsides done and the subsurface done in Singapore. Okay, so that's your dry toe and wet toe. Built in Singapore, moved to a make-ready site in Texas. We partially implemented AWP with O3 here, and we fully implemented AWP with the offshore scope for obvious reasons. You know, I mean, my personal opinion, our next step is our turnarounds. I mean, AWP is nothing more than turnaround planning. And I remember when I was running turnarounds 15, 20 years ago, how rudimentary our planning was. How dot matrix planners printed out stacks of stuff every 12-hour shift, right? I mean, this is no comparison to what we have today. So why aren't we using this? So that space to me is untapped. I don't know about other companies in the room, but Nick, Chevron, I would think sees an opportunity here. I do. All right. So the challenges. I'd fix this slide too, but that's okay. Customized approach to the application. Offshore is obviously 5 to 10 times the cost, anything you do offshore versus doing it in the yard, right? So you don't want to leave work to be done offshore. You want to have all that stuff planned. Manage the timing of resources, and planning is essential. Here's kind of a list of interfaces that this particular project used. But they're pretty typical, right? I don't think anybody's going to have, you know, SI was kind of drawings of documentation, schedule, operations, and SIMOP, or your punch list and completions, mods, again, material management. You know, this is typical stuff any project's going to have, right? So those integrations were made. Some of those were automated. The dark lines were just automatically. Every night you got the update. And some you had to be pushed manually. With, what is it calling, a .csv file?
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, I remember that at least. All right. So the offshore part, you know, this is, this, what's that? Colin, yeah, was he going to do his deal? Do it. I forgot. It didn't say Colin. You have to be, I'm not that smart.
Okay,
Show
yeah, so
us.
some of the things that were done on this project. So first on the CWP side, this is where they went and defined some of their high order scopes of work. A key piece of this was going through and managing the constraints at the CWP level before the IWPs were planned. From there, when they were planning their IWPs, they did not have robust 3D models available, so they were doing this predominantly non-graphically. So they were going in, defining their scopes of work based off of line lists and some of that information. And the key piece here was going through and making sure that they removed all their constraints. So some of the constraints were making sure they had all the necessary materials bagged and tagged, making sure that the work was ready. And what this allowed them to do through getting all these through all these constraints on the individual work package level was go through and use dashboard reporting to manage their overall backlog of work at the make-ready site, and then manage it more. Sorry, is this just no? So as they went through and managed the scope that was being provided, they were able to go through and look at the backlog of upcoming work, look at some of the IWPs that were set to execute, and make sure that those were good to go. Again, to Jay's point, making sure they could accomplish as much before it was floated into position. So the net result of this was they're able to go in, and as Jay's going to talk about, they're able to absorb significant scope increase by making sure that they're going in and understanding what's ready to work and moving in and working on those items that were truly constraint-free.
Okay. So maybe a couple points about that. In this case, the fabricator here in Texas, I think it's Quit was the fabricator. I don't know if Amy was here. Was she here? No, or no? I can't see her. Anyway, we didn't use their system. We used O3. So we basically did the work packaging for the fabricator. We basically said, here's your work packs, you know, which is probably not a very normal way to do it, but the things that are important here is this came from Singapore with a planned 36,000 man-hours of work. And when it got there, there was over 250,000 man-hours of work, which, you know, unfortunately happens, right? But by using this technology, we were able to minimize schedule impact and still do the work in, what, 4 months, I think, right? It was sort of 4 months, right? So if you made the schedule and tied the schedule to the number of man hours, it would have been, what, 8 times, right? 8 weeks, right? So half the time to do the work because you had technology supporting your ability to change. All right? So you've surely been able to read these. If there's any questions, obviously you can ask me afterwards. Anything on there important, Colin, I need to hit that I missed?
No, I don't remember the exact number from AWP Exchange, but I think it was something that was in the order of magnitude of 10 times the scope and only 2.5 times increase in timing. Is that
Yeah, something like that. It was enormous. I mean, the bottom line, we'd have never been able to do it without having the capability to see what we had.
Jim,
Yeah.
quick one, please. Do you use this for hookup as well, or is it just purely for that application?
This was the make-ready side only. So fabrication in the yard in Simcor, at the Cetrium now, they didn't have AWP at all. Now, they did develop an AWB self-homemade process for the living quarters during this project, Vito. We built a second project very, very similar to this, and it's already gone offshore and now is going online, and it was done in half the man hours. So it was definitely lessons learned in the fabrication part, and we didn't have near the make-ready site issues that we had with this one. This was the first one. First one for the fabricator. They didn't do top sides. They were a shipbuilder. I mean, I don't know what rocket scientist made that decision, but they didn't. But they obviously didn't talk to a construction person. But that cost us a lot. Yeah, time, money, you name it. Sweat, equity. So there are some successes from this. 0 recordables, the agility I mentioned already, minimize the impacts and the carryover. The offshore scope was completely done in AWP fully and fully vetted. So flawless startup, world-class startup and ramp up, which is not something we're very good at. Okay. I don't know what the value of that project was. multi-billions. But we'll talk about a portfolio project here now. So portfolio projects in our definition is anything less than $100 million. Okay, so if that gives you any indication. This one probably was 15 million or so, I don't know. It was in an asset, operating asset. So you'll see this is just a plot plan. 16-inch pipe, 1,500 meters, coated, steam traced, insulated, and cladded. Okay, so it's not that easy, but it's a pretty complex area to do it in. So this is just a normal route of the line. Put a normal schedule together, like we always would, to say what it's going to take to do the job. You can see this is kind of start to finish. You know, typical planner, you know, maybe not a planner, maybe a scheduler did this, but it is what it is, right? It's a typical way we would do it. We decided, oh, let's look at AWP. We break it up a little bit, put into areas, and use the tie-ins as their own areas. Okay? So we put the sequence together, and then we finished scheduling it this way with AWP. So you can see the project was basically, I don't know, 8 months long, and the difference is about 6 weeks in schedule, just schedule alone, improvement. Now there's some things that you might note about this where you see testing and scaffold building and insulating and all coming in phases, right? And you might say, well, you have to relocate, remobilize, it's gonna cost you money. Well, when you're an asset like this, those people are there all the time, whether they're working on this job or that turnaround or that project. So all it is resource maneuvering. So it's not relocation and remobilizing. So Colin, you want to show something there? That didn't have your name again, but that's you, I guess, right?
Yeah, so on this side, as Jay was mentioning, being able to go in and collapse the schedule so you can have overlapping CWPs, and then within this, the installation work packages. And then some of the things that can be helpful here, so we already showed the 4D path of construction with Jeremy earlier, but this can also be shown within the 3D model. So this is where some of the real value of coming in and being able to play through your upcoming work sequence day by day, week by week, month by month, and understand and view that work sequence, make sure it's following your path of construction, making sure that you're using that to identify any potential constructability issues such as verticality issues or work that's being performed out of order. That can really help identify some of these issues with that 4D context. So I've got an example here where you can see, in a moment here, you can see some pipe and electrical cable tray coming in before the underlying structural steel is available. So this is where, being able to visualize some of that sequence and put that in front of construction managers can be really valuable, to Jay's point.
Yeah, the other point just to make on this too, that I think we talked about it last year, is you can use this for SIMOPs, right? Now this is showing you that you have work going on above other work. So then you can plan around those SIMOPs, make sure that you're executing safe work as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Colin. So kind of some of the benefits you'll see here. I think the big one to note is scaffolding. I mean, whoops, that was $500,000 in savings on scaffolding. Scaffolding is running anywhere from 20 to 40% of our construction costs these days. We did I think Josh and Andrew led a team that did kind of a joint working group on a scaffolding guide on how to try to better that. It obviously involves AWP. That didn't get into that specifically, I don't think that much, right? But it's CII published, right? But yeah, scaffolding was a big savings. Just the ability to, as Jeremy said, to do SIMOPs, the ability to visualize something, to have management see it, to walk through it with them so they're not, questioning how are you going to do this, or, it's just a good explanation tool all the way up.
Question, Jay?
Yep.
Were you building packages for scaffolding or just the fact that you were able to visualize? Like, were you treating that as a discipline or building packages?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wasn't on the job, so I can't answer. This was done in Pearl. This was overseas, so I don't have the answer, don't know. I can't.
I don't think they were creating scaffold packages. I think they were just planning it off of their installation work packages.
Scaffold managing as a constraint?
Yeah, it was a constraint against the installation work packages for this project.
Yeah, it was tracked that way, but I don't think we were making scaffold IWPs or anything like that, no. But I wasn't there, so I can't answer the question. All right, last thing is kind of looking at the portfolio. Let me go back. You done, Colin? So it's blank slide, so I thought it might be Colin. All right, constraint management. Yeah, I don't think that we can be any more clear. I think Jeremy said it over and over, and everybody that's gotten up here has talked about constraints. And that's a big win. That's stuff that we didn't have. I mean, I've been doing projects for 35 years, and I had lots and lots of those green square notepads you used to have, and it's where you wrote all your stuff down, and you'd have a pile for procurement. I mean, you can only be so smart. We cannot handle all that data, right? The computers can. So it's pretty obvious. Identify your constraints, work on those, make them lean, and you'll finish cheaper, better, faster, safer, better quality. Okay? Productivity, how do we really take what we're doing and see if it's doing any good for us? Well, the simplest and most economical way is just measure tool time, right? So hands-on tool time, we were doing this before. Actually, this was a KPI that we had internally to Shell, and our EVP and all the way up to the EC was setting some targets for us. So I think the first year I picked this up, industry was running 37% direct time on tools. We had an ambition of 40% the first year, 45 the second, and 50 the third, with the whole portfolio. So that's every project that was over $100 million in the portfolio. Measured them either in fabrication or in execution. And for those 3 years, we never got over an average of 38. So my AVP, I'm standing in front of him, and he's like, "You've had this crap thing for 3 years, and I'm talking to my boss, and he's tearing my tail up because I don't get him. You're not getting any better." I'm like, first of all, it's like Einstein said, if you just continue to do the same thing over and over without changing anything, you're going to get the same result. And he said, "Well, what do we need to do?" I said, AWP. Amy talked about being a champion. I was a champion, but even with all the data, it's 3 years later before it actually started to trickle in, right? It just takes time because people don't believe just because you say something that it's going to work. And that's why we got to get back to this data, because all the funny or good things that she was showing about technology, it can't work without data. So we got to get the KPIs. We got to get more information from the industry. We got to show it, and I'm glad Jeff's going to be showing something next that camps onto this. All I'll say here is, from an O3 perspective, the first implementation we did, we built this into the iPad solution. This was the methodology we used, was Arcadis methodology. There's CII methodology. There's Dutch methodology. Doesn't matter which one y'all use, but use the same one so you can benchmark it against each other, right? That's the key. So we just put the process into O3. And it didn't take long, 4 months to build, give or take? And they didn't have anything. They were just taking the process that we used, which is spreadsheet driven again. And it's available right now. It's called On Tools. So take a look at it. Colin, that's not you?
Yeah, this is me.
Oh, okay.
All right, yeah, so as Jay was mentioning, again, this was another site where we were looking at non-graphical IWPs and constraint management, but what we did is we went through and the site performed tool time readings on their projects that were using O3 and their projects that weren't using O3 through these tool time audits. So they went through and did a hugely statistically significant number of readings over the course of a few months, and then used O3 dashboard reporting to report out. And I won't steal Jay's thunder on the results, but just for an idea for some of the types of readings you can look at different categories, look at direct work by hour of day, compare from plant to plant or project to project, and compare within a particular project, as we did in this case, the effect of a new change or a new implementation. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Jay to talk about what you probably care about, which is the numbers.
Yeah, so this data can give you a lot of information, right? And maybe I should even step back. I used to teach projects and how to do projects in Shell Project Academy, and one of the topics we talked was information management. I know Ted has presented on this before. Information, data is great. Data is one thing, but that data is just a bunch of squiggly lines and dots, and I don't know what all that scribbly stuff is, but without taking that data and making it into some information that you can digest, that's where you start seeing then you can say, all right, based on that, I can now make some decisions. I can get some knowledge about what I need to do to fix it. And then if you do it long enough, you'll eventually get some wisdom, right? That's the information management system, okay? I don't know why I had to go over that, but basically that's what we did. We increased time on tools. This was on two typical projects, actually. And in this case, it has 18% improvement on a non-AWP job versus an AWP job. Now, there's other projects that we've measured since then. We don't have an apples-to-apples project that one we did with and one we did without with the same scope. That'd be pretty difficult to have. But, we've seen up to 20-25% improvement over our industry average 30 plus, mid 30% average. Okay, so we know it's doing something. So measure this data. Jeff's going to talk about it a whole lot more next, and it's a good indicator. So there's your takeaways. You can apply this on any kind of project. I mean, people get caught up with, oh, we're only going to do that on the big jobs. No. We do this on turnarounds with very small projects. We also do 4D clash simulation of our cranes and our movements, and small amount of man hours. Yeah, project size doesn't be an impediment. Saves time. Scaffolding, talked about that. Constraint management. Just start doing that first. Matter of fact, the first thing we did with AWP was at Deer Park. And that was the focus. It wasn't the full AWP. We said we're just going to do work-phase planning. We're just going to get the projects and execute, take them small ones. And we saw some immediate results, but we saw the results because we were basically identifying the constraints, right? And then it didn't take long for us to realize, you know what? I'm not going to do the next job any better than I did the last one because the constraints are in the engineering and the procurement, and they're going to be the same ones. Then you need to go to AWP. You need to pick the job and select. You need to do the homework. Align on the path to construction. You'll stop those execution constraints, right? There it is. I don't think I got anything else, do I? Q&A. 14 minutes left. See there? We got tons of time.
Good job making up for Cody, Jay.
Yeah. Somebody's got to. Yes, sir.
Yeah, AJ, appreciate the awesome presentation there. I'm just curious, as an owner company, when you start looking at the constraints, do you find more value looking at constraints at the CWP level or at the planning level?
Yeah. Well, obviously, the importance goes up as you get closer to execution, right? Because that's where the money is. When you got the cranes and the people and the things that cost money, crews sitting around, that's going to cost you more. So I don't think it's any less important to identify them earlier. And I think it's actually better because then you won't have the issue of having to identify them and execute.
I'm also part of an organization. We're trying, we made a strategic decision as an owner company to stop at the CWP level.
Okay.
Because we didn't want to get into the actual means and methods of the actual GC.
Yeah.
So we kind of said, okay, let's stop at the CWP level. Otherwise, there's going to be thousands of useful.
Yeah, so look, don't get me wrong. I mean, that's a good point. Look, first of all, Shell is not going to build a project. Okay, we're not the constructor. We're not the EPC. Matter of fact, the only business that we had engineering in before was Deepwater in the Gulf of Mexico, and we've expanded that, and that's actually been sourced out now. So we don't do the engineering, the procurement, the construction, but we established the system engineering, the requirements, the AWP requirements, the things that we expect the EPCs to do. So yes, to your point, we would not be doing constraint management at the IWP level. The EPC, the constructor would be doing that because we don't generate the IWPs. Could we generate them? Yes. Jeremy showed you how we could do it. We could do it that quick. But then they don't own it. You have to leave the ownership with the EPC, and you have to allow them to identify the field welds and the markers and the changes. And otherwise, there's no ownership, right?
Just to add to that, we're in this transformational process because we know where we are at rolling out. We've got to be in a position where we can do it all. As we do the EPCM, we do PMC, we've got that whole variety, so we have to do it all well. So that comes with some of the challenges, especially in an organisation that's traditionally very needs to be organised. One thing I want to add is kudos to all three. Two is helping us transform because it's demonstrating benefit to the engineer. You can't talk to them about it, but we should. And we're fighting that fight every day. There's an organization.
Yeah, that's the aha moment, I call it. There's no way to tell anybody. You can preach, you can stand on the, all you want, but until they get the aha, I see why moment, then it spreads like wildfire, right? So you got to get to that point. Yep. What's the smallest project you would consider? Yeah, I think I told this story at a conference a long time ago. I did AWP on installing my microwave at my house. No, seriously. I mean, there's no project too small. Now, you do have to think about and implement, investment cost, implementation cost. There is some cost to doing this type of stuff, but the smaller jobs have a lot less to do. You might only have one CWA and you might only have one CWP, but it's kind of like risk. If you just skip it, then skip the activity or skip the review, that's not going to do anything. Your risk's going to go off. It's not about skipping a step or anything. It's about identifying and going through the effort of, what do I need? When am I going to get it? I ordered the microwave. It was model number, called them up, got it. I want this microwave. Oh, well, no, we got it. That's just been updated. I got the same one. It's just a newer version. Same size? Yeah. 2 weeks later, I go get it, bring it home, unbox it, take it out. It's too big. Wrong size. So I have to go back, tell them, no, you're going to have to order the same one. 2 more weeks, you wait, you go back, you get it, it comes back. Then you get the microwave, and of course I'm home, and my wife's my helper, right? She's holding the door and carrying some tools, and getting it up where you need it, and don't have the right tools. And she looks at me and she said, it's been a friggin' month, and you don't even have the right tool, and you're holding this thing in the air. I said, where's your AWP at? That's a true story.
How many Home Depot trips?
Yeah, I went 4 times, well, 3 times.
I think, too, it's important to know with AWP, right? So AWP isn't one size fits all. AWP is scalable for your project, right? So, yeah, I don't think there is one size project that you can't do AWP on. I think it's just how you scale that process.
Yeah. So the next question, this is a good one. Again, I'm not going to take Jeff's thunder, but I will just say that the tool time process that we follow, and I think is pretty typical in the industry, is 100% statistical and it's 100% activity based. It's not time monitoring. It's not stopwatch checking somebody on how long they do something. That's time tracking. That's not tool time. So that's the process side of it. In terms of the technology, yes, it's quicker once you get it on the iPad because you're out there with your notes writing in the field, of course, and then you have to go back in. Most of the people go back in and put it in a spreadsheet and then transfer the spreadsheet into the tool. So that's the way it was. There was no tool to put it in before. But now, once you get the information in, you got all the units, everything that you need, the forms that are set up, and they're already set up in there now, then you just fill them in, and you can take pictures of activities that you couldn't do before. So yeah, the technology comes into play. Is it quicker? That's really not the point. It is, but it's not the point. I think the point is the observer can do more observations if they're not sitting there writing down stuff. Okay? So it's about having time for them to do the job, which they need to be doing, and that's observations. And a tool time activity, to get statistical data, just on average about 95% confidence and about 3% accuracy, you need around 1,200 observation readings. So if you think about that, that's basically 10 days, 1 man, or 5 to 7 days for 2 men, just depends. Or 2 people, not men. All right? So it's not a quick activity. And that's why it's statistical. It takes away the contractor, the discipline, and you can go break those things down, but it's statistical. That's it? Well, one more? Are the regions of the world where Shell doesn't use? Well, yeah, I mean, I think this is a question for the industry as well. I think we see far fewer projects in the Far East. because AWP just hasn't moved there as quick. AWP obviously with CII was North American. And a lot of people still see it as North America focused. But we've moved it pretty quickly to projects in Trinidad, projects in the EU, projects in Australia. Yeah, so it's being adopted all over. I would say the maturity level of those industries are all quite a bit different. That's all. But that's no different than our contractor colleagues. I mean, we have AWP experience in Houston. That's different in New Orleans. That's different in Calgary. It's different in, so it's all about just being mature, doing it over and over. The more you do it, the better you get, right?
That's right.
You monitor something, you'll fix it, or you'll quit monitoring it.
Get one more there,
I
Jay.
think maybe you've answered this, but just to make sure I'm clear. The one thing we have not, it kind of to a previous question, one thing we have not tried to do is implement this in a fab yard like the one in Singapore.
Ah.
Have y'all attempted to do that? Maybe you mentioned you did.
Yeah, so fab yards are unique. Again, we want the contractor to take ownership. And the fab yards, whether you call it AWP or not, they have material management systems. They have their own way of doing business. I would say that the best example we have of successful AWP implementation was on the LNG Canada, the big mega project. They won the project of the year, large project of the year award, 2022 or 3, I don't remember. But it was a JGC and COEC partnership. And JGC had the process, they had the technology, they required COEC to do it. The job was flawless, went great. I don't have all the outcomes, but we had another project in that same site, and the outcome was quite a bit different, and we didn't have AWP on it. So it was a telltale sign, yeah. But no, you can't push them. I mean, again, this goes back to contracting too. Most of those are unit rate type contracts. They're all the owners kind of do it that way. It's not like per ton of this, per unit of that. There's really not a driver to improve productivity necessarily. That's got to change, and that's got to include some of the nomenclature and the requirements around developing work packages. Show me how you're going to do it. Give me that information. So you got to change some KPIs.
I think it works. Just to add to that, sorry. In my experience with fab yard, it works very well if you align, the fab yard gets aligned at the CWP level, just that they have a very different criteria for breaking that into IWP than what you do on the site.
Yeah.
But if you get aligned at CWP level, you can expect them to deliver the fabrication of that CWP in support of the sequence that you're going to be directed on, or if you have like big offshore fab yards, they establish the sequence as well. So you have to involve them really early. Really, they finish the design and they drive the sequence.
What I would do is, as an owner, is just do tool time. Go and say, if you're doing a job for us, we're going to measure tool time. And we had one fabricator, we have enterprise framework agreements, even with a lot of you folks in here. And we said, all right, we're going to measure this job. We did it twice. One fab yard was 58%, which is pretty good. For a fab yard, that's a good number. We had the other fab yard that we did it was 38, okay, or something like that. So you can tell right there, I mean, you don't have to tell them you're doing not good or good, but you can say, statistically, this is beating you by 20% right here, so are we going to continue to go to you, or what are you going to do about it? That's a conversation you can have.
Yeah, I had a question for you. It's
Yeah.
a little bit layman. With AWP and the evolution of work-based planning, for me, the most valuable people on a project are the field leadership and the crews to get the work done. Can you give a few anecdotes of how superintendents, foremen either embraced or didn't AWP, work-based planning, what they saw with benefits, and how you learned from that productivity?
That's a good question. So, and I've got some comments. I don't have a huge amount of data to support it, but I do have some. I'll give an example of a project in North America, a big project. And engineering and procurement, the advanced work of AWP wasn't there. So the project went in similar to what somebody was talking about earlier. I think I was up there doing a 5% execution review at 5% complete. We had ditches open, no pipe in the ground, constraints all over the place. So they picked up AWP. They picked up digitalization. We started doing more and more things with that. The EPC wasn't, they were playing the game, but they weren't really in it. We had to build a 4D model. They didn't want to use it. We built it. We handed it to them. It became the tool of mission control room every day. It was the 30, 60, 90 look ahead. But when we started getting the IWP level to the field, the workers were having, it was all digital, by the way. There were screens up in all the control rooms and all the break tents and, the old desks that were sitting outside, the print checks and stuff contained digital screens. The iPads were there. And once the staff got comfortable with that, the company no longer had the decision because the staff had already made it for them. They loved it. So it became the norm on that particular job. So it's a tough situation, though, because not everybody's going to do that. What that did do and what this is going to do in the future for us in the industry, I think, is we have to figure out when we train new staff, it's a different superintendent than it used to be. The cowboys that we were wrangling upkeep and work in front of somebody, you knew what you needed to do, roughnecks. If you do proper AWP, you don't need that. You need somebody who can take the digital portion of that work and look at it and say, I'm keeping my work ahead of people because I know what I'm doing. So it's a different person than it used to be.
I'd like to offer a quick input from the contractor side real quick. So I would say, in my experience and from specific jobs that we've had, we haven't really executed a true AWP project yet, right? I think it's more important, and it does get frustrating from the field side because they hear AWP, all we're doing is a half-assed job of work-based planning is all we're doing, but there's nothing that supports that work-based planning. You're literally just packaging work since construction started, right? We're just calling it AWP. I think it's more important to where if you want to get buy-in from the field and you want to get support from the guys in the frontline supervision, it's having ownership buy into the importance of having that contractor in early. Let that contractor, like Jay said, own that process from the get-go. That's where you start getting buy-in, and that's where the field starts taking ownership. Because the guy that you're going to have up there is going to have the respect from the guys that are going to be on the front lines, right? That's an experienced supervisor, superintendent, or whatnot. And I think we have work to do to get there.
Yeah.
We're definitely not there because, like I said, a lot of the projects it's just checking the box of AWP, and we're throwing it at the field and say, why aren't you successful? This is AWP.
And what that does for us is negatively impact the whole view of AWP, right? It does. It makes a black eye on it. And that's what we found out when we implemented this first time at Deer Park was exactly that is, construction owned it. It was all construction. Nobody else played in their part, and they were just having to do more work in order to implement it. Yeah, you found some constraints. Yeah, you got some benefit, but it was totally isolated to construction. And that's not what this is about. This is about collaboration of the whole project. Yeah?
One comment.
Yes.
I do think what you're talking about is really powerful. I remember back in the day of prefabrication, I just whispered over, I'm like, we had a couple of prefab jobs out there that were people knew all about them and there were one or two jobs, right?
Yeah.
So it's but what you have to say is so powerful, and I think we just need potentially a wider audience to have this conversation with. You're a shell. It's not like you're XYZ mom and pop shop. It's you've done a lot of projects. When you want to point to somebody about proof, I think we have to find a way to get some of your most outspoken champions to be recognizable across the cross section of people that are out there that could use AWP because it's a very powerful message from people that are very reputable and credible that have actual data points. It shouldn't take somebody 3 years like it took you.
I know.
It should take 3 months now, right?
Yeah.
But we need people like you to keep talking. I think it's important.
Well, we're trying, but it's
And I applaud O3 for doing it because I think that's a big part of it.
it is. Yep.
Excellent. Well, join me in thanking Jay. All right. Next up, we have Davide Guzzi from Worley, and he started his career back in the early 90s as a steel structures CAD draftsman. He has 3 decades of experience in the energy sector, covering several roles both on EPC and technology provider sides, and he is currently with Worley as Construction and Completion Digital Execution Director. So please join me in welcoming Davide to the stage.
Oh, here, I got one over here.
Timekeeping. What is this? The magic wand.
We're working on it.
Oh, okay.
Then you don't have all your slides memorized?
Yes, but this is not my first slide. Okay, thank you. So, next 45 minutes or so will be a guided tour on through the construction digital execution that we are carrying on this project we are currently executing in West Texas. I guess we are close to 50% construction complete. I will guide you through the challenge. A good friend of mine likes to call them opportunities. Can debate sometimes, but what we have done to address these challenge opportunities and what we get, the results. I will guide you through the good and the bad, okay? So just allow me to spend a few words on the organization that is paying my salary. So Worley, typical APC company. I don't even know if something that exists, a typical APC, but allow me for time-saving sake to say so. Key services we provide: engineering, procurement, fabrication, construction, commissioning, and many more. 50,000 plus employees around the globe. We operate in 45 countries. Close to 60% of current revenues are from chemical, mining, and conventional energy sector, while 40% are from hydrogen, nuclear, and direct air capture, which, by the way, is the project that we are talking. We will talk here, and company target is to reach 75% by the end of fiscal year 2026 on renewable type of revenues and energy sector. Okay, so our scope on this project. APC, engineering, procurement, construction. Actually, I forgot to include fabrication. All the pipe rack modules were fabricated in our facility in Pasadena, Houston. Our scope stop at pre-commissioning. Commissioning is on scope of our customer. Home office here in Houston. Construction site is West Texas, Hector County. What's the technology that we're going to deploy through this plant? It's called DAC, direct air capture. It's about CO2 sequestration. There's a lot of literature on internet I'm not going to enter too much in detail of this, but one thing I want to mention, once operational, this plant, which should happen mid-2025, will be the biggest direct air capture plant in the world, with a capacity of capturing 500,000 tons of CO2 per year. So of course we are pretty proud of this project. So the APC phase 1 duration, 36 months, we start on March 2022. As I say, we are around 50% construction complete. Now let's start to talk digital, okay? At Worley, we have what we call standard global tool set, are those tools that if there's no any specific requirement from the customer, we are going to use on the project. I'm pretty sure you recognize most of them. Of course, I forgot to mention Excel. That's always there. But now, I, of course, put on purpose a red cross on ConstruSim. Nothing wrong with Bentley or with that technology, okay? And this allows me to introduce my next slide, because that was the biggest challenge from a digital perspective that we had on this project, okay? So what happened with ConstruSim? So at the time that the APC phase started, March 2022, ConstruSim was the work-phase planning solution at Worley. So it was part of the global digital tool set. By, I guess it was November 2022, we have been notified by Bentley that ConstruSim was planned to be retired, going out of support by November 2023. So we have a problem now, okay? The project is going to last longer than November 2023. And now the good news that at that time, Worley was already going through selection process for the future AWP and planning solution. O3 was already the front runner, okay? So decision was not made, but O3 was already the front runner. So how can I say? It was probably an easy choice, to deciding and going with a new solution. But first of all, it took another couple of months before, negotiation, all the details were defined. So now we are February 2023. We have to deploy a complete new solution at Worley. No internal know-how, no internal support team, no pilot project. So at the time I felt really as a guinea pig because big challenge ahead. Our planners were already creating packages in ConstruSim, okay? So I will provide you some additional detail on this, but that was definitely, the biggest. First of all, it was the first, but even, the biggest challenge we had to go through. Now, let's talk about AWP. The requirements were clearly defined, but the understanding that was not really clear. Everyone was on board. I'm talking about the project leadership, the key function. Everyone was on board with AWP, but they did not realize the effort in changing some of the process and that were required to achieve that. So that was definitely also a big challenge we had to address. Now, in all these mist and the rush of doing things, we were not able to convince project control to use O3 for progressing, AWP progressing. Cannot blame them, really. No pilot project. We couldn't really test everything up front, so the project decided to keep using an internal Worley solutions called FLA, Field Labor Analysis, and this turned out to be big challenge trying to get back the data AWP progress, component progress in O3. I will elaborate a little bit about this later. Aviva ERM, our material management solution, was not new to the company, but was new to the project team, to the region. So they were they were very familiar with Hexagon, smart plant materials, but not with Aviva ERM. So that caused a lot of unknown, a certain decision around ERM were not taken with, having clearly in mind what was really needed. Anyway, again, later on, this turned out to be a big challenge, still today. Anyway, and last but not least, very minimum or no digital requirement were included in the RFQ for the big vendor packages. I will elaborate a little bit more about this, but also this turned out to be pretty big challenge. So what we have done, trying to address all of these, first of all, remember, we had to start an implementation from scratch, knowing almost nothing. So it was the supervised and only decision that we can take, go with the Smart Start package offered by O3. So we have been told by the project team we had less than 6 weeks to deploy in production the system, and actually this turned out to be a great decision, and a lot of credit of the O3 team. At that time, we really didn't know almost anything about O3, less than 3 weeks, our planners were able to start creating packages in the system in O3. Okay, so that was definitely a great decision. In parallel, our AWP manager on the project started a very intensive campaign for training all the function, especially at the time, engineering and procurement on AWP. So we put together a list of minimum attribution, the 3D model, the MTOs from engineering, how to create and handle EWP, engineering work package, and PWP, procurement work package, O3, and all that kind of stuff, okay? It was not an easy journey, actually still ongoing, but it was definitely one of the key for the success, okay? We decided to start monitoring the 3D model. Really, the 3D model, it's really critical, okay? It's super important in the way how Worley was used to do packages. So, as I told you, we are still using, Hexagon Smart Plant 3D. So anyway, we put in place a set of reports and dashboard to monitor the attribution. So we request this set of attributes, want to make sure that they were filled and correctly. So it took a couple of weeks to put together everything we wanted, but again, turned out to be a successful decision to do that, okay? Now integration, super important. O3 is a consumer of data from all the other functions. So we needed to make sure that, all the functions could load their data in O3. Now, Worley being a global organization, you can imagine a lot of global teams, several teams handling different enterprise solution, the scheduling, material management, all that kind of stuff. So very soon, even though there was not really any technical obstacle on connecting through API O3 with the other tools, majority of our tools were supporting RESTful API. The problem was really to have all these meetings with all these different global teams, most of the time overnight, a lot of documentation to prepare. And so immediately I realized that, okay, this is going to take a while. So, of course, we didn't give up. I didn't give up on that, but in parallel, I had to start and working a lot with O3, find the best way to get the tool up and running with the data and working. So good old Excel, Power Query, ETL process, extract, transform, and loading. Again, it turned out to be a very good decision. So we could put our planners in a condition to do their job almost since day one. Later on, we came with all the elegant API connection. I will elaborate a little bit about this later on. And of course, nothing of this could happen if the AWP team on the project, a Worley Digital team, and O3 solution team could not work as a single team. That was really the key. We had daily meetings with them, and we used a lot at that time the team boards that is provided with O3 to keep track of all the open issues. So I'm not going through all these numbers. I just want to highlight a few of them, the good and the bad. 230 users. We have 7 planners. We have 7 workface planners on this project, but we have 230 users, okay? And this is great. This is great. So we are able to provide a lot of information through O3 to many users on the project, okay? The close to 40,000 documents that we refresh daily, that actually was the first API integration we had with Aconex, and it works super well, and really it's a lot of documents. You can imagine, you know, how dynamic our, you know, we have changing revision every day, you know, twice a day on a single document. So you multiply for the number of drawings, and this is working very well. Okay, the bad, 90 plus 3D models, you know, to handle altogether. And that's because we were not able in the RFQ to elaborate and put in the contractual language, you know, what we wanted, okay? So one single model or by CWA with a single coordinate system and all of that kind of stuff. So now we have to handle this. There's no other way. We try to go back to the vendor, say, I cannot do anything right now unless you want me to stop, you know, start cutting steel. I cannot do that. So, okay. So anyway, just more work for the digital team, but it's okay. That's one of the big lessons learned. So we are working on phase 2 now of the project. One of the first things that we did is to put our hands on the RFQ. So now we are still in the negotiation phase. So now we have more power for asking what we really want, okay, from a digital perspective.
Hey, quick question. So on that topic, I mean, this is a peeve I have all the time is spending ungodly amounts of IT man-hours scrubbing data to where it actually works. Did you have any of that? I mean, was your data quality good enough where you didn't have to spend an enormous amount of time cleaning it up to use it?
Okay, I have to tell you, and I mentioned yesterday, all the credit to Justin from O3 Solution. Model parsing capabilities that comes with O3 are magic, I can say that. We were able to, of course, we were getting data, okay? The data is there, but through the parsing, the model parsing configuration, we were able to clean up without any external model conditioning, okay? So that was really great. Of course, more work. You expect to have everything, ready to go, but we were able to do all that through the model parsing configuration, okay? So the O3 ecosystem at Worley on DAC 1 project, it's very specific because, I don't know, maybe next year, same conference, another colleague at Worley will present the global O3 ecosystem. Will be different from this because, believe it or not, this is a live document. Every 2-3 weeks, we change something because we are learning as we go, okay? So nothing wrong with that, okay? So For example, I'm not going to enter in the details of all of these, and it'll take me the full day to do that. But now for two important aspects we are discussing for phase 2 are the non-modeled material data from engineering to O3. Right now we are loading MTOs from engineering, Excel spreadsheet. Of course, they are not in the 3D model. We need to get from somewhere else, so Excel spreadsheet, and it's good. It works, but the same spreadsheet goes to supply chain, okay? Guess what? Supply chain, they have to change some of the code. They have to add a suffix, otherwise, the system cannot load. So we have material codes mismatch between the two. So that becomes a big problem, when we run the AWP constraints, when we run the material status. So we want to go directly, since the same MTO goes to ERM, our material management system, we want to get the non-modeled items directly from ERM, okay? So let's say one single source of truth for material codes, which I think should be ERM, the material management system, okay? There are other challenges. These guys are completely overwhelmed, so it takes weeks before they can load the MTO they receive from engineering. So our planners don't want to wait all those weeks, so they want to start to do the planning. So anyway, that's the kind of discussion we are having. Another topic we're discussing is the material inventory at the warehouse, okay? It turned out ERM not be probably the best solution available on the market to handle material on site, okay? Receiving the material. So recently, I guess probably 2 months ago, the project decided to adopt a technology. It's called SiteSense, for material receiving, track and trace. But again, now we have a disconnection. We are loading material status from ERM, but the warehouse is receiving the material through SiteSense. And so we have been told that SiteSense and ERM should talk on a daily basis. It's not happening right now. So anyway, we're thinking, why we're not getting the material inventory directly from SiteSense? Totally doable. It's just a process decision, okay? So, yeah, let me move on. Okay, the next 3 slides are about the method, the way, the different way that we can get data into O3. And also, this table that summarize, the different data sources and the frequency, the method. We'll keep changing that, okay? There's another aspect, and this was definitely a nice, at least personally, it was a nice experience. I'm more used to typical on-prem enterprise solution where, the new version, the release cycle is 12 months, 18 months. So you open a ticket, it becomes a change request in the system. Hopefully the next project will benefit from that, okay? The way it is, I mean, but here, O3, every 2 weeks, there's a new version available directly on the cloud. We don't have to do anything. And the beauty of it that basically the entire design, development, testing cycle at O3 is around 6 weeks. So that means that if today I talk with Colin and ask for something, not for me, for the project, something that we're being asked to improve, I have very good chances that in 6 weeks from now will be available in the tool. This is, in my opinion, this is a real game changer for us, okay? And I have an example on this later on. Okay, so let's talk the way how we bring data in O3 on this project, okay? I'm using P6 as an example, but this is really about the, what I call the Excel template export and import. So basically, we instruct the source application, in this case O3, to dump a report, schedule a report, and put it in a Beam 360 or ACC folder. And then the the O3 synchronization schedule at a frequency that we decide goes in that folder. If there's something available that is new, so the system will start to crunch the data, and through the data deliverables object that are in O3, we create the field mapping. So we are able to read the Excel spreadsheet, and one column goes to this attribute. From P6, it goes to this attribute in O3. We have also a minimum of transformation through regular expression, but not much actually. But yeah, probably not the most super elegant way of exchanging data, but there's no manual intervention, okay? So I'm a big fan of Excel if you use it in the right way, okay? Yeah. Want to keep to the end? It's fine? Maybe, okay? Good, thank you. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, this is about 3D models, PCF file, and IFC file. So 3D models we are getting from SmartPlant 3D. Okay, we transform in using Navi's work, as I was mentioning, also to reduce the the geometry size. The PCF, all the spooling information are coming through the PCF file, piping component file. And still detailed models are coming from our fabricator through an IFC file, Industry Foundation class. They are using SDS2 as like Tekla, their competitor. But I have to say, the quality of that model was pretty good. No, let me rephrase this. The quality was very granular, so we had all the bolts and nuts that we needed, but not in the format that we were expecting, okay? So anyway, the methodology here is pretty much the same. All these files goes, and of course we created the good, hierarchy structure in Autodesk Construction Cloud, and the scheduler, the synchronization schedule in this case twice a week, 2 times a week, on Tuesday evening and Friday evening, goes and check for any new version of the 3D model available. Now the big difference with Excel and the example I used for P6 is the model parser. Really, we do a lot of transformation here. Now the beauty that everything is embedded in O3, okay? I don't have to touch at all the 3D model. I told you, I can spend the whole day talking to you about the IFC files that we receive. We had to manage, the piece mark. We had to add prefix, suffix. We have to do a transformation on the bolts and the nuts, and it's really something. So anyway, all the credits to Justin here. But it's very long. I couldn't even imagine when we start to have so many entries on that configuration, but it does the job, and it never breaks, and we'll keep adding. The project is, sometimes we add stuff because we asked maybe 3 months ago engineering to do something different. Now finally they implemented, so now I have to change the configuration to receive the new format, okay? So now, last way of importing data, 3D is, probably the most elegant is through the API, okay? So something that is completely transparent to the users. The system overnight refresh all the data. Now, and this was a great decision we took. We have this in-house tool, it's called WoollySim, where SIM stands for Systems Integration Management. Basically, WoollySim is a API connector, okay? WoollySim has, of course, there's a team behind WoollySim of developers that they develop connectors to the applications that, mainly the enterprise application, but in theory we can do for everything, okay? So once we have the connector, Bullet SIM allow to a user like me, I'm not a programmer, through a UI, user interface, the source, I have 2 panes, super simple, 2 panes, and I have the source. I select, the table, this is AConnex, the table I want to connect to. I need to know a little bit about of course, the source and the target application to the job, but there's no any programming I have to do. And so I select which are the fields that I want to bring, in terms, in this case, I'm talking about AConnex, so the documents metadata, revision date, document category, project phase, all that kind of stuff. And I do the mapping with the target, of course, O3. And what we do here is also, we set the frequency. In this case, AConnex is on a daily basis. Every night at midnight or 1 a.m. is running and refreshing everything that changed. And we can also filter. I can, for example, at the very beginning of the project, one of the things we did with our team was deciding on the document categories we wanted, okay? I showed in the previous slide that we refresh close to 40,000 documents, okay, every day. We have more than 90,000 documents in AConnex, but do I need, the minute of meetings for, whatever meeting happened, 6 months ago? So luckily, document management, in this case, is doing a good job, categorizing all the documents. So through Bullet SIM, I was able to filter, hey, I want only the, ISOs, the single loop diagram, We decided on a set, I think it was 20, 22 type of document that we really need in O3, okay? And we are also adding some little transformation capabilities, possibility to add a prefix or do some data manipulation, that kind of stuff. But again, it's every week we improve the overall process, okay? But this turned out to work super, super well, okay? Okay, I have some pretty pictures I exported from the 3D model just to show you, a couple of data integration thing that we have on this. So, the P6 schedule, and so of course we can visualize in the form of the Gantt chart. We can open the 3D model, run an animation. Colin was showing this morning how to leverage the plot plan and show the path of construction. So the data that is coming from P6 can be used in a different way. Actually, we didn't leverage a lot so far the 4D capabilities of O3. I'm talking about the 3D model, okay? We're getting there. We are taking some decision. We are polishing the data. Of course, we need also, clean data to do that. But it will be much, much better very soon. Fabrication status. So every week we receive, in this case, Papa Fabricators was Turner, and we receive an Excel spreadsheet every week from them. The Excel spreadsheet is very clean. The only difference that, okay, they are tracking 52 different statuses, from drawing, receive, painting, all the NDT, ND process. That's their, fabrication status tracking. Do I need, 52 different statuses for the piping? No. So we group them. Again, here's some Power Query magic, and we group them in what we really needed. So we can open the 3D model and see, the nice colorization based on the status, and we can, overlay with the schedule, for example. So that integration, even though super basic, I'm talking about an Excel import every week, it worked very, very well. Installation status. This is one of the 85 5 3D models we receive for structures. Now you see this is the calciner, this is very big, okay? Sometimes we receive a model with 3 pipe supports, okay? And that was one of the problems that we had on the digital requirements with these with these vendors. So anyway, this is about one of the things I was mentioning, getting new functionalities in 6 weeks. So until a few versions ago, I cannot really remember, probably 3 months ago, we were able to visualize installation status, AWP status, only at the AWP level, okay? So not really at a component level. And the statuses were very limited, okay? Was started, in progress, complete, okay? No, this didn't like, our construction manager didn't like that, so he wanted to see, the percentage, you see the list here, is longer than, 3 statuses. So now we are able to apply, this data that is coming from the infamous FLA. But now we are really, we can see very detailed the component installation status. That also turned out to be a very useful application because, FLA doesn't have any 3D model, okay, it's just tabular. So for the team on construction side, it was super difficult to understand. Okay, I can see, from the window that has been installed, but FLA says something different. So not very difficult to, keep track on the quality of the data in FLA. But, through this colorization, we were able to start to see, beams that were installed 100%, but not the column. There's something wrong, definitely. So anyway, nothing wrong with that, okay? Actually, FLA team was happy as well, okay? So this is going to help them to prioritize their work, okay? ISO drawing with material, as I told you, we importing, of course, the ISO, the PDF comes from Aconex, the document and the metadata, but all the MTOs, they come from the PCF. So when we bring in the PCF, the system is smart enough to do the correlation. So every time I open a 2D drawing, I have an electronic, MTO available immediately, okay? And this is happening, fully automatically. Of course, we had to do some configuration, but this refresh is done on a daily basis through the API. Yeah, other nice pictures, material status, it's coming from ERM. We do this on a weekly basis. Can we do it more often? Yes, absolutely. The problem that ERM is behind, okay? So the data we are seeing in the 3D model is not always very reliable. That's the discussion that I was telling you we are having. Maybe we should go with and connect with SiteSense. But there's a challenge, because ERM, if I want to see the PO status, if I have an ISO, a set of ISO or a major equipment, and I want to see the PO status or the material requisition status, then I definitely need ERM, okay? Nothing of those information goes to SiteSense. But if I want to know if that material has been received, then I have to go to SiteSense. So we're thinking, we are strategizing around this very important topic. Material constraints is the same. The system, create open and close constraints on a daily basis based on the material that we have in inventory. We are also thinking to do some changes here. Again, we're just planning here, but yeah, the result graphically is super powerful. Okay, this AWP progress from FLA was kind of the same that I show you on steel structure. In this case, it's just a combination of steel structure, pipe spools, and equipment. We don't do civil right now yet, okay? For phase 2, we are using O3 for packaging civil, okay? But we're not using a lot the 3D model. This is also one of the discussion we are having, with the engineering team. How can you track? In this project we have huge slabs, okay, and they come from the 3D model as a single piece. Of course, the concrete pouring is done in, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 different sessions. So how can I progress that, and have a colorization that really tell me what the portion of the slab that I put. So there's a big discussion going on to trying to improve the 3D model quality. Don't get me wrong. I mean, engineering, they own the 3D model. Let's say they think that they own the 3D model. Okay, 3D model is engineering. Yeah, dude, I'm with you, but there's a bunch of people that want to use them downstream. So please, maybe we can work as a single company, as we are, okay, and make this better. It's always a debate. Hey, I don't have enough hours in my budget to do that. Then discuss about that, okay? If we're going really to save some time in construction because you split, the slab on the 3D model, we can give you the hours, okay? Anyway, it's not only the civil, conduits, cable trays. From a piping perspective, the model is super clean, very granular. We have all the information we need, but other disciplines, not so much. And last but not least, systemization, okay, from the P&ID. Actually, we are importing at the ISO and at the tag level through the 3D model. So the 3D model get the data from the P&ID, and we got the systemization data in O3 through the 3D model. But not at the spool level, okay? So we put together, basically, we create a special report that is both connected with P&ID and Smart 3D to get the system at the spool level. Why we want that? Because on this project we have close to 900 ISOs that they have a system break within the ISO, okay? So if I really want to provide a super well-defined, turnover package, then I have to split the ISO, and a couple of spools goes in one package, others in the other package, okay? So, yep.
Can you go back just a minute, please?
$5. Or 2 beers.
I think it's important to highlight that progress, we're now moving or changing the strategy and now capturing progress through O3.
Thanks, Juan. Okay, this is phase 1. Project control didn't want to hear anything about, moving away from FLA. And again, I'm going to blame them, but phase 2, and we are working as we speak to start doing the progress in O3 directly. We will still send data to FLA. They have their connection integration with Ecosys, our project control tool. And but yeah, the progress will be done directly in O3. This should remove a lot of headache.
Maybe a question while you're still here before I forget it is, I saw where you said the construct manager expanded your requirements for real-time progress, progress. Is that something you needed to do because of the way you all are being paid on the project, or is it not zero started? What is good enough and why?
Maybe you should ask him. I remember the meeting, the construction, the AWP manager at a construction site calling me, David, I need your help. I'm not doing any name. The construction manager is here with me, he's screaming, doesn't see the progress. So the progress works. So brought in on the screen, the progress, start, complete, and in progress. And his comment was, Davide, you are an idiot. This meeting is over. That was yeah, okay. I'm not kidding you guys. Yeah, construction people, okay? So, but anyway, I hope no one is getting offended here, but no, Jay, really, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, just some fun.
Jay wasn't. It was just the level of visibility of progress wasn't there as an EPC to start, because it was an entity within the business that put two entities together. That's what it was.
Well, it all depends on what
There
you're
wasn't
using,
the contract.
right? I mean, if you're using that as your rule of credit, then you gotta get more detail. If you got a different rule of credit, then this can be very simple. You either started or you didn't use.
And as a business, this is a journey. This was the first job.
Yeah, okay.
Right? So this is why it probably sounds a bit more broken than it really is.
Yeah.
But the amount where we've come on in the journey over the past 12 months is phenomenal as a business for us. This is the big learning test case.
Okay. Can I finish my last slide and then we open the Q&A? Okay. Key takeaways: no data consistency, no fun, I guess. So pretty clear to everyone, every single operation, every single task on the project execution rely on some data, and probably that data will be used to create more data. Now, digital data, but Excel, digital, okay? At DWG is digital, okay? Now, the problem with, this point-to-point exchange, there's some transformation, someone is changing, dash, the underscore, oh, I need a suffix, all that kind of stuff. So anyway, this creates tons of data inconsistencies. Now, you're all aware, there are different terminology: data warehouse, data lake, data hub. The idea is to get, okay, instead of exchanging the data point to point, okay, let's publish everything to a single data hub, and then I can leverage algorithm, artificial intelligence, machine learning, you name it, to trying to make it match, or at minimum to notify the people that there's something that doesn't work very well. So, and we suffer and still suffering this a lot on this project. How we mitigate that? So there's a lot of Excel macros, Power Queries, okay? Yeah, we definitely were able to mitigate that big issue, but it was no fun. Really, we're hoping and moving on to have, less and less data inconsistencies. The clear digital requirements for vendors on major packages. I want to use again, the example of the steel fabricator. We are getting, 85 different 3D models. They don't have a common coordinate system. So yeah, O3 allows to move and relocate, but 85, come on, it's not easy. And some of them are rotated. I cannot even understand. Some of them rotated 15 degrees. Anyway, our fault that was not clarifying this. No CWP or CWA mentioned in the piece mark. No unique piece mark. Actually, this is fun. So we discussed about unique piece mark at the very beginning of the project, but probably we had a different interpretation of that. So again, right now, what the job we are doing and enhancing the RFQs, make sure that there's no room for interpretation. Okay, even using pictures, examples, but make it very clear. Last but not least, on digital requirements, this turned out to be a big problem with this company. So basically, and we discovered this later on, yeah, they were providing us nice 3D models with all the bolts and nuts, all the welds, but in reality, they were creating their CNC code and shop drawings using AutoCAD. So the 3D model was just, okay, Worley, our customer, wants the 3D model. Let's give them the 3D model. But guess what? The shipping list that we were receiving at the warehouse was different from what we got in O3. Even the weight, because whatever they're using, different weight, small variation, but that create a lot of pressure, So, hey, I prepare a package from O3, I have this weight, and now I'm receiving that material, the weight is not matching. So anyway, big lesson learned, make sure that the 3D model for the fabricator, for the steel fabricator, has to be the single source of truth for their digital deliverable. We won't accept any more and a shipping list that is done outside the 3D model system. The more, the merrier. This is about the 230 users that I mentioned before. You remember the diagram, the O3 ecosystem? Clearly, there are so many functions that are exchanging data with O3. So I'm not saying O3 can become the data hub for the project, but definitely it's probably the only solution in the entire global tool set at AWPLE that really provide a lot of information, procurement, schedule, engineering, completion all together, okay? So now, how can we get 230 users using O3? It's not enough, sending them a link, hey, this is O3, you can use it. No, we had to tailor some training for them, depending, the type of job they are doing. So it took some effort, for sure. What we are getting in return, we are able to spot discrepancies much faster, because now we have 130 people using the system, and so more eyes on the data. And of course, we hope in the future, not having those eyes, we just want them to use the tool for the job, but that's has been a very good decision, and we are seeing the good results on expanding and let more and more people use the tool. Okay, question.
Yeah, so you mentioned the model. You have granularity down to the piece, say a valve. You track that from a material standpoint. You've got a certain amount of labor hours associated with it. It sees the progress, which is key with O3, and you're doing that. How do you deal with items that aren't in your 3D model? And I'll pick one, thermal insulation.
Well, it's a different process, but we can still import, so the components, a conduit, cables, for example. We are not.
If you have no component of the insulation in the model, how are you addressing
well,
that
okay,
from a processing or materials management standpoint?
Well, okay, you cannot visualize in the 3D model, but you can create a nice report with a percentage bar. So you can select and have all your components in a specific IWP, and you have your taskbar, your progress bar that is tell you component by component, is it 50%, 65%?
So somebody's developing that manually, it's being imported in an Excel spreadsheet or something.
Yeah, so the key there, so the old way of doing virtual construction models was you pulled in the model, you would condition it, you would actually add in pieces, and you add those in, and then you'd bring the model back in, and then you could use it. And if you had a new piece, you got to do the model again, we got to bring it in. So today, the way that we approach this is we have a construction component library within O3. That's the core, those are the core pieces against which we are tracking work. And then you have models from multiple sources that may or may not pertain to those. You have other data sources like line lists and other ways to get that information, or pulled off drawings, or pulled off your material information. It doesn't matter where those come from. They may or may not have geometries. They may have geometries represented in multiple models, but the components that you're adding to packages, those are within the O3 data architecture and the O3 database. They may have a graphical component associated with it that allows you to click in a model and see a nice visual picture, but that's not a requirement at all. You can build packages and do all your whole process non-graphically. In fact, that's where we got our start. We talked about in the beginning, when we first moved into the space, we did the white space analysis and said, what's missing? Constraint management is missing, and non-graphical workspace planning is missing. So we solved those two problems first, and then the graphical we actually added after those. So the ability, you can run a single package. I can be clicking in the model, adding 4 or 5 components from the model, and then pull in non-modeled components as well in that same package.
That might not be important.
You see here? I mean, okay, forget about the 3D model. If you don't have in the 3D model, you can still visualize in this way your component. This is my IWP. I have the list of my components, and I can see the percentage in this one.
That might not be important to the work packaging.
Thanks, Tori.
But it's important when we finish an asset and we have to spend $20 million to go through the asset to define erosion under insulation locations. We know what they were when we built it, but we didn't put any information in there around corrosion under installation. So $20 million to go back and just identify that. And probably just put it on VNID, which is not a good way either, so.
So an important aspect to exactly what you're saying, right, is that one source of truth that's gonna tie it together. So part of your data requirements is that cable schedule, that tagged item list, or that specialty item list. Everything that's listed on there is associated with the CWP. That way, whenever you do bring it into O3, just like Josh said, when you build that non-draftable package, all that's still pulling in.
Yeah, and I think
Has
it's the
to be part of your
granularity
data
issue that
requirements
you have
early
there, is
on.
getting down to that granular level where you see impacts and progress both.
Josh, can we take an action here to put the latest version of the API or CII data requirements on your output? So that not only that, but the guide itself, the implementation guide. Because for those of you who hadn't looked through that, it takes a little bit of time to look through it, because it covers all these things you're talking about are covered in their line list. You know, everything is covered in there. Now, whether you use it or not is up to you. You don't have to use all the digital threads, right? You may not use it for concrete or whatever, but it's there if you need it, and it's standardized. So it's not different for us than it is from Chevron or Exxon or Dow or whatever.
This is going
No, it's been out, there's 4 revisions out. The first one was 2020, the first part, and then there's 4 revisions. And now they're doing data modeling, which is the next step, so. Data modeling.
I think there's an important project too that I'm trying to elevate for CII, and that's an industry definition of ECM. Because I think clarity around what virtual construction model is, because it gets mistaken for virtual construction 3D model.
Yeah.
And that's not what it is. It's virtual construction data model, which can include a 3D component, right? Which I think conceptually addresses basically what you were bringing up, and we've really been elevating that for CII as well.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that the key piece there is that the underlying engine for installation work packages, their associated components, the progressing of those components, the constraint management against those, the approvals, everything that happens, we do not care whether that has a graphical component or not. And so it can be 3D, 4D, 5D, or maybe non-graphical at all, and all in the same package. Now, the graphical makes it easier to click. The graphical lets you do the pretty pictures and communicate visually, which is really powerful. But you don't need that to execute your work, and that's a key differentiator that I think.
But you need that data link that the item itself, the valve, and let's say it's a blanket. You need that blanket. Is that material available when the valve hits so that we can insulate that?
From the tag level to the CWA level,
Correct.
it has to maintain the system, it has to maintain whatever you define has to be contained within that all the way to the tag level.
And the reason I ask it, where I see work packaging, AWP working well, it's down to the model level, and that's where it stops. And you've got a lot of construction goes on beyond that, right? And insulation being one of those. You don't finish a project till you get the insulation on, but we fall short there.
So another thing that we do to help address that is what we call the construction component-centric view. So when you think about the way that the work needs to be done, you have a particular component, and that component has a lot of activities that need to happen. Some of those might be fabrication activities. Some of those are installation activities. Some of those are then things like insulation and coating. And so you can go to an individual component, and you can see of all those things that need to happen. I know all the things that need to happen and which ones of those have been done. And we've broken it out that way because one of the things we found is that some projects might use even 2 separate installation work packages to finish the installation of that. They may have a crew that's going in and just flying in the pipe, and then someone's coming back in and doing the full welding, for an example, right? And so we allow you to break those up. You can have multiple IWPs against that same construction component, and anytime you can see which pieces of that overall work have been completed.
Rotating equipment's another good example. You're going to set your rotating equipment early, but you can't do your pipe stress or final alignment until pipe is connected to it. That may be 6 to 8 months down the road. It's a separate IWP tagged to the same components.
Right. But home on.
One more feature that O3 has that I like a lot and addresses a little bit of the issue with insulation in case it's not in the model, is that you can use package purposes. So you can get the same tools in different IWPs for different purposes, and you get installation. Now, see model brick installation, so you have exactly what to show, but if you didn't have it, and you build a package for piping for installation purpose, you could still use the same pipelines to call for the model to show.
It's how you, what kind of data you have, because if you have a downstream impact, right, when material's not there, or you have an issue downstream, an engineering change, if that's not in the semblance of a model or something very similar, right, where that data is rich, so you change something in your 3D model that impacts me, I've got to be able to recognize that. If I don't have an equal system, I'm at a huge deficiency.
And that's why it's important to aggregate data from various
Right.
sources. So take an installation, for example. Even if it's not modeled, I've got a line list. The line list is going to tell me type of installation, is it
But it's
requiring
inferior.
heat trace, right?
It's inferior data though.
Well,
But it
and that's
still
why we,
exists at the line level.
yeah, and that's why you try and link it to the graphical data. So even if I'm working off of a cable schedule, if I know which cable tray or which conduit that cable is going through, I can still link that to a parent graphical component. So that still lets me go through and do the visualization of the model.
Sure.
Again, that's dependent on you knowing which conduit it's going in. If I have some concept of a cable that just exists out in the ether, then you're limited to 1D, 2D visualization.
That's good.
But
This is gonna sound crazy, but part of transformation, maybe, why don't we model more things in the model? That sounds crazy, and I'm really going out there on that one, but, feels like from the industry, that would help a little bit.
Might
One
help
of
if
the
it's
things with
done.
cable trays is nobody loves to put in standard random like breaks in the cable trays, so you can't do material control. I mean, how lazy are the electrical engineers?
I think really the solution is to get more details in the 3D model. I agree with you, Jeremy. The problem that technology we are using today, maybe with some exception that Amy presented this morning, it takes just too much time, to route a conduit, and then we don't do it, okay? Or cables.
I will say this, too, I'm not sure if y'all were listening to Amy's presentation earlier. There is companies right now that are modeling conduit and wire using exactly what Amy said. They're using coordinates from point A to point B, and they're modeling it, and we're importing it into O3.
It's timing. It's timing though. So usually you don't want to pick a horse. So at the time people are modeling things, the electrical engineer doesn't model it. They know whoever you pick is going to model it anyway, the way they're going to make it. And so when you were talking earlier, I forgot who it was about bringing contractors in early. They don't bring contractors in early because they haven't picked one.
Time out. Back in the day, pipers didn't used to put in wells, field wells, right? Back in the day. I mean, I'm not that old. Okay, so what's the problem with electrical? They're just lazy, or then, I don't want to do modeling because I'm an electrical engineer and I'm too, like a process guy. I don't want to do intelligent PNIDs because I'm a process guy.
I'm
Yeah, great.
not in the business of defending electrical engineers by any stretch of the imagination.
And it doesn't take a lot to do this, and the data downstream,
It's very valuable.
and that's where you make money, right?
But the issue isn't that they're lazy, the issue is that the value has not been communicated to them. That's the problem.
Well, the project engineer on the engineering side says, I'm gonna save 10 man-hours here, and construction's gonna lose 100. That's a good proposition?
No. What I'm saying is that the project engineer probably isn't being communicated about.
So where's the project manager?
So that's.
Where's the project manager? I mean,
Yeah, I think the challenge here, that we've done a good job of optimizing the silos. And what AWP does is it says, hey, this is an overall system. We need to have a systems theory approach to this, and we may make somebody's work a little bit harder or their process a little bit suboptimal, but overall the system gains. And AWP is what allows you to take that approach and see that. What we've done is we've built tools and systems that optimize for each silo, and that's why, and our contractual strategies that encourage that, where we pay by drawing instead of paying by what impacts construction, right? And so our systems are optimized around that, and when you have the project engineer who's being, their KPIs and their bonus are tied to these things, then it's a lot harder for them to worry about the larger picture, right? And so that's what AWP is allowing us to do, and tools like O3 that allow you to have this collaboration, allow you to start thinking about that. But it's a mindset change. It's a change in how we incent people, both from a company perspective, but then individuals, right? We need people thinking about overall systems theory, not silo optimization.
I think there's an important point about O3 and the CI AWP data requirements
Yeah.
And I don't think that's been mentioned yet, but I think it warrants some mention.
Yeah.
Well, that's important. I mean, y'all, if you've been to a conference, you've heard me say it, but engineering is important. It creates that with procurement over 80% of the digital thread that touches everything. So it creates all kinds of havoc if it's not done right and executed. But the fact of the matter is, it's 8-10% of the project cost. So chasing an engineering man-hour, for me, is not important. Although it's important to be productive and to do it reasonably well, a man-hour per piece of equipment rate on engineering is a stupid metric. And we've had it for years. Why do we have it? It's ridiculous. So, you know, you might not be perfect at the first AWP job you do as an engineer, but the more you do it, the faster you're going to be, the more efficient you're going to be. You will save yourself money, regardless of what. You know, I can understand the first time there's some growing pains. That's why you have maturity. Okay?
There's also the engineering coming out.
Yeah. So that this is an area we've recently released a guide for engineering around AWP, and it's you know, we've written several blogs on this. I've been on the soapbox many times, but engineering is, you know, they've been slower to adopt AWP, and it's because we're asking them to do more for value downstream. And that's the challenge. We're asking them to change their process to benefit the overall system rather than them directly. And so organizations are working through that. But please join me in thanking Davide.
Right before you introduce Jeff, if you haven't realized, there are snacks in the hallway. We didn't want to disturb everybody by bringing them in. Help yourself at your convenience.
All right.
But, okay.
That's it.
Just take a 5-minute break.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna take 5 minutes, let everyone, and then we'll start back up in 5. All right, our next presenter is Jeff Ryan. Jeff is a Texas-based Canadian from Australia. He's a project management professional who has been involved in over 50 mega projects using the principles of AWP to deliver successful outcomes. Author of 2 books on AWP, Jeff is helping the industry make the leap from workplace planning to advanced work packaging. Please join me in welcoming Jeff Ryan.
Thank you very much, Josh. Thank you. Hey, so do you guys hear me okay? Yep. So first of all, great to see so many AWP people all in one place. And, you know, just at the end of that last session, I can see you guys are just about to get into it. It was just about a runaway train, that was. So that's good. Everybody wants to know, everybody's got their ideas that they brought with them. So what I'm going to talk about, so I just want to say a couple of things on data, and then I'm not going to talk about data again. I'm going to show you some data from a different perspective. So one of the themes that we heard some great presentations today. One of the themes, or one of the places we keep coming back to, is that data is becoming a commodity. Just like steel or pipe or concrete or cable. We order it, it gets created, we need to have it delivered. And that's the part that's missing at the moment. We don't think of data as a commodity. We think that as a byproduct. Well, you know, if you've got a piece of pipe, it doesn't matter if you don't know where it goes or that you've got it. So it's almost as important to know that you've got it and where it goes as having it. So just the fact that you've got it in the yard is of no value if you don't know what it's for. So the data is as important as the pipe. So anyway, that's sort of my summary of what we talked about already. What I'm going to talk about here today is, first of all, just our partnership with O3. We've done several projects with O3 now, and looks like we've got some more on the horizon. We are agnostic to software, so we use most of the softwares that are on the market. We've applied them. We've been doing this for about 18 years now. we are in the process of facilitating software. We really like to work with O3 because we know it works and we know it gives us the results we need. So we'll talk a little bit about AWP by the numbers. I've got some data and stats to share with you. We'll talk about how we collected that data. We'll talk about what that tells us. And then we'll talk about the return on investment for AWP. And the extension of that, or the summary of that, is, what do we do going forward? So first of all, this is our process model. We are process people. We are embedded project management, typically. We have about 30 people working for the company. We're working on 12 projects around the world right now. So we have subject matter experts that we implant into organizations. We're typically engaged by the owners. They bring us on to ask us to teach everybody what all you guys know, which is how do you do this? What are the components? What's the alignment of process? So that's our role. So this is sort of our map. You see inside the green box is the data environment that you guys are talking about. In this example, we're talking about Azure Cloud. But basically, the message here is that everything needs to be in one place so it can talk to each other. All project data, whatever data you need on a project needs to be in one place. It needs to be organized by CWP, needs to be aligned, needs to tell you which system it's in, all of the stuff you've already been talking about. So this is basically the O3 space that we need in the middle. We need software to organize and access that data. The stuff at the top here is talking about data publishers. So this is one of the areas that we get involved in, and that is that we work with the data publishers to condition data so that it can be imported into that data environment. Once it's there and we've got it into O3 and we put O3 in front of a workplace planner, then we have to work with the data consumers so that they understand how you take that data-rich environment and turn that into a world. Now, what's that process of taking all of that information, building packages, managing constraints, putting it into the field, and managing it beyond that? So this is sort of our area of expertise, the data consumers, and of course, working with the data publishers to help them organize their data. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. So this is the graph. So I don't know if you guys have seen this. If you guys go to this little tent, you scan that QR code, you'll see that there is, and you can do this afterwards if you like, you'll see that there's a document on there called an AWP white paper. So it has this graph and it has some passages around the graph on basically how you can take this away and how you can use this. So this is proof that you're in the right business. This is, so what I just described on the last slide is about 90% of what we do. The other 10% is that we collect data. So this is 65 projects that we've been involved with over the last 10 years where we've collected two sets of data. We collected tool-time data that Jay was talking about earlier. And we also collected alignment with AWP. So if you look at about 10 years ago, CII, with the help of the industry, developed a scorecard, an AWP scorecard that has basically 60 conditions, which is the ideal conditions for AWP. 6 different categories. Each line item basically spells out a condition. One of them is have an AWP champion. Another one is use workplace planning software. There is condition the work breakdown structure so that it is aligned with AWP. There's a whole bunch of those. We'll talk about those. So anyway, we go into a project, we conduct a AWP scorecard where we interview 30 or 40 people on the project, key people, and from those interviews, we go back to the scorecard, we fill out the scorecard. So each line item gets a score on a rate of 1 to 5. So 1 sucks and 5 is a rock star, and we basically score the whole card that way. And then that gives each project an alignment with AWP. So that's what this is on the bottom of the graph. This is how aligned these projects were with AWP. Then we do a tool time study at the same time. So our tool time studies is somebody out in the field, as Jay described. They're basically zigzagging across the project for a couple of weeks at a time. They look at a person and they decide that person is involved in direct work, which is something we want them to do, something that moves the project towards completion. They're involved in preparation for that, so they're involved in a support activity, or they're being delayed because they don't have information tools materials. So you do a couple of thousand of those and you end up with an average for what we saw for a worker per day. And that's what this is. This is the average worker on that project and how often we saw them involved in direct activity, which is moving the project towards completion. So this is how busy are the workforce, and this is how compliant is the project with AWP. So this is a single project. So this project was 36% compliant with AWP and 26% direct activity. So that means 2.5 hours out of every 10 hours, those guys were working. So you can see this is the trend line. So basically showing you how things work. So basically what it's telling us is the more compliant you are with AWP, the busier the workforce is. Not news to anybody in here. We already knew that. What this is telling us, though, is how much. That's the really important data here. So I'll come back to this slide in a moment. Well, actually, I'll just cover it now. So if you do the math from where the trend line crosses the 45 percentile and where it crosses the 75 percentile, we have increased productivity by 27%. So that's based on 65 projects, 10 years of data, 200,000 observations, over 1,000 interviews with project people. That is a huge pool of data. So basically, the numbers we heard earlier, they were all bouncing around 25%. They're pretty close. This 27% is actually what it is. A couple of other great things that jump out about this graph. I love this guy. Now, this guy is telling you that, that you can suck at AWP and you can still be good. But your chances are 65 to 1. Yes. And same thing here with some of these guys. AWP is not a guarantee of high productivity either.
Yeah. Sorry, one question. You mentioned your process and the amount of data you have on these. I'm curious if you've done an analysis of those 60 points from the assessment. What would be the key ones that would trigger better kind of tool, or we have a bigger impact?
Great question. I don't know the answer yet. But what we've done is we've shared this data with CII, University of Texas, and asked them the same question. Basically, we've given them the raw data and said, tell me what's important. What single traits are common right across the whole spectrum of good projects, and which ones are missing from the bad projects, which I think is the question. Yeah. So we're going there. I can tell you that just on our initial assessment of the data, if we looked at the 6 categories, hang on, let me just go there. All right. I'll just jump ahead. So this is some of the conditions on that AWP scorecard. So there are 6 categories of conditions. When we average them across all 65 projects, which one scores the lowest? We've got basically engineering and procurement, information management, project controls, workplace planners, installation packages, field execution. Where do you think we suck the most? There, see, I didn't even have to tell you. Right? You're right. Where are we the best? Close. Installation work packages. Yeah. So installation work packages, I think the average score was like 71%, and in engineering it was 58. So yes. So what they're telling us is, if you want to invest in making this better, don't blow your money on trying to get better installation work packages. We're on top of that. Right? The investment is in engineering and procurement. I talked about that already. This is basically just how we take measurement of tool time. But I want to get to a little bit more. So let's do some numbers on that. Okay, so this is essentially where, sorry, I get to stay in camera, I guess.
There's a laser pointer on it.
Okay, I can just, all right. Right here. So this is my general math for how projects are dissected. That if we were on $1 billion project, about 10% of that is engineering, about 40% is procurement, about 50% is the cost of construction. And that varies depending on markets and complexity and things. But that's generally a number that we can run with. So that means that if we take $500 million, which is the cost of construction, and we improve productivity on that $500 million by 27%, which means we get 27% more done every day, which is actually probably not correct because we get more than that. You know, you get good at something, you get even more efficiency. But anyway, let's say it's 27%. That means that you should be able to reduce that schedule and cost by that much. Okay, so it's actually more than 100 million. It's like 154 million if you did the math that way. You know, knocked off 50 million just for argument's sake. So you're going to save at least $100 million if you can move the needle from 45 to 75. So you don't have to be even really good at it. You just have to get to 75. 75% compliant with AWP. And 3 months of schedule. So that's basically the math. This is basically the hopefully the nugget that I'm giving you guys to take home with you and prove to all of those people that you have been asking you this question, you know, what's my return on investment? Well, here's the math. And there's a huge pile of data behind it. It's basically, it should not be a question anymore. Right, we can move on from this. Now maybe the question will be, well, why aren't we doing it? You know, that's where we want to get to. I'll show you a bit more data that I thought was really interesting. So this is split by discipline. So these are civil projects, these are steel and pipe, and these are electrical. So you can see that we don't have a big effect on civil projects. You know, even when we get more compliant, you see the line's not very steep. You know, that they're pretty busy anyway. And that's probably something that you always suspected. You know, that civil is sort of simple and, you know, those guys are already busy. We don't add a lot to it. You know, you think about materials in civil. Well, most of it is just sort of, you know, off the shelf. Look at steel and pipe. There's obviously a huge benefit there. And look at electrical, the same thing. Not quite. It's harder to keep the electricians busy, but they're also getting a lot of benefit out of being organised. Okay, this is greenfield and brownfield. So this is a great graph because this shows us that, well, first of all, you guys have always suspected or known or been told it's harder to get stuff done on a brownfield project than a greenfield project. Yes, it is. It's that much harder. Exactly that much harder. But when you get organised, it's only this much harder. And that's a real telling statistic because that means that the more complexity you have on your project, the more benefit they get from AWP. Which also probably resonates with you already. It's one of those things you probably already suspected. So here's the data to prove it. Okay, last slide. So what do we do with that? How do we go forward? You know, there's a project management principle which is if you measure it, you manage it. Which also means that if you don't measure it, you don't manage it. Okay, so you know that if we're doing tool time studies or if we're doing some sort of a productivity study on our projects, we at least know the answer. If we're not doing that, how do you know what you're doing? How do you know where you are? And of course, I think sometimes we're okay with not knowing where we are, and that's part of the problem. No? So anyway, so you guys already know this. You know, write it in contracts, have clear expectations, you know, measure it, conduct tool time studies, track improvements against the last ones so that you're moving forward. know where you are. At least know where you are. Or, that another way to think of that is where do you want to be on that graph? And where do you think you are? Right? So the other thing that this graph does, of course, is if you just did this scorecard on your project, you could probably project, I'm probably in this range for my tool time as well. Or the other way around. You did a tool time study, you could probably say, I'm probably this percentage compliant. So, managing it, of course, is doing something with that data. Jay, you talked about this earlier. You were measuring stuff for years, but not taking any action, and guess what? Nothing changed. So yes, this is about change. So to your point, Amy, this morning about creating a situation where we're uncomfortable with our results. Right? What if I could show somebody in this room that that's your project? There you go. There's uncomfortable. Help yourself to it. Yes. So anyway, so I really resonated with the change model. That was really good. But that's the first place to start. So we used to use, I don't know if it was more relevant to construction, but we used to use the model for recovering alcoholics. Yeah, and the very first thing you do as a recovering alcoholic is I'm an alcoholic. I have a problem. I'm uncomfortable, which is exactly the point you made. So you've got to start there. You've got to start with, okay, we're not happy where we are. We want to go somewhere else. Demonstrate the differences, which is essentially what we're doing there. Show the change. And of course, something that happens when you do AWP really well is everything else benefits. If you can calm the waters of a project, then everybody starts to self-improve in all sorts of other places. But if you live in a chaotic environment, it's almost impossible to improve any other process. So there are extended benefits of being organized. Okay, did I get back some time?
It's perfect. Maybe a comment, Jeff. Question. For those of you who haven't done tool time, there's process uses 11 different indicators to monitor tool time against. So what if it's an indicator about not having material or not having a tool, those kinds of things, or leaving early for break, coming back late for break. And you can draw some really good conclusions from that data. And you can rank the top 10 things that cause you to be unproductive or non-productive time. And things like, putting a smoke pin a mile from the job site, that's probably not going to work, okay? You're going to waste a lot of time people walking. You kind of know that. It's kind of, you know that kind of stuff. But the link to AWP here is important because when you're not out looking for equipment and looking for tools and looking for things, those excuses go away. And the people that are working don't want to be doing that, right? I mean, a welder wants to weld. Fitter wants to fit. So, it's a much happier job if you can do the AWP consistently and link it to your results. You'll see it.
That's a really good point, Jay. One of the other things that came out of the surveys was that on the projects that were high alignment with AWP, there was a lot less planning in the field. You can actually see it in the stats, right? That the level of planning comes down, which is good because the planning was done in the office. Yeah.
You mentioned that you'd given the survey results to CII.
Yes.
What are they doing with it, and are they going to come out with publication? What's the timeline on that?
Okay, so sorry, let me expand on that a little bit.
Yep.
I also gave it to IPA. So I was with IPA last week and I sat with Deb McNeil, and she's all over it. They basically got data from the same projects. So they are pulling their data and aligning it with this data to see, hey, is there a relationship between how many schedule activities you've got, and how was your front end, and all of that with the results of a tool time study. So it's going there. the answer for CII is, well, hopefully we're presenting at the AWP conference, and CII, myself, and Deb McNeil, so we'll look at that at this from 3 different angles. And hopefully they're going to tell us what Juan was asking for, which is, what's really important. We've got 60 conditions we know we've ranked. I can tell you that just looking across those conditions, that the thing we really suck at, the worst of those 60 conditions, is training. Right? It's dead last. There is formalised training is just dead last and very bad on most projects. One of the things we're really good at, that we talked earlier about, is aligning work packages with scaffold. That's one of the things that routinely scores high. I think it's one of those glaring opportunities out there that we jump on when we start to align with scaffold.
Yeah, well, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So we're reporting out at the AWP conference, but there will be some publication that's available.
Yes, and if you guys scan that, you've got the data to date. So, that, yeah.
There's a couple of things today where people are talking about the challenges of getting engineering and procurement, as an example, on board with AWP. Construction getting 50%, construction getting damage.
Yeah.
Has there been any data pulled together or any surveys done on the level of effort to change at the front end gives you the benefit of what? So in other words, tell an engineer that you're going to have to do something, this is the size of the price. There's a cost value there, but what about level of effort? Has anybody done that?
No.
CII's done that? Not yet. Because I think that's very powerful.
It is, but of course, just that math tells you that, the return is humongous.
What you're saying, showing that math is return on overall TIC potential, not on an engineering cost percentage, but a level of effort cost.
Well,
it's a different way of expressing the data.
What you had up there, though, is a cost to implement AWP at $10 million, right? I saw that on
Yes.
the slides.
Yep.
And what was that basis, right?
Everything. So workforce planners, software, consultancy, everything.
Upstream changes.
Yeah. Well, that the reality is a whole bunch of benefits that aren't even included in that, like the reduction in indirects, a huge reduction in indirects. But yes, we've got to pay the price with procurement and engineering because we do engineering out of sequence, which is a little bit disruptive. But we're already doing that. When you have modules on a project, we tell engineering, hey, we want the engineering for the modules first. That's AWP 101. Right? So we're basically already trying to prioritize how we get engineering. All we're doing is extending that through the whole life of the project.
I think, especially in our industries, where we sit in the business, we don't always have the EPC or EPCM scope. We'll have a feed, potential rollover. If you want to build the AWP into the feed, so you call it detailed design with the right cost, then you put money in. Right? I get the benefit of it, or the customer gets the benefit of it. But you could be pricing yourself out of the engineering market.
Ah, yes.
Right? So I'm intrigued to see where that chat about this. What level of effort is expected at the front end? Because that's a change. That's back to the resilience and the change.
Yeah.
So you need to demonstrate what that level of effort is going to give you overall. Kind of break down the overall TIC.
So in the project we did with CII around AWP and engineering, there was an attempt to quantify some of that, but there's more work to be done there.
I think that's a game changer for us.
Yeah.
I think that's an RT at CII. The rules being published for engineering is the guideline.
Yeah.
Not an RT project, right? It's
Yeah.
RT.
Agreed.
I just say there's not very many engineering firms that deal with all the time that are mature in AWP. We have that statistic, I think, of the ones that have created the process and lived by the process, it's very successful. And not only successful to the project, but successful to the engineering.
And as I'm looking for something that can help me make that change quicker.
Okay, so let me introduce you to a different contracting model. So this is taught to me by a school board. So what if the construction company was first employed to be, to manage the project, and they went out and hired an engineering company?
I love that because for so long, engineering companies have managed construction companies. And now we're talking about construction companies managing engineering companies.
So I was taught that by
I like where this is going.
Well, I was taught that by it was a school district. They were building schools, and they said they did that. They hired the construction company and told them to go and get a designer. So now the designer worked for the construction company, and they had, obviously a lot more influence over their process. Anyway, there are out-of-the-box ways to think of this. Yeah.
But to your point, and we talked about this yesterday, contractors are in the same boat, right? Like you're wanting me to own a AWP process that ultimately is taking people off a job site, and on a T&M project, that's how I make money. And so, but you're asking me to buy into that. I'm pulling money. The way that they view it is pulling money out of my own pocket by adopting this, right? But the argument I make and the argument I'm fighting for is yes, but I've also just made myself a hell of a lot more competitive than the other contractors. Exactly. I can do more for less. I'm saving you money. It's going to bring your interest to my company on other projects, hopefully.
And you're half the cost.
But same boat. I do understand your concern.
Engineering at a low level of maturity is resistant to AWP. Pretty hardcore.
No.
First. And it's something tangible to show them successes from other engineering firms to show them, hey, this is how we're going to make you better.
Yeah. So they're basically conflicting.
Get on board more easily because they just
There's conflicting priorities. The object of engineering is to get finished. Well, construction don't want engineering to get finished. We just want the first thing first. And then we want the second thing, and then we want the third thing. We don't care about the last 10 things. We're too busy with the first 30. Right? So we're not trying to get finished in a hurry. We're trying to get the first thing first, and then the second thing. And that's a
low-hanging fruit to make the KPIs. They don't care.
yeah, there you go.
How many worked in engineering groups directly and done engineering design work, right? I mean, the reality is that they're the first ones to get the budgets cut.
Yeah.
And put under extreme cost and schedule constraints, right? So, I mean, again, I don't usually come to the defense of not just electrical engineers, but engineering in general. But there is a mindset that AWP should bring to the table that brings transformation to that group in the way that they're expected to produce work. That's what my
Yeah. And of course, one of our owners suggested that, there's going to be a pile of money left over at the end of the project in this construction budget because we're reducing it by so much. Just take a chunk of that and invest in engineering.
But that drives to your point about changes in the way that we execute contracts, the way that we, partner and execute work, which has legal challenges and other issues related to it. So.
Yep.
Great. All right. Let's thank Jeff. Thank you very much. All right. I think we're going to eat into that networking time at the end here. But this has been great questions, so I'm glad to see that. Next up, we have the future of AWP and technology, a roadmap for success. Our two presenters are from O3. We have Andrew Foy, who's the VP of AWP and construction. Andrew has an English accent, an Irish passport. He used to be based in Canada, and he's lived in 30 countries over the last 2 years, so I don't know what he claims now. And then we have Colin Budka, who is our senior product manager. And yes, in the technology world, that is the face of someone with a senior in their title. With that, I will turn it over to Colin and Andrew.
All right, so pleasure to meet you, all of you. For those who I haven't met yet, and to see all those again, for those who I have. I will start off and say I'm sorry, I am an electrical engineer by training, so apologize in advance. All right, so today we're going to be going over our, starting off by going over our product roadmap, some of the highlights for some of the things that we've released over the past year, and then go over some of the highlights of what's to come over the next 2 quarters. From there, I'll be turning this over to Andrew, and we're going to be talking about the future of AWP over the next 5, 10, and 20 years. So first, starting off with some highlights from last year. So here are 5 of the big features that we released that we're excited to get in the hands of all of our customers. So for the first piece, we mentioned a bit earlier about getting the IWPs in the hands of construction contractors and in the fields, and getting progress updates and information back from the field. So one of the things that we released in order to support this is we found that a lot of our clients are continuing to issue paper IWPs. And while some clients are starting to use tablets in the field and can provide those direct updates, we do still need to be able to support our clients that are using those paper copies efficiently and effectively. So we worked with Azure's cognitive services to roll out some AI tools around digital paper. So what you can do here is you can take your either PDF or paper copy of your installation work package. With this, you can include a progress sheet in your installation work package, and you can mark this up on paper just like as you would the digital copy of the installation work package. Take a picture with your phone and upload it to O3. And we go in, we scrape out the data from the changes that you've made, scrape out the progress data, scrape out the field changes, and then go through and update this. So what this allows you to do is you can continue to issue paper copies to your project teams, while still leveraging some of that same automation for collecting the progress information and field changes directly from the construction crews. Next piece, we added in punch list management capabilities to our tool to better assist with the interface as we churned over from construction to systemization. We added in XER integrations on the P6 side, so you can upload an XER copy of the P6 schedule. So this makes it easier to parse this information directly from the underlying schedule file. So as you're looking to bring in your schedule, you can go in and say, okay, based on our coding structure, this is what makes something a CWA versus a CWP versus an EWP. And once you set up those rules, each new version of the P6 schedule that you bring in will go in and update all the associated data. So just an easy way there to simplify the P6 and schedule integration process. Up next, we improved our behavior and analysis on system closeout. So now, as I'm planning my installation work packages, test work packages, and systems, if I have the same pipe spool or isometric that's in an installation work package, a test package, and a system, we will now automatically flag the dependencies. So if I have 5 different IWPs where the installation is going to contribute to a test package, those 5 IWPs are automatically flagged as predecessors of those test packages. And likewise, on the system side, I can see all the IWPs and test packages that are going to be feeding into this system. Where this gets even really powerful is I can then go through and use this information to understand my readiness for transfer of care, custody, and control. So for my systems, I can look at my TCCC dates. I can look at the planned finish dates of all the installation work packages and test work packages that are feeding into those systems and understand if I'm going to meet those dates or if there's going to be a tight window or potentially late delivery for systemization. And the last thing I want to highlight is, again, using some of the Azure Cognitive Services, we added in the ability to scrape data directly from drawings. So if I have a situation where I'm on a project where maybe engineering hasn't provided as much structural data, or maybe I'm on a very small project where the engineering 3D model wasn't even made available to construction, we can go through and read the tag information off of the drawings and tag those relationships between, for instance, your pipe spools and those drawings. So that way, when it comes time to build out my IWPs, I can still make sure I'm assembling the proper list of drawings, making the appropriate information available to construction, even if that data is not available in a structured format from engineering. So that's a quick rundown of 5 of the key items that we've released over the past year. Does anyone have any questions or comments about anything that we've released?
Question around reliability and that AI tool that's doing an OCR, et cetera. So
So for the drawing tag, so there's 2 different models there. So on the drawing tag identification, we're training models specifically to the formats of drawings that the engineerings are provided. So there we need a good data sample for the specific project or specific engineer of record. As long as we have a good sample size between 10 and 50 drawings of a reliable sample that's being provided of that formatting, we're able to see very good results in the 90+% accuracy of the tags. On the other side, with the progress capture, that's using a form recognizer capabilities. So there, what the key piece there is, if you're able to set up your IWPs with a progress sheet as its own individual sheet, make sure that you have one sheet, one page on your IWPs that's, okay, this is the list of tasks that we have to do in the rules of credit. It becomes very easy for the form recognizer to go in and pick out the fields. If you have, the materials list and then a task and then the constructions list and then construction equipment list and then another task, it has a tougher time recognizing it.
Is it again like 90% accuracy?
Yeah, and that's actually something that we report out as we're reading the data. So if I'm a work-face planner, I go into my IWP, I see, okay, construction's uploaded 3 new progress updates. I can go into each one of these, and with each one of them, it's going to report out and say, okay, this is what we read from it. It said, okay, this task of installing the pipe spool, we saw the staging, the erection, and the welding and bolting was done. We're 90% confident that this is the case. If the work-face planner sees a low number there, they can open up the image themselves and say, okay, I trust this, or I want to go in and make changes.
Yeah, so what our approach on the AI side is decision support for the human, right? So we say, hey, this is what we think, and then they can say, yep, I agree with that, or they can dig in. Over time, we see that more and more of that becoming automated, but we believe it's decision support as the humans still evolve over time, then you can see more. As people gain more confidence, they can see more and more.
What's the feedback we've had on the systemization portion of this? Because typically we struggle with our projects going from construction into commissioning and systemization, but it's not like for like. It generally takes a re-scrub.
Yeah, so I think the biggest impediment to implementation on this feature is making sure that the systemization information is in the 3D model and is correct. And this is one of the things that can help identify it, is if I see, hey, a system is late, that then lets me go in and see, okay, is this late because it's actually late, or is this late because it was a data issue, an engineer tagged a pipe to the wrong system? So this at least flags the issue and gives you the opportunity to look into it in more detail. I'd love to tell you that all of our projects have perfect data and that there's never any issues, but what we look to do here is make sure that we're drawing attention to those potential issues and let the user then evaluate whether that's something that they actually need to address. All right. So next, this is what we have coming up over the next 2 quarters. And some of this, if you take a peek in 03 right now, some of this has some of the early versions already available. So one of the things that we're really focusing on in 2024 is the idea of really improving the efficiency of the AWP process. So looking where we can go through and use technologies like AI and use technologies like various algorithms, including a critical path algorithm, to support the efficiency of various users. So improving how many packages the work-face planner can plan, and making sure we're taking out the parts of their job that are less value add of maybe clicking individual components, and allowing them to spend more time where they're really industry experts in terms of making sure we're focusing on things like constructability. We're also taking a pass at improving the usability of the tool. So looking at everything that we can do to make the approach of planning an IWP as streamlined as possible, making the approach of planning out your construction project as streamlined as possible, making the training of a new user as streamlined as possible. So as I go through our next 2 quarters of activities, you'll see a lot of development that we're doing in these directions. So the first of these is the Path of Construction Copilot. So right now in 03, what we've historically offered is the ability to go in and draw the boundaries of your construction work areas, define the schedule of these construction work areas, and then go through, play it back, and make some adjustments to your sequence as you'd like. One of the things that we're looking to do to improve this process is to go in and set some key variables about your construction project, and then use that to help automatically generate that path of construction. So the user is going to go in, they're going to select the average duration that they'd like of their construction work areas, they're going to select the rough sequence, how many of those CWAs that they'd like to work concurrently, and then use this to generate that first path of construction. Obviously, what the computer comes up with that first pass is not going to be perfect. The idea here is to give you a starting point so that people who are coming in and providing that input can go in and provide that valuable input as quickly as possible without having to go in and set a start and finish date for each one of those construction work areas. From here, there are a lot of opportunities for expansion of including different inputs of long lead time equipment, construction type and modularization strategy, and peak manpower of each of these construction work areas to help with optimization. But as a first pass here, we're going in and giving the users the ability to automatically generate these and then use this as a co-pilot tool to help them say, okay, if I move this CWA from here to here, what are the effects on my project? If I change how many CWAs I'm working on concurrently, what are the effects on my project? And most importantly, this is a project that I want to take 2 years to complete. If I make those changes, am I going to meet those dates or am I at risk of running them over?
So this is partly intended to mimic the standard behavior of an experienced construction manager. If you sit with an experienced construction manager and say, let's schedule out the project, it's a big effort. But if you sit there, every construction manager I've ever worked with can take a look at a plot and say, based on the size of this plot, I don't want more than 100, 1,000 people, whatever that number is, on this site. Ants on a hill. So we're trying to give this notion of, you don't, at the beginning of the first time you're running through this, you don't know everything about the project, but I can instinctively tell you we're going to have 3 or 4 work phases, work fronts open at any one time, especially once we've got the central rack in place, and that gives me a delineation of areas. So maybe we only have 2 work fronts open, and I want to have a maximum of 150 people on the site. You take that kind of mathematics, and it can start to give you some good analysis of what your path of construction and sequence is going to look like, rather than let's schedule it out before we're ready to schedule it.
The next piece is a co-pilot for automated IWP sequencing. So we've expanded a lot of the capabilities of O3 of ingesting some schedule information. We've also expanded the ability to draw relationships between different IWPs and different work package types. So the idea here is starting to add in some more functionality around using that information to flag potential issues and allow the user to help rescheduling. So the first piece here is taking all of the information on start to finish, finish to start, and finish to finish relationships and their lag, and then using that to give you the early start, early finish, late start, late finish information on each of your installation work packages, let you understand where your current plan for IWPs is going to either have issues with dependencies or where you're going to potentially blow your CWP schedule, and then using that to help guide the workface planner towards that reprioritization. Obviously, from here, again, this is an area where we can continue to expand, thinking about things like leveling out our peak manpower, making sure we don't have a choppy manpower graph. Also starting to go in and consider other information, such as if we have one main crane that's available for this area, making sure that we're not over-allocating our construction equipment.
So that sequencing, talking about the up and downs, you can break this down to a single contractor looking at his work fronts across the project.
Next, we have automated IWP scoping. So just to get the elephant out of the way, no, we're not trying to replace the workface planner. But the idea here is to try and go in and make the workface planner as efficient as possible in what they're doing. So essentially, the first piece of what we're doing here is allowing the workface planner to go in and say, I'm building a work package, or I want to build a series of work packages within the CWP. Let's say it's piping fabrication. Go in and say, this is how many hours I want to work on per construction work package, and do I want to plan all of my construction work package, or do I only want to plan the components where I have my drawings released and my materials available? From there, we go through programmatically and assemble the work packages. And we're taking this an approach discipline by discipline. So the first piece is piping fabrication, since there is a lot less dependencies of which isometric I need to fabricate first. The next piece that we're looking at is structural steels, since there's more of a logic of working on primary than secondary than tertiary, working from the bottom to the top, and working from north to south, east to west, for instance. So the idea here is to free up more of a workface planner's time, so that they're spending less of the time going in and clicking on the individual components in the 3D model, and more of the time reviewing what the system has put together for them, and so that they can see, okay, is this good in terms of constructability? Is this something where 90% of it's right and I need to go and adjust the 10%, and let them really spend their time on their expertise? One of the things that Amy mentioned this morning is an aging workforce and the rapidly oncoming loss of that expertise. So one of the things that we think is really important is allowing our experts to spend as much of their time where it's as valuable as possible, and not doing the rote activities of assembling an installation work package. And then the last thing we have planned for this ongoing quarter 2 is redoing our navigation menu. So right now in O3, we have our navigation menu organized, so all of the different work package types are together. You can say your CWAs and labor work packages, construction work packages, engineering work packages, they're all in the same menu option. one of the things that we're looking to do is go in and reorganize this around audience type to make that application easier to navigate. So all of my construction stuff is going to be in one menu option. All of my engineering stuff is going to be in one menu option. Looking to really reorganize this around the way our projects think and do their work to make the Workface Planner's job easier. Looking into Q3, one of the first things that we're doing is localization as we move on to more and more projects where English is not the primary language, giving those users the way to adjust their interface to support their local language. Next piece on the graphical scaffolding planning. So going in and looking at the graphical context of the 3D model. So if I am on a Workface Planner and I need scaffolding in my model, and I see that there is no scaffold planning planned for my workface, I can go in and make some suggestions from an available scaffold library of what type of access I'm going to potentially need. Again, this isn't going to replace the scaffold coordinator. The idea is that this allows the Workface Planner to make a better request of what type of access that they need, and then allows the scaffold coordinator to go in and see all of those requests so that they can make the right decision based on all of that input. And then finally, continuing down the path of usability enhancements. So we're going to go through, for our primary workflows around workface planning, around new user adoption, figure out what is taking the, we're doing some data analysis currently around what the biggest pain points are, what's taking the most time, and then looking where we can use AI and other tools in order to improve those. So some key target areas that we have when a new user logs into the tool, making sure that the landing page that we have directs them to the key actions that they need to take and their biggest part of their job. Another one is on the data integration side, making it as quickly as possible to say, okay, I've uploaded the source spreadsheet. Some of these are in the CII data standards. Some of these are random field names. And starting the user off with, okay, these are the closest matches that we found in our system, and going in to flag potential issues.
I think the big push here that you'll see when it comes to automation, co-pilots, usability, what we're driving towards is this idea that you cannot rely on having experts on your projects, because as AWP scales, we don't have enough workplace planners, we don't have enough subject matter experts, so we're trying to build as much of that intelligence into the tool as possible, have it help you as much as possible and as simple and intuitive as possible, because as we scale beyond the existing folks that are doing AWP and attack a larger market, we just don't have enough of the experts. They don't exist. And so we talked about training being a major issue. The other way you can attack that is make it simple. So you can either have better training, or you can make it simpler, or ideally you do both. So that's what our focus is. Let's make this so you don't have to be a 20-year industry veteran to be able to plan work and get things done.
Quick question. What about 3D model shots labeling? I mean, 3D model shots are great, but without any label, it mean a lot, you know? And we are spending a considerable amount of time to add those labels manually, using PowerPoint or the other tool. Now, you have a rich 3D model, you have the CWP, you have the CWA, the AGILE, you have all the information, you have a decent viewer, a best viewer. I know that probably has to come with some cooperation with Autodesk, but that would be awesome.
Yeah, so we've made some recent developments on that front. So if you've taken a model shot from a specific IWP, you can now annotate the model shot of that IWP and add in that information directly. One of the things that we're looking to do that we don't do currently, that you've alluded to, is calling out specific, field names, measurements, and some of that information. Those are some of the things that we're looking into. But the key piece that we're tackling right now is the annotation from a particular work package perspective.
So before we get into Andrew's event that we're going to do, I thought I'd throw out a couple ideas that kind of get you thinking to kind of help with that process. One that comes to mind is, what can we do? We have scan data that we go out and get all the time for, skids or modules or whatever. And it's got to fit into a brownfield asset, or fit into the, the plant or the offshore rig. Is there an opportunity to consume that data and merge that with the construction management side of that model versus the engineering side of that model? And what value could that bring? Second, I guess another topic that comes to my mind would be quality. How can we define quality metrics? Because everything we do is about having better quality, having better return on RFI response, or less RFIs is a metric, right? We know that industry average is 3 to 4% on the job, and if we can run less than 1, that's a good indicator. But what else does the work you're doing already offer around some kind of quality metric? And I think beyond that, we could take things like torquing and electronic hydro testing through Cumulus and say, look, that's all going to be in the turnover, right? It's all going to be in the operations PA handover. But how can we utilize that and even potentially put those flange numbers into the modeling system where we can see that on a hydrogen system it's important. And I mean, there's some opportunities here. I'm just kind of throwing some stuff out because I think what Andrew's going to do is ask you to think outside the box. Right?
Absolutely. Any other questions or feedback or input on the? Yeah, absolutely.
On the new implementation of the scanning through progress. Does that also work for partial progress, or is it just 0 to 100?
Right now, it's just for the checkboxes. If you're interested in using it on a project that's using partial progress, we can train the form recognizer. Let me know, and we can work with you to get that up and running and testing.
One of my suggestions is to provide a way to import partial progress, because obviously you made the effort to allow it.
Yeah.
But now it has to be one by one. It's time consuming, and it's perceived as an effort.
Okay.
For you guys to claim.
Yeah, so one of the things we can look at is instead of providing a checkbox as the progress reporting method, we could go in and provide a blank field there and then try and have to do some testing to see how well we're able to read handwriting for specific numbers. But it might be feasible for us to go in and read specific numbers if they're written there instead of a checkbox. I'll have to do some research there and see what's feasible with the tooling that's available. But certainly interesting opportunity.
Would your IWPs and model shots not have the ability to generate check sheets, quality check sheets as well?
So you can, I would have to understand a little bit more about what information you're looking to include there.
So if I might jump in, hold that thought for the next 5 minutes, and then you can tell us.
Yeah, I think that is we integrate today. We haven't been providing that. We've been integrating with those solutions, but if that's something that you guys feel would be valuable in O3, that's exactly the conversation we want to have.
Okay, so first things first, great news, I've only got one slide. Secondly, the bad news, the part where we talk to you is over, and the part where you have to stand up and stretch your legs and do something and help out is beginning. As Jay already alluded to, what we are targeting here is we try and always end these things with a bit of what we call a pull session. So you've heard throughout the day, here's what we're doing. You've heard just in the last few minutes, here's what we're going to be doing over the next 6 months. What I'm very, very interested in hearing from you guys is what's the end state of this? What does this meeting look like in 10 years' time? Where does AWP's natural conclusion lie? So what are we targeting? This is one of those, no idea is too stupid, dial it up to 11, whatever the correct vernacular is. So when we talk about things like, can we automatically pull ITRs based off our IWP content? Okay. We talked about automated talk sheets. How can we make QC simpler? I cannot remember how many times I shuddered watching a QC person putting a red circle on a drawing and having to write a weld number in. So don't limit yourself to what's immediate. Don't limit yourself to what's right now. What are the practical applications of AI? Are we getting to the stage where we're going to ask AI to weld the pipe for us? What does all of this look like in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? So on your desks, you've all got some wonderfully colorful pieces of paper. We're going to use the 2 bits of the wall either side of the front as the map, as the board. So stand up, stretch your legs, go grab a coffee, whatever. We're going to take about 10 minutes. Whatever wacky ideas you have for the future of AWP and the technology, write them down, stick them on the wall.
All right, time starts now.
Excellent. All right. Do you have any more notes? Just bring them up to the front. Andrew's going to go through them. We'll bring these back. We'll also, as a follow-up, we'll include these notes in our follow-up to y'all, in addition to giving access to the other information. So we're going to go through them now, but we'll also send those as a follow-up. If there's a question or a need to clarify those, then we'll capture that here.
Okay, and yes, we are the last thing standing between you and happy hour, so we'll go through this fairly quickly. We'll start off with it. I may not be able to get through all of these, but I appreciate everyone. My company using AWP to its full capabilities, I get the impression there's a story behind that, so thank you for that. Ability to update the schedule, and yes, I'm sorry, I will insist on pronouncing it that way. P6 or other interface via the O3 system through the use of the 3D model and CWA CWP management. It's dead funny, whenever we talk about pushing data to the schedule, because we can do a two-way integration with P6, anytime we talk about it when we're doing demos and that, yeah, we want to do it. And then when you actually sit down to do it, schedulers do not like you pushing data into their system without them seeing it. So there's a behavior to be broken there first. Manpower heat map overlaid on the 3D model shows potential constraints with crews over each other. Great idea. I've done that with 2D. I've never tried to do it with 3D, so I'd love to see what that looks like. That's a great one. We've literally changed a whole path of construction because of a heat map, because we suddenly overlaid the estimate and looked at it and went, oh, we were going to start that one late. Looks like we might have to pull that forward. So again, to the comment earlier, people are visual. People need to see that kind of image, right? I can tell you about it, but I can show you. Open active RFIs are visually shown in the 3D model to add context and prioritization. Information management, this person has the neatest handwriting. Information management shared live to all parties such that work releases and impacts are noticed efficiently to improve time on tools. Can AI determine additional costs for SimOps, craft stacking, etc.? I think as long as we can train it to, we'd have to tell it, but I think if we can train it to, it can understand. Automated material tracking, RFID, etc., very much exists today, just a question of integrating with. Adoption of automated data validation. Now, if I was going to be a betting man, I'd say Mr. Weitzman. No, you didn't. Okay. Okay, well then whoever wrote that, Ted's going to come and see you afterwards and ask for more details. Replacing workface planning with a standard or typical field planner by utilizing graphical work packages built by the supervisors who will be installing them. Average workface planner rate, 45 to 55 bucks an hour. Average planner rate, 34 to 38. So downgrading the requirements for what it takes to build the packages. Future of AWP software, full project, digital delivery tool, and handover mechanism to digital twin for operations. So yeah, if you were to write the headline, I think that's going to be the way we would lay it out. Completed ITP data tied back into client 3D model, both as part of progressing and as an aid to ongoing lifecycle maintenance. And I would also add constraint management on the next part of the chain once that ITP is done. So yes, absolutely. Auto-generation of path of construction with, I assume that's what we mean by POC, with key quantity in hours using model and P6. So just to ask, is that to the point of first pass and then construction takes a look at it and argues with it? Or, I don't know who wrote that one. Or is that to the point of we expect that to be the final solution? Because in my experience, if you say to a construction manager, computer says, they will dedicate their life to finding ways that they disagree with that. Great stuff. Thank you kindly. You are, oh my word, okay. Time tracking through the IWP to the cost code level in ERP system. How many people actually do their time tracking to an IWP? Very few, right? It's an argument I always have with contractors, and foremen keep always telling me, no, it can't be done. Automatically identify prefab opportunities based on catalog, etc. So yes, I think back to the whole sort of, have we got an Amazon marketplace for construction components? More automated data gathering using Internet of Things or using image recognition. and consistency in data expectations. Wow, okay. These trends suggest that advanced work planning will become more digital, collaborative, and adaptable with a strong focus on sustainability and, in capital letters, efficiency. So collaborative and agile planning, globalization, and remote work. I think remote work is definitely something we're going to have to start wrapping our head around. It's something that's anathema to construction, but we're seeing more and more of it. Safety and risk management, skills and training, and financial component. Can AI learn to develop a suggested best installation sequence? Yeah, again, all part of this whole sort of path of construction and suggestion. Inputs build data in the system. System is updated as needed. Output back to source provider. Again, that two-way relationship of data. We talked a lot today about how O3 consumes data. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about then the net result of pushing that data back out to those other source systems. No, I'm not going to read that one. Auto, weld, and flange mapping, rod slips, torque sheets, we've got all the data. So for any of you who've ever sat and seen a QC person drawing a red circle on a drawing, any of that.
So is that referring to AI automated weld map and flange drawing, or just having it done in the model?
Well, the first stage, to my mind, you don't need AI for stage one of that. We've got the data. We know there's a flange there. Most of the time, it's just a question of numbering it. As somebody pointed out earlier, years ago, we may not have shown welds in the 3D model. Now we do. If there's a weld in the 3D model, I know it's a field weld. Therefore, somebody's going to have to weld it. Therefore, I'm going to need a record of who that welder was to be able to verify it all. So we need a way of recording all of that. So
I think that raises a good point about a lot of the AI functionality is that in order to make a good AI that's tailor-made for a lot of these purposes, you need a good data set to train it on.
Yeah.
We know all the data problems that we have in our industry first. So a big first step is making sure that we have the solutions in place to automate and the solutions in place to ensure we're getting that structured data so that we're not training this on the wrong way of doing things and we're not training this on partial or bad data, that we're training this on the right way of executing.
So Cumulus in that case has huge amounts of data and can generate that information for the AI part of it very easily. They have their own AI built on their own data that essentially you can create workflows on anything, not just flanges, not just welding, pipe testing, whatever it might be. So it exists.
Yeah.
And no more automated welding machines, but just data panel, like putting these cameras on all these welding machines, not just theirs, but others, and it's training the AI actually on all the welds with all the cameras that they're bringing. Everybody's automated welding equipment.
ISO sign-off process, progressing to include components installed and labor hours expended to track physical progress as well as work against the labor budget. So again, improving presumably our predictability and our forecasting. Possible integration of traditional PM, AWP, lean, and PPI. So we are seeing more and more of these things that were considered for years to be totally separate to now be coming together. Timesheet capabilities, 3-week look ahead, weekly work plans, data consistency tracking, and AWP implementation audit for health check. AWP in the future will have a greater focus on data as a deliverable across deliverables. The AWP taxonomy will be integrated throughout the project lifecycle. Design tools will become more automated with higher levels of detail and data. We will spend less time wrangling data and more time leveraging it. When? No, genuinely, is that next year, 5 years? I mean, that's, I think, where we're all trying to get to, but, so. Yeah, right? Yeah, nothing in that strikes me as being off the record, right? Off the chart. Fully embed AI and Gen AI in tracking and predicting construction execution progress. Keep O3 simple. Don't have too many features. Just give that one to Colin. Thank you. I'm not going to read that one either. Sorry. Use Power BI for all reports. Thank you very much. So whoever that is, I'm happy to arrange a demo of O3 anytime, Jeff. Thank you very much. Oh, he's actually signed it as well. industry-developed large language models and foundational models to move AI forward in this industry. So, very common theme amongst all of this, and yet, I would have to say, out of all of that, nothing in that strikes me as more than 2 years from now, 3 years from now, maybe. So I think, there's a lot that we can achieve in a short period of time. If we came back in 2 years' time and read through these, I wonder how many of these Colin would be sitting there saying, yeah, we've already done that. So, wonderful. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Just a conclusion from today. Going back through and thinking about some of the things that struck me through these presentations. I know Amy didn't love the digital transformation word, but I think the takeaway there is that train has left the station, right? And if you're not already on that, then you've really missed the boat. And to mix my metaphors, and the real, I think the thing that stuck out to me was that she said you have to be this tall to ride the ride, right? So having the common data environment and having your data structured provides a digital foundation, and that digital foundation is what you can build a successful project upon. So once you have that digital foundation, then you can start thinking about optimizing your process. But if you're starting from a manual and not a common data environment and everything's disparate, it's very hard to optimize on top of that. So it's this tall to ride the ride. And there's one thing that we touched on, which is that difference between digitization and digitalization. So when you're in a digitization process, then a lot of times you're just talking about taking a paper process and making that in a computer, right? And you're not talking about making a better process. When you talk about digitalization, then you're starting to think about, hey, it's not just making this going from paper to a digital process, but it's actually allowing us to improve that process or think about that process within a digital world. So there's a change there that I think is, or a distinction there that's important. And the other thing that jumped out to me was this comment about digital waste exponentially leads to physical waste, right? I think that was a really profound thing that really stuck out to me from Amy's presentation. But this idea that when we introduce waste digitally, you may not seem like a big deal, right? It doesn't seem like a lot, so I can easily change things around here. But there are downstream physical impacts that have real impacts and real waste and real inefficiency that come from that. So I thought that was a great comment, and thanks for sharing that. Then Jeremy's presentation, the contractual strategy to impact your approach to AWP and the AWP technology. So the ability to adjust and pivot on how you're approaching is really critical. And so one of the things where O3 is in its DNA, in fact, the name O3 originally came from ownership, oversight, optimization. And we were really focused, we felt the owners were the underserved market participants. So when looking at the space and saying, where do the solutions need to be, we said, you know what, the tools are made for the EPCs, the owners don't have any oversight, they don't have any visibility into what's happening. We actually quickly pivoted from that because we found that the tools were not as robust as what we thought, right? There was really no constraint management functionality on market. There was really no way to do non-modeled, non-graphical workface planning. Those things didn't exist. And so we attacked those things first, and now we've come back around to the point where, hey, you can, now that we have this great underpinning and we're this tall to ride the ride, we have this kind of digital foundation for all of our work packages, whether they're graphical, non-graphical, all of our constraints. Now we have this ability to have visibility from an owner's perspective. And so on Jeremy's project originally it was, hey, we're going to execute everything inside of O3. And now they're saying, hey, EPC, if you have tools that are able to meet our requirements, you can use those tools, but we're going to consume that data and we're going to pull it in, and O3 is going to be our portal that we're going to use to understand the project from an owner's perspective. So that ability to pivot is really critical, and O3 was flexible and robust enough to support those different approaches to AWP. Cody's presentation from Autodesk, a couple of things. I just want to share, O3 selected Autodesk as our 3D technology partner for a reason, right? So we went out and we looked at all the different 3D model providers and opportunities that we could to partner with. And we selected Autodesk, and we did that because it was a very mature product. They had an existing ecosystem. They have an SDK. They have mature APIs. They're a modern SaaS solution, very much like O3. So it was important to us that we partnered with someone that had that same approach, and that's been a really powerful process for us. And we extend the Autodesk platform, right? The Autodesk platform is extremely powerful, all right? And what O3 does is we extend that into this area around AWP and make it allow you to have the best in breed. So, you can have a very powerful tool set, and you're leveraging, almost all of you have the Autodesk platform in your, probably all of you have the Autodesk platform in your companies today. And then we extend that into this specific and tailored focused solution around AWP. So we're solving that last mile problem in the AWP world in conjunction with Autodesk. Jay, presentation from Shell. I think the big thing that came out to me here is that rolling out AWP across a varied portfolio set requires a different approach to AWP. So in order to have an enterprise approach to advanced work packaging, you have to right-size that for the different projects that you're working on. So you might have a different strategy when you're talking about large greenfield mega projects and when you're talking about small cap brownfield projects, when you have different contractual approaches. One of the things that jumps out when we work with owners is oftentimes you have one strategy on the greenfield projects where the large EPCs are coming in and they're bringing a lot of their tools. So in those cases, oftentimes we're consuming data from those other EPC tools, or we're augmenting those tools in the areas where they're not as robust. And then when you talk about the small cap projects, oftentimes they're the owners serving in the construction management role, and you often have smaller contractors working on those projects. They often aren't bringing their own tool sets, and they're actually using the O3 tool set. So O3 was architected from the beginning to say, hey, you can do the work in O3, or you can do the work somewhere else. What's important is that we have an understanding in one place where all the work that needs to be done and the status of all that work and all the activities and approvals and constraints that need to be done to make that work. So we don't care if there's other tools involved. In fact, in all projects, there usually are other tools involved. We don't have to have everything happening in O3, but if you want to do true AWP, you need one solution that knows everything that needs to be done and whether it's getting done. And so O3 serves that role in those cases. And so, we're a global enterprise tool that supports multiple approaches to AWP, and that's really important on the owner side. And when you think about how we support that, it's not just that, hey, the tool can be used in these flexible ways, but also we've built into the application the ability to save what we call project templates. And so when you build out a design or configuration of O3 for let's say, a greenfield mega project, you can press one button and save that as a template. This is how I do greenfield mega projects. And next time you start one, you can start from that. And then you're adjusting any configurations, and it's every configuration within the application. So, and you can save as many templates as you want. So you can have a template for small cap, you can have a template by contractual strategy, a template by region of the world. You can have thousands of templates, although at that point it's probably not a standardization. But the point is that when we think about the approach, we're a software company, and my director of client success is in the room, and I tell her this often, is that she's a necessary evil. Right? If we could make it a solution where you could press one button, download it, and do it all yourself, that's exactly what we want. In fact, we have clients that do that. They're mature with our solution, and they're able to deploy it themselves. And so we provide the support. We have the client success. We want to make sure that all of our clients are successful. But the ideal clients, from our perspective, are ones that are really embracing this and leveraging our tools to take it on themselves, and then just coming to us when they need a specific help outside that. So those project templates are a key piece of that, and it's a key piece to the strategy of using it as an enterprise global tool across different types of portfolios. Davide gave us a great presentation on the importance of data and getting the data right. So we talked about this. I think this came up throughout the day, but whether it's this tall to ride the ride, or it's a common data environment, or it's a digital foundation, having those things in place is critical to you being able to have a successful project. And in order to have that, you need a tool that allows you to consume that data in the many different ways that O3 allows you to do it. And O3 is unique in its ability to consume data from any source. Right? We're not a platform tool that, we do great virtual construction modeling if you use our engineering authoring tool. Right? We work with any engineering authoring tool. We work with any file type. We work with flat files. We work with CSV files. We haven't done CVS yet, but we'll try that out. But we've got all these different flat file types. We've got different ways to consume it. We've got bidirectional RESTful APIs. We've got webhooks. We've got import-export. We've got scheduled, semi-automatic. Right, so we've designed the tool to be able to consume data from lots of sources in lots of different ways, and that's critical to our strategy. And part of that magic is in our ability to consume, we call it data management or digital threads. But even within O3, you can configure O3 to be system aware. So O3 knows the other systems that are in play on the project. It knows what data it needs, fields, format, and frequency from those systems, and then actually reports on whether or not we're getting that data. Is that data complete? Is it timely? So the data management functionality within O3 is extremely powerful. And it has the ability to do all of the transformations that Davide was talking about. When we talk about the model data, we can consume all the different file types, the IDF and IFC and PCF and all the different file types. Our model parser is very robust in its ability to handle all the different corner cases. Right? And if you come up with a new corner case that we haven't seen before, it's very simple for us to build that into our rules engine, right? Because we've made this in a very configurable way because, again, it's our belief that we want to empower the users to be able to manage and parse their models on their own, not something where you need to hire and do a bunch of consulting work through us. We want it to be something that we can empower you to leverage the tool to do that. And so I think Davide said it best when he said the model parser is magic. I wrote that one down, so I think that's going to go in our testimonials. And the other thing that Davide mentioned was that, as a SaaS solution, right, we have the ability to turn around features in a rapid fashion. So, it's a 6-week turnaround, not a 6-month turnaround. We're very fast and hearing our features from our clients and incorporating those. And then the other piece that I love that he said was the more the merrier. So that's a real critical piece, right? It's from the way that we approach our pricing strategy, our commercial strategy, it's unlimited users. And we do that for a reason, because if you think about the way that typically software vendors charge for their product, it's typically on a named user basis or a concurrent user basis. And so what behavior does that incent? It incents that, hey, I'm going to get one login and I'm going to share it with Colin, or we're going to reduce it down and have just as few and only have the work-face planners in there. So then what do the software vendors do? Well, okay, now I'm not making as much money, so I'm going to raise the price per license. And they say, okay, well, now I'm going to reduce the number of users. Well, I'm going to raise the price. And then it's this race to the bottom of how do we, rather than racing to the optimal solution for the project, we're racing around, optimizing what we think about on the cost side as opposed to the value side. So O3 said, hey, let's do a commercial pricing strategy that's based off of the size of the project, how much value the client is getting, and then let's make it an encouraged process to get as many people into that project as possible. And when you do that, you can do true collaboration, and you can really work together. You can take advantage of advanced work packaging in a way that you just can't do if you're thinking about a tool that just has work-face planners. Because work-face planners may be the quarterback or a critical component to that team, but a team of just Tom Brady's is not going to win a Super Bowl, right? There's a lot of people that need to be involved in that process. And so you can't just have the quarterbacks in there. You got to have everybody for that to work. And then Jeff Ryan did a great presentation, shared a lot of data from 10 years of data collection. Really appreciate, Jeff, you sharing that with us. Kind of an opportunity to see that a little bit ahead of when it'll be shared at the AWP conference. But the results are in. AWP works. 27% increase in productivity. So we've seen 18, 20, 25% on various projects. Right? We've measured that. Now Jeff has shown over 10 years with thousands of measurements that this really is true. The value is there. And this is really only on that productivity side. We didn't talk about the other costs. We didn't talk about the indirects. We didn't talk about the safety implications, all those other things. Right? Just on the productivity alone, those time on tools productivity, it justifies the use of the solution.
And that was prior to digital, right? I mean, most of these that you looked at was prior to having digital transformation. Yeah. So think about that. You add in these things that it's doing now, that number goes way up automatically just by the transformation.
That's right. And the other thing that stuck out to me is AWP narrows the gap in brownfield, right? That was really interesting, an interesting data point that comes out of that, is that brownfield's never going to be as clean and easy and productive as greenfield, and we know why. But if you introduce AWP, then you really narrow that gap, right? And so even the more complex, the more difficult, the more unexpected issues that you run into, the more agile you need to be, the more value you get from something like advanced work packaging. Something that jumped out to me is he showed the data point that said, hey, you can be really bad at AWP and still have a good project, right? And that's true, you can, right? And that's how we have historically done projects, right? It's been a hero mentality. Let's get this awesome project leadership team and our project's going to be awesome. Well, there's no company that has only project leadership teams, right? So one thing that stuck out to me and a mentor told me is that a lot of people think that organizations rise to the level of their goals. In reality, organizations fall to the levels of their systems. And what you mean by that is that your processes and your technology is the level at which you execute. You can create these goals, and in certain cases when you have the hero people in place, yeah, you're going to reach that. But if you think about a large organization, any large organization they're going to fall to the level of their systems. And so systems are your process and your technology. So if you have an AWP process in place, you don't need the hero team in order to have a good project. And I think that's the key piece, particularly as we talk about the brain drain in our industry with the subject matter expertise leaving, it's only a bigger problem. So by putting these bumpers and guardrails in place, even with the B team or the C team, you can get those results that are better. Right? And so that's really important, is that you don't have to rely on those heroes. And the other thing that Jeff pointed out is that you really just need to measure it. So if you guys aren't measuring on your projects, this is really important. It's critical for the industry, and it's critical for driving the change within your organization. So we pay attention to what we measure. So if you measure that productivity, then your organization will have the ability to potentially improve it. But without measurement, you really can't manage. So thank you for everyone in those presentations. In the beginning, I started out by talking about the O3 strategy update. One of the things I talked about is O3 being a digital project management solution, O3 being a mission-critical solution, and O3 team rapidly expanding. And I just wanted to touch on those 3 points real quickly as we wrap. First is, people think about O3, and this is typically what they think about as the first complete work packaging solution across the entire project lifecycle, graphical and non-graphical constraint management, all of these components in the workflow management, right? That's really AWP-centric, but we've been thinking a lot about, and just naturally being pulled by our clients into adding additional functionality around there. So things like RFIs, for example, not a specifically AWP function, but a core function within O3 where we're using the RFI functionality and replacing RFI tools, sometimes just Excel and email, but in other cases, dedicated RFI tools that O3 is replacing. Oh, there's other pieces to that. And when we say digital project management, this question came up during the break, but when we say digital project management, we're focused right now on what I would call the scope management side of that. So, there's a question within our organization of, where we go in terms of the financial components of the project management side. But when I think about project management tools or project controls tools, when I look at what's at market, they're top down. Right? So those tools were designed for the bean counters that, hey, I need this information, and then they're pushed down, and the people at the bottom begrudgingly put the information in because if they don't, they get fired. Right? But it's not a tool that's actually helping people execute the project, and that's where O3 said, hey, what about the people down here that are actually doing the work? If we can solve their problem and if we can make their life easier, then we can roll data up from there. And so we took a different approach and started from the bottom up as opposed to the top down. But we've added a lot of functionality around task management, issue and decision logs, RFI management, punch list management, purchase orders, risk management, right, change management. So there's a lot of functionality that we've added that's not specific to advanced work packaging or workplace planning. And in fact, we have clients who are using the tool who aren't doing workplace planning or advanced work packaging. And that's an area where we think it's really valuable because particularly, as I mentioned before, when you talk about brownfield portfolio projects, it's hard to say, hey, let's do these projects in AWP and then let's not do AWP over here, because oftentimes you have a project manager that's on 10 projects at once, right, on these small caps, right, in various stages. And so when he has to go over here to work and then go somewhere else and do a different tool. And so we've put a big push around providing value across the entire portfolio, regardless of the level of AWP maturity or workplace planning maturity. So that's an area we're working with folks now, and love to talk to people more about that later tonight. But a big part of our strategy moving forward.
Do you intend to market that differently then?
We are working on that now. That's part of our navigation refresh too.
Get AWP out of it. If you get them in the PRO, they won't get out.
Yeah, and that's part of the navigation refresh, is that it was really AWP centric, and so we're now making it project centric as part of this reorganization. On a mission critical side, we talked about this, but our ability to consume data is a big piece of that, right? So we put a lot of effort into our ability to consume data from lots of different systems. These are just some examples, but we've never met a data set we couldn't consume, whether it's bidirectional RESTful APIs, webhooks, semi-automated import-export, scheduled export-import, right? There's a lot of different ways that you can access that data. And as a modern solution, our API is used by our user interface, right? It's not some extra little thing on the side that we sort of half maintain. Everything that you do inside our application goes through our API to communicate with the business and data layers, right? So that means that our API is always up to date. Anything you can do in the UI, you can do in the API, right? So our approach is, we're not one of those software companies that say, hey, let's get the data and wall it off. We say, hey, let's make this really easy to move data back and forth and then win the users. And so what we've seen, we see that a lot. I mean, Davide talked about, the project controls starting with the progressing on one system, now on FLA, now they're going to do it inside of O3, and then we'll push that data to that other system. And that other system, it's FLA's, might be deeply integrated with the ERP tools and other tools on project, right? And so maybe we don't want to replace that right away, but we can make the user experience better by allowing them to do the functionality within O3, and then O3 just automatically updates those other systems. We do that for work in progress documentation. We do that with our document management integrations. We do that with RFI management. We do that with risk management. So from an O3 perspective, right, even if you have these systems that are very embedded, your users can operate, and there's no additional cost because of our strategy, but users can operate within O3, and then behind the scenes, they don't even need to know that the old system's still in play. Right, that's one way that it makes the user experience and the life of the project manager and project management team better. Another piece to this mission critical is on the security side. So we've put a huge amount of effort around our infrastructure. We have a very modern approach to our infrastructure. We talked about the containerization process that we've been through, but we have a true a team that's focused on this. Right, this is not an afterthought for us. We are SOC 2 Type 2 certified. We do extensive penetration testing. We have a big focus around our security and infrastructure because to be a mission critical tool, you have to take that very seriously. So happy to talk to people more about that, but that's an area that we've put a lot of effort towards and hired a number of security folks, CISO, network engineers focused specifically on this. And then the last piece we talked about is that O3's team is rapidly expanding, and the piece that I just want to make sure that folks are comfortable about is that as we expand, our approach stays the same, right? So we're not changing how we do business. We're just scaling as we go. And the biggest piece of that is our approach to continuous innovation. So we're going to maintain our process of continuous innovation with, we do 2-week sprint cycles, so we do a new production release every 2 weeks. So 26, typically 25, we usually skip Christmas, but 25 production releases per year, right? So when you make a feature request, that goes into design, then it goes into development, then it goes into test and into production, right? And that's a 6-week process, not a 6-month process. And so we're very focused on making sure that we're constantly listening and constantly adjusting our solution. Part of that comes from these types of conversations, but those of you who are existing clients know that it also comes through conversations with our project managers and directly with our product managers as well. But even though we are rapidly expanding as a company, we're not changing the way we do business. It's what got us here, and it's what we see as the success. So while we've pointed fingers at the dinosaur companies in the industry that don't change as we grow, even though we're getting bigger, we won't become a dinosaur. Okay, so now what? Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. Really appreciate the time that you've put towards this. We know that this is an expensive meeting. We look around this room, the number of folks here and the salaries associated. This is an expensive meeting. And so we appreciate the time that you guys have put towards this. Thank you for coming, and those that spoke, thank you for speaking as well. What we'd like you to do is take back to your organization what you've learned here today, and we will be sending out information, not only what we captured in the workshop and the slides and the other information, but there'll be follow-up. We'd love for you, also you can scan, as Jeff mentioned, and get access to some of that info as well. We'd love for you to take this back to your organization. If you have feedback on ways that we can provide better information, please provide that as well. And continue to provide us that feedback on how to improve. So we'll also send out a survey regarding this meeting. We're always looking for ways to improve what we're doing. So one improvement, I think, is maybe a little more air conditioning in here. I don't know if it's just me, but that's a little spicy in here. But I think that had to do with the 12,000 gallons of water that spilled yesterday. But we're very serious about that. Everything we do, every meeting we end, we do plus deltas. So we're going to ask you for your feedback on how this went today and ways that we can improve. It can be small things from the temperature and the coffee to big things around the content. Whatever it is, we'd love that feedback. Within our organization, we have a very transparent organization. You have to be a thick skin to be a leader in our space because anyone's allowed to tell me anything they want within our company, and that's a big part of our culture. So that's, I think if I didn't have 2 small children, I probably wouldn't be able to survive in our company, but kids will just tell you how it is. So I told my daughter, I said, I really like my salt and pepper hair, and she said, salt, Daddy, salt. So, and then the last is just want you guys to help us change the industry. So, look, we do this. Obviously, this benefits O3. Obviously, we're a for-profit organization. We're capitalists. We're building a software company, but we don't do this just because we like because of our own incentives. Right? We're passionate about changing the space. We think this is a space that is, ripe for disruption. Not to overuse that term, but there's a real need for us to improve, right? For us to meet the needs of our industry. If you think about, the amount of, I don't want to get too much into geopolitical components, but if we're breaking up with China, there's a huge amount of industrial construction that needs to happen in this country. Just a huge amount that we're not prepared to do. Right? We don't have the systems in place. We don't have the ability to meet the needs today. And if we don't change, we won't be able to do that. So I just think we already are inefficient, and the amount of construction that we need to do over the next 10 or 15 years is huge. And so if we don't change the way we do business, we're just not going to be able to meet those needs. So we really do want to see this change. And so we appreciate you all being here and giving us feedback along the way. And then lastly, we'd like you to join us tonight. We're going to watch some baseball. So for those of you that are able to come, we're excited. We've got a suite over at the Astrodome, and it's great fun. So there's food and beverages provided, and it'll be a great time. So thank you all very much for coming today. We really appreciate it.